Chapter 241, Killing the Demon King. Balan, hey Cheng Xiao, you're not really planning to fight 100 matches in one day, are you? Bingdi called out with a teasing curl to her lips. She glanced at the dozen challengers huddled at the edge of the arena. Everyone looked terrified, unwilling to step forward. I admit I had the idea, Cheng Xiao replied with a wry smile. He surveyed the trembling would-be fighters. But it looks like it's impossible now. Just then, the black-veiled woman approached. Sir, if you'd like some rest, please follow me. She inclined her head and offered a gentle gesture. Cheng Xiao nodded and fell in step behind her. Bingdi and Shuidi shared a quick look, then followed him out of the hell-forged killing ground. As they made their way down the scarred path, Cheng Xiao noticed the fallen warriors strewn along the roadside. Their faces were ashen, their eyes wide with fear, and they fled at the sight of him. What's happening here? The veiled woman asked, frowning. Cheng Xiao halted. He scanned the dusky distance and spotted a roiling, dark shape creeping closer. Recognition tightened his chest. I never expected the King of 100 Flames to come for me in person. He really did betray Tiangang. Cheng Xiao thought, surveying the Demon King's army. A faint smile curved his lips. Their numbers won't matter, he whispered. I have my own soldiers. He barely moved his lips. Shadows. The earth around him darkened as inky tendrils of shadow snaked outward. At the same moment, Cheng Xiao activated his ultimate skill, King's Domain. A boundary of pure darkness sealed the field, and any who crossed it would become his to command. Sure enough, the Demon King's foot soldiers, confident in their superior numbers, strayed into the area. Cheng Xiao raised his voice in a single command. Arise, my Shadow Legion. From the gloom sprang dozens of figures, Cheng Xiao's shadow soldiers, each a deadly wraith formed from darkness itself. Panic rippled through the demon ranks. These were the warriors who had once decimated them. Shouts of fear gave way to frantic cries of rage. Kill them! Leave none alive! Sensing the enemy's hesitation, the shadow soldiers pounced. Among them, the long-haired white ghosts and the colossal titans, now reborn as creatures of pure shadow, charged in first. Their blades and claws struck without mercy. High-pitched screams cut through the night as a dozen demons were torn apart, unable to withstand the onslaught. The white ghosts weaved through their ranks, leaving only corpses in their wake, while the shadow titans heaved massive blows that shattered armor and bone. In under a minute, the demon front line lay in ruin. The ground was slick with black ochre, and the air rang with the echoes of victory. Cheng Xiao stood unmoved at the center of his domain, the King of Shadows watching over his conquered foes. The fierce duel between the long-haired white ghost and titan had drawn all the demon general's attention, exactly the opening Yin needed. At his silent command, hundreds of shadow soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. The last to emerge was Nash, who sprang from behind Titan's head, unleashing torrents of ice blue and crimson flame that carved through the demon ranks. His savage onslaught provoked roars of outrage from the demon commanders. With a thunderous cry, the demon generals charged, broadswords swinging to meet the shadows head-on. Yin responded in an instant, weaving a sweeping crowd control spell. The earth trembled as blue-silver emperors erupted from the ground, their spectral forms snaring demons in unbreakable chains. Yet for every foe they bound, another slipped free to attack Yin, until the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor intervened. Each time a demon dared to strike, one of them intercepted and cut it down, knowing that Cheng Xiao's fate hinged on this battle's outcome. Drawing a steadying breath, Yin raised his staff and intoned, Blue-Silver Field. A radiant wave of blue-gold light washed over the shadow army. Beneath its healy glow, the fallen soldiers stirred and their wounds sealed in moments. Restored and reinvigorated, they surged forward once more, ready to turn the tide against the demons. Cheng Xiao! A voice rang out behind him. He whirled to see Hulina bent over, gasping for air, every inch of her drenched in sweat. At last, she found her voice. Thank you. She didn't need to say more. Cheng Xiao knew exactly what she'd risked to get here. He paused, then offered her a gentle smile. Juliana froze, tugging nervously at the fur at her ears, her cheeks glowing pink. She'd run all the way to the hell-killing field to warn him, only to arrive just moments too late. All around them, the battle of the shadow soldiers raged on. Wherever Nash's dragon flame swept through the ranks, demons were consumed in an instant, their screams choked off as they turned to ash. The shadow soldiers themselves fell by the score, but thanks to the overlapping protections of the king's domain and the blue-silver domain, each casualty was reborn the moment they hit the ground. Here, death held no terror. Cheng Xiao watched it all with fierce pride. "Well done," he called out to Nash, his approval clear in his eyes. Nearly 1,000 shadow soldiers had stood fast against a demon horde more than 10 times their size, and met them with overwhelming force. Behind him, Juliana straightened, still flushed but resolute. The battle wasn't over, but for a brief heartbeat, they had turned the tide. Never underestimate the demon legions. With the 100 Flame King's resurrection and newfound power, their forces had only grown more formidable. Suddenly, Demon King Balin, who had lingered behind the front lines, stepped forward. His eyes burned with malevolent purpose, and he flared his jaws wide. From deep within him poured a torrent of crackling blue lightning. "Ah!" Balin's roar echoed as jagged bolts lanced out in every direction. In an instant, the shadow soldiers were engulfed. Dozens shattered into frosty fragments. The rest stood paralyzed, their bodies encased in lethal ice. "This isn't ordinary lightning," Cheng Xiao whispered in stunned awe. Each bolt seemed guided by an intelligent will, searing, shattering, and freezing all at once. The surrounding keeps and towers, already weathered by endless siege, collapsed as if they were made of sand. What had once been bastions of stone fell to smoldering piles of rubble. Even the earth groaned beneath the impact of Balin's assault. Amid the chaos, Cheng Xiao felt a familiar chill stirring within him. Drawing on every ounce of resolve, he reached out to the Ice Emperor's ancient power. Crystalline energy spiraled into him, weaving itself around his spirit. With a final, steadying breath, he completed the possession ritual, ready to unleash the true might of the Ice Emperor against the demon horde. Cheng Xiao's arms crackled as emerald ice crystals blossomed along his skin, and an intricate scorpion tattoo of frosted blue-black ink crept up his spine. With a low incantation, he thrust his palms forward, and a solid wall of jade-green ice sprang into being to intercept Demon King Balin's crackling cobalt lightning. But the lightning never touched the wall. It tore through the ice as if it were mist, plunging straight into Cheng Xiao's chest. He braced for excruciating pain, yet none came. Instead, a soft, verdant glow flared within him, expelling the surging energy in a gentle pulse. In an instant, he recalled the great wizard's blessing, immunity to any harmful status. Balin's signature lightning attack simply couldn't harm him. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xiao stretched his senses to the very limits of the Ice Emperor's legacy, drawing upon the ultimate depths of frost magic. He could not allow this area-wide storm to change the course of the battle. With a roar of determination, he launched himself forward. Across the blasted plain, Demon King Balin watched him approach, a satisfied smirk curving his pale lips, as if this familiar yet transformed adversary were exactly what he'd been waiting for. Then Balin threw back his head and unleashed a guttural cry. From the darkened skies, cobalt bolts rained down around Cheng Xiao like maniacal raindrops, each fracturing the air with deafening cracks. Undeterred, Cheng Xiao pressed on through the tempest, ready to meet the next surge of power head-on. Empowered by the Ice Emperor's blessing, Cheng Xiao shrugged off the crackling blue lightning. Demon King Balin's eyes flared with fury. His strike had been dodged with ease. He could feel that this Shadow King before him was not the same ferocious foe who'd once slain him. He was noticeably weaker. With a roar, Balin drew forth the legendary Demon King's longsword, its dark blade humming with malevolent power. Cheng Xiao felt that fury like a physical force. Tapping into his own heightened senses, he shoved his speed to the limit. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance and vaulted into the air. Ice coalesced in his palm, forming a razor-sharp blade of pure frost. High above the ground, Cheng Xiao launched himself at Balin. The Demon King met him with a savage overhead slash. Cheng Xiao braced both hands, one gripping the ice sword, the other transforming into a claw of jagged frost. Their weapons collided in a shower of blue sparks. Clang! The Demon King's longsword unleashed a powerful backlash. Cheng Xiao was ripped from the sky and flung across the battlefield by the sheer force of the blow. He skidded to a halt, icy wind still crackling around him, unharmed, but undeniably on the back foot. He hit the ground hard and looked up at Demon King Balan, only to find a mocking smile twisting the Dark Lord's lips, an expression that seemed to ridicule his very confidence. Cheng Xiao didn't rise to the taunt. He shook off the impact, cast a quick glance at Balan, and then without hesitation launched himself forward. In that instant, the air crackled. Blue lightning arced out of Balan's mouth like living serpents, illuminating the battlefield in electric blue flashes. Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a half-smile as he called upon the Ice Emperor's power. An ethereal barrier of frost coalesced around him in a shimmering dome, and a curved, shadow-forged sickle materialized in his right hand. Clearly dismissive of his opponent, Balan intensified his assault. Magic swirled in his throat, building to a deafening crescendo. When he opened his jaws, torrents of raw arcane energy surged outward, each bolt more furious than the last. But Cheng Xiao was a master of agility. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he weaved through the storm of lightning, moving with uncanny grace. Every strike from his shadow sickle met crackling arcs of electricity, slicing them apart before they could land. Step by step, he closed the distance, undaunted by the Demon King's overwhelming power, and more determined than ever to seize victory. Cheng Xiao's heart pounded as Demon King Balan closed the distance between them. In a flash, he swung his shadow sickle with his right hand, aiming for Balan's side. The Demon King lifted his massive sword to meet the blow, but in that instant, Cheng Xiao slipped his left hand upward, channeling hidden power. Steel rang against steel in a blinding shower of sparks that danced across their faces. Both fighters poured every ounce of strength into that single collision. Then came a thunderous crack. Balan's blade sheared through the sickle, sending it tumbling from Cheng Xiao's grasp. The force of the blow drove Cheng Xiao backward, his vision swirling. A cruel smile curved Balan's lips. He believed the victory was his. But before he could press his advantage, a silent surge of energy erupted around Cheng Xiao. The air thickened. An invisible, colossal power radiated from him. "Hand of the ruler," Cheng Xiao called, his voice low but carrying across the battlefield. Balan's smug grin faltered. The Demon King let out a wordless scream, as if stripped of his very will. Dark runes flared beneath Cheng Xiao's palm, summoning an invisible grip that seized Balan's sword arm and wrenched him off balance. Cheng Xiao tightened his stance, readying another strike, but Balan's endurance proved legendary. Electric blue lightning crackled in the Demon King's eyes as he shook off the binding force. With a roar that split the air, Balan lunged forward, bristling with renewed ferocity. Cheng Xiao braced himself. The ground trembled beneath the oncoming assault of Demon King Balan, and the fate of their clash hung in the balance. Cheng Xiao crouched low, shadow sickle gripped in both hands as he faced Demon King Balan's massive longsword. In a blur too fast for the naked eye, their blades met again and again, sparks flying, thunderous clangs echoing across the field. Each collision gouged the earth beneath them, sending tremors rippling outward and forcing every nearby soldier to keep a wary distance. Blood and burnished shadow marked both combatants' arms, proof of the savage power behind each strike. Cheng Xiao's brow furrowed with concern. Even wounded, Balan's strength was far greater than he'd anticipated. Every blow that landed sent numbness and pain radiating through Cheng Xiao's muscles. He'd never faced an opponent he couldn't dispatch swiftly, and though he drew on the Ice Emperor's chilling might, the Demon King refused to fall. The longer the duel dragged on, the more fatigue gnawed at Cheng Xiao's limbs and his resolve. They dueled as equals in skill and ferocity, each wielding two-handed grip and relentless will. Yet Cheng Xiao harbored one hidden advantage, the ability to unleash the hand of the ruler at will. Summoning that unseen power, he channeled it into his sickle in a single, devastating surge. The blade erupted with dark energy, crashing into Balan's guard and driving the Demon King back so violently that he crashed to one knee, the earth trembling under the force of the blow. Cheng Xiao planted his feet firmly and gripped the Demon King's massive longsword with both hands, bracing for the recoil. Channeling the power of the Ice Emperor, he let a frigid wave surge through the blade. Jagged ice crystals raced along its edge, catching Balan off guard and throwing him off balance. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xiao drove a punch straight into Balan's jaw. The impact echoed like a thunderclap, propelling the Demon King across the battlefield in a spray of snow and dust. He skidded nearly 30 meters before collapsing in a heap, too stunned to lift his weapon. Cheng Xiao wasted no time, striding forward with relentless purpose. Balin struggled to rise, lips peeling back in a snarl as arcs of crackling blue energy coalesced at his throat. He was ready to unleash them, until Cheng Xiao abandoned his shadow sickle stance and slammed the ice-encrusted fist into the Demon King's open mouth. The chilling crystals jammed the wound in the energy's birth, snuffing out Balin's magic before it could flare to life. Shock registered in the Demon King's wide eyes as Cheng Xiao withdrew his fist. Then came a storm of blows. Bang! 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 Each punch landed with bone-rattling force, twisting Balin's face into a mask of agony. Desperately, the Demon King tried to raise his sword again, but Cheng Xiao's swift kick sent it clattering. Disarmed and bloodied, Demon King Balin lay defeated at Cheng Xiao's feet. The battlefield fell silent, save for the settling of snowflakes and the heavy, ragged breaths of its conqueror. Cheng Xiao lifted his right hand and squeezed every last drop of strength into his fist. It ends now. In an instant, his muscles bulged, and the air around him grew dense with power. A low, metallic hum of raw mana spiraled around his arm, plunging the world into a brief, charged silence. Bowing his head, Cheng Xiao whispered, "I'm sorry. I keep killing you." Demon King Balin didn't answer. He stood there, maimed, defeated, staring at Cheng Xiao with pure, unyielding hatred. Even a being of his stature had failed again. Cheng Xiao's lips curved in a grim smile. "Hand over your magic crystal. Thanks for the entertainment." With that, he unleashed his final blow, a devastating fusion of his own strength and the Ice Emperor's frost-forged power. There was a sharp crack, and Balin's head tumbled to the stone floor. Cheng Xiao exhaled in ragged gasps and unclenched his fist. The Ice Emperor's spectral form drifted free from his body, and the remaining shadow demons melted away into nothingness. He let out a long, shuddering breath. He had slain kings before, but never one who'd been at full power. This victory, he knew, was different. Cheng Xiao closed his eyes and forced himself into slow, steady breaths. The metallic tang of blood hung thick in the air, drawing a frown to his brow. Like a well-tuned instrument responding to its maestro, the royal soldiers began to move at his unspoken command, sweeping away the remaining fallen. One by one, the limbless husks on the battlefield were silenced, except for two figures, the woman draped in a black veil and Hu Liana, both left standing, alive but unmoving. Off to the side, Bingdi crossed her arms and pouted. She was still smarting from Cheng Xiao's choice moments ago, but the more she thought about it, the more curious she became. He hadn't called on Snowdy, whose strength far eclipsed her own, but had summoned Bingdi instead. Why? The notion both flattered and baffled her. She shot a quick glance at Snowdy, whose flushed face and narrowed eyes suggested she'd come to the same conclusion. This turn of events could only mean trouble. Oblivious to the silent standoff, Cheng Xiao opened his eyes. Before him, the carcass of the Demon King pulsed once with an inner light, then fractured into countless scintillas of starlight that drifted away into nothingness. He lifted his hand, channeling the authority of the ruler, and felt a warm glow gather into a flawless magic crystal in his palm. With a calm smile, Cheng Xiao whispered, "All right, it's time to forge the 8th soul ring." End of chapter. Chapter 242, Awesome, Snow Emperor. Cheng Xiao stood among the litter of slain demons, the Demon King Balin's magic crystal pulsing softly in his hand. He didn't rush to release its power. Instead, he surveyed the bodies scattered across the ground, then raised his arm and calmly commanded, "Rise." Thanks to the recent boost in his magical strength, extracting demon shadows had become astonishingly smooth, even on a large scale. A bestial roar tore through the silence, as a humanoid shape, wreathed in swirling black mist, burst free from one corpse. Immediately, this newly formed shadow demon, and dozens more like it, performed a crisp salute to their creator, Cheng Xiao. He felt their unwavering loyalty infuse him with relief. When Balin had fallen, much of his dark host had simply dissipated into nothingness. Yet here before him now stood nearly 1,000 loyal warriors, reborn ready to serve under their new master. A small, satisfied smile curved Cheng Xiao's lips. "Well done, everyone." With a gesture, he recalled every shadow soldier back into his personal shadow realm. All that remained was to depart this ruined city and to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Cheng Xiao surveyed the ruins of the city of slaughter, his gaze settling on the lone figure in the black veil who lingered at the edge of the carnage. To leave this place, one needed 100 victories, but if the King of Slaughter was unlocked early, maybe that rule could be bent. He spoke, his voice cutting through the night air. "Where is the King of Slaughter?" I don't know," the woman replied, shaking her head. "I haven't seen him in ages." Cheng Xiao tapped his chin, eyes gleaming. "Is that so? Then he'll have to find me himself." He raised his hand, and a single word fell from his lips. "Rise." Instantly, his shadow exploded outward, swallowing the ground in darkness. From its depths emerged row upon row of shadow soldiers, fresh recruits to his legion, bound by his will. At his command, they stood ready. "Erase every trace," Cheng Xiao ordered coldly. "Spare no one and seize every piece of armor." A guttural roar answered him, echoing like thunder. The shadow soldiers fanned out, their forms flowing through the ruined streets of the city of slaughter. Wherever they passed, they hunted down the fallen, leaving nothing and no one behind. This was not cruelty, but obedience to their lord's decree and the mandate of the new king. As the last of the demon soldiers melted away into the shadows, Cheng Xiao retrieved the demon king Balin's magic crystal from his pouch. Not far off, the king's longsword lay abandoned on the ground, its blade glowing faintly. Without pause, Cheng Xiao slipped it into his storage space. "Okay," Bing Di called out, her eyes bright with curiosity. "What's our next move?" He glanced at her coolly, then toward Shui Di, who hovered silently at his side. "Time to upgrade." Those two words fell crisply between them. In response, Shui Di lifted his chin and, voice clear as ice, declared, "I'll stand guard and uphold the law." Bing Di stared at him, incredulous. "You?" Shui Di simply nodded, his expression unwavering. Cheng Xiao offered him a quick, grateful smile. "Thank you." Then he turned back to the pulsating crystal in his hand. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the crystal's magic coalesced into a churning vortex of fiery energy. Cheng Xiao closed his eyes, drawing in a steady breath. Beneath his skin, every cell seemed to quake with anticipation as he began to absorb the raw power of the King of 100 Flames. The ground trembled, and the very air around them crackled with unleashed arcana. In that moment, Cheng Xiao felt himself on the brink of transcendence. At that moment, as the magic hurricane roared into being, a blood-red figure plummeted from the sky. The fallen soldiers, cut down by the shadow troops, gasped his name in desperate hope. "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" Yet up close, his face was deathly pale, veins of crimson coursing beneath his skin, and a rune shaped like a sword etched into his brow. Ow! Two enormous blood-red wings unfurled behind him as he slowed to a hover 5 meters above the ground, his solemn gaze fixed on Cheng Xiao below. Then he caught sight of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor standing to one side, and visibly flinched. "Why are you here?" His voice was utterly devoid of warmth, carrying only an icy malice and a trace of hidden fear. "Do you know us?" the Ice Emperor asked, surprise sharpening his tone. The sky darkened as the 9-headed blood-red Bat King loomed before her. The Snow Empress, her voice as cold as the frost swirling around her, arched a pale brow. "You've been leeching off this human," she accused, her crystal blue eyes glittering with contempt. A furious roar ripped from the Bat King of Slaughter's throat. "Why don't you stay up in the far north, Queen, and die there?" His eyes flared scarlet, and a tide of murderous energy pulsed from his form. In an instant, a wicked sword of rippling crimson light materialized in his hand. Undeterred, the Snow Empress raised a slender, graceful arm. With a soft, snapping sound of ice crystallizing, an elegant longsword of sapphire blue appeared in her grip. She tilted her head, voice low and cutting. "Arrogant creature." Veins bulged at the Bat King's temples. With a thunderous battle cry, he swept his crimson blade through the air, scattering 100 razor-sharp shards of bloody light toward her. The Snow Empress inhaled deeply, her breath steaming in the frigid air. Her gaze sharpened to ice. With a single, fluid motion, she braced herself and slashed her sapphire sword in a brilliant arc. In that instant, a blade of pure ice-blue radiance streaked across the gloom, illuminating the Bat King's rage-distorted face before the two weapons clashed. Imperial sword technique, absolute ice, unparalleled. At Shuidi's soft exhalation, the King of Slaughter froze midair, His sweeping blade stalled as an eerie blue radiance coalesced around him. He opened his mouth in a furious roar of disbelief. "No, this can't be! I am the king of slaughter! I will ascend to godhood!" His defiant cry was cut short. In an instant, a surge of azure energy erupted from his chest, tearing his body apart in a blinding explosion of light. When the brilliance faded, nothing remained of the tyrant but a scattering of frost-cold shards. Binger, standing a few paces away, stared in shock. Her hand went to her throat, which felt dry and raw. He's gone?" she whispered. Shuedi retrieved her sword, its blade still shimmering with frost. She turned to Binger, voice calm but solemn. "I swore to protect him. Even a tyrant must face justice when he defiles heaven and earth." Binger leaned against a crumbling pillar, chest heaving. She offered a small, weary nod. "I understand," she said softly, though her eyes betrayed both relief and sorrow. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then the ground beneath them began to tremble. A deep, rumbling growl rolled through the ruins of Hell City. Once held in check by the King of Slaughter's dark power, the vast veins of magma coursing beneath the Hell Road now broke free. Blood-red rivers of molten rock burst upward, cracking ancient stone and sending geysers of fire into the air. Without his oppressive reign to restrain it, Slaughter City itself began to collapse. Towers of obsidian and bone cracked and tilted, while walls carved with infernal runes splintered under the unleashed fury. Shuedi and Binger exchanged a quick, determined glance. There was no time for mourning or for hesitation. Together, they would have to master the chaos, contain the flood of lava, and guide any survivors to safety before the city sank beneath Hell's wrath. But for this moment, they simply watched as the world they knew, ruled for centuries by a mad king, crumbled at last into ash and molten ruin. At that moment, the shadow soldiers who'd been clearing the fallen in the killing city melted back into Cheng Xiao's essence. He lay unconscious, still drawing on the 100 Flame King's magic and unable to awaken. Snow Emperor and Emperor both sensed something was wrong. The pooled blood of the dead began to thicken, then broke apart into rivulets that streamed toward the hell-killing field. Rather than dispersing randomly, the crimson currents traced narrow grooves etched into the earth, as if guided by invisible hands. Slowly, those rivulets merged into a vast, bat-shaped mass on the ground. "That's the entrance to the Hell Road," the woman in the black veil exclaimed, her voice taut with alarm as she watched the ground shift. Huliena's eyes hardened. She had yet to secure her 100 victories, and now that goal felt hopelessly out of reach. A deep scarlet haze clouded her vision, and a thin mist of blood drifted from her skin. The world around her blurred, and a violent, murderous aura surged up from within. The urge to slaughter everything around her gnawed at Huliena's mind. She knew that without another dose of the crimson elixir, called Bloody Mary, she would plunge back into uncontrollable bloodlust. Hands trembling, she drew a goblet of the scarlet potion from her spirit guide flask and lifted it to her lips. Before she could drink, the Snow Emperor, Shuedi, stepped forward and raised a delicate hand. Frost crystals bloomed around her fingertips, and in an instant, the liquid in Huliena's grasp froze solid. The goblet turned to ice, locking her out. Huliena's heart pounded as the dark hunger within her swelled. She tried to reach for a replacement vial, but Shuedi's calm voice stopped her. "I don't like to meddle in others' affairs," the Snow Emperor said softly, "but here the very air is laced with poison. Every drop of that blood only deepens the venom in your veins. There's an enchantment in it, one that preys on your mind." Her words struck Huliena like a thunderbolt. The frosted goblet shattered, shards tinkling across the stone floor. Stomach sinking, she whirled on Shuedi, eyes blazing with fear and fury. "If I can't take it," she gasped, "then what am I to do?" Shuedi's sapphire gaze flicked to the swirling mists around them. She let out a soft sigh, her breath trailing frost in the chill air. "We'll find another way," she promised, though uncertainty shadowed her voice. The sorceress lifted her hand, and an ice-blue glow condensed in her palm. In an instant, a beam of cold light shot out and struck Huliena in the forehead. Huliena's body, her very blood and spirit, felt as though they'd frozen solid, but just as suddenly, the murderous rage in her heart dissolved. She drew a slow, shuddering breath, and each exhale billowed forth a burst of piercingly cold air. Bang! A thunderous crack split the air. Bingdi and Shuidi snapped their heads toward the sound. There, before them, Cheng Xiao, who had been standing with his eyes closed, now opened them. The swirling maelstrom of magic around him had vanished, and to their astonishment, 8 crimson soul rings hovered around his arm. Even more unbelievable, the rings were still shifting, as though growing in power. By the size and hue of those rings, he must have lived and fought well over 100,000 years, yet somehow they were still evolving. He can't be human, Bingdi whispered in disbelief. Only a soul beast, or its incarnation, could forge rings without hunting other beasts. But didn't soul beast incarnations lose that ability after reaching level 70? Huh. Cheng Xiao exhaled, his lungs filling with cool, steady air. He pushed himself to his feet, eyes blazing with newfound power. Cheng Xiao felt a roaring surge of power as the last vestiges of the 100 Flames King's magic fused with his soul. He estimated his soul power rank had leapt to 85, far stronger than before. In truth, some of that energy had gone toward reshaping his body, not merely boosting his rank. Had he followed the system's prescribed upgrade path, he suspected he might already be pushing 95. A confident smile curved his lips. Looks like we can move on. He glanced down at the churning magma far below the ravaged trail known as the Hell Road. At his command, Ash answered with a deafening roar, scales shifting until he stood in full dragon form. With a flick of Cheng Xiao's hand, Huliena and the woman in the black veil lifted gently into the air, cradled by swirling motes of energy. Cheng Xiao then met the determined eyes of Bingdi and Shuidi, nodded once, and together they surged forward. Around them, the air glowed a bruised blood red. Ahead lay nothing but a razor-thin ledge carved into the rock, barely a foot wide, while rivers of molten fire lapped hungrily at its edges. Enormous bubbles rose from the seething sea of lava, bursting in showers of sparks. Steeling himself, Cheng Xiao led the charge across that perilous bridge, each step carrying them deeper into Hell's own killing ground. After a tense moment, the molten bubble exploded with a thunderous crack, unleashing a geyser of magma that lit the cavern like fiery red fireworks. "Nash, speed up," Cheng Xiao ordered. Nash answered the unspoken call, "Yes, my king," and thundered his great dragon wings. In an instant, their velocity spiked, and they shot onto the inferno-streaked highway. Behind Cheng Xiao, Huliena pressed her lips together, awestruck by the endless sea of lava that stretched before them. Her pulse raced. Nash's speed was unlike anything she'd ever seen. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to match it. The black-veiled woman beside her stood pale and silent as the roaring wind buffeted them, rattling their armor and testing their resolve. Suddenly, a pulsating wave of scarlet shadow emerged ahead. Thousands of blood-red bats descended upon them, wings beating a furious drum in the heated air. In the blink of an eye, the flock enveloped Cheng Xiao's group, their ruby eyes gleaming with hunger. A chorus of high-pitched screeches rang out as they bared sharp, glinting fangs, yet Nash did not even turn to acknowledge them, his focus unwavering as they raced deeper into the heart of the fiery realm. He barely spared the swarm of low-level creatures a glance. They were no more than ants in his eyes. With a cold snort, he unleashed a ring of ice-blue light from his towering form. In an instant, the blood-red bats before him froze solid, clattering as ice sculptures into the molten lake below. For a moment, the magma lay still. Then it roared to life. Scalding columns of lava burst skyward, as though enraged by the loss of its winged servants. Amid the fiery geysers, a colossal shape erupted from the inferno, jaws snapping for Nash, who streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning. "Begone!" Cheng Xiao's voice cut through the chaos, charged with raw, arcane power that seemed to crystallize the very air. An unseen force slammed into the creature, hurling it back into the molten depths. The lava lake convulsed, splashing rivers of fire in every direction, pillars of liquid flame clawing toward the sky. But the backlash was brief. From the bubbling abyss rose the monster again, this time revealed as a titanic, 3-headed bat. Its leathery wings stirred waves of searing heat, each head snarling with feral menace. Nash braced himself in midair, and Cheng Xiao steadied his staff, their eyes locking on the reborn threat. The battle was only just beginning. The 3-headed dark gold Bat King. The woman in the black veil cried out, her voice tight with urgency. She traveled alongside the King of Slaughter for countless battles and recognized this monstrous creature the instant it appeared. But Cheng Xiao paid her no mind. With a smooth motion, she withdrew the Demon King's longsword from its spatial sheath. Immediately, crackling thunder gathered along the blade's length, each spark echoing like a rolling storm. In the next heartbeat, Cheng Xiao swung. The thunderous slash tore through the air as though ripping open reality itself. The Bat King let out a panicked roar, its three heads twisting in shock, but there was no time to react. In a single blinding stroke, all three heads were severed, and the body collapsed in a lifeless heap. The battlefield fell silent, the threat extinguished as swiftly as it had emerged. End of chapter. Chapter 243, Stormy Weather. Cheng Xiao barely broke a sweat as he dispatched the three dark gold Bat Kings in rapid succession. With a casual flick of his wrist, he returned the Demon King's longsword to its sheath. At his feet, Nash unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the cavern. In the next instant, a colossal crimson serpent slid into view. Its eyes were small and unassuming, but 9 bulbous nodes jutted along its head and spine, each glowing like a blood-filled fungus. The creature's belly ballooned so greatly that it nearly filled the narrow passage, and its sinuous body stretched well over 10 meters long. Cheng Xiao and his companions froze. To their astonishment, the snake did not strike. Instead, it bowed its massive head in a solemn salute, an act of supreme deference. Hulina stared in disbelief. She had studied countless soul beasts, yet she had never encountered anything like this. "It's the 10-headed blazing sun snake," intoned the woman in black gauze, her voice deep and resonant. "Guardian of the infernal path, and the final trial before the underworld gate." Cheng Xiao barely spared a glance for the 10-headed blazing sun snakes as they collapsed in defeat. "Nash, let's go," he ordered, and the shadowy wolf at his side obeyed without hesitation. Together they swept past the fallen guardians and sped down the narrow corridor known as the Hell Road. The tunnel's end was marked by an oval curtain of pure white light, a shimmering portal back to the world above. Nash melted into Cheng Xiao's own shadow as they drew near, and Cheng Xiao led the way through the luminous veil. One by one, the others followed him into the daylight. Though they had still not achieved the legendary 100 victories, they knew the city of killing was finished forever. Quietly, they gathered the bodies of their comrades, heroes who had fallen in the depths, and laid them to rest beneath the open sky. A little later, on a winding forest path just beyond the exit, Cheng Xiao came to a halt. He turned to the blonde girl walking at his side. "Hulina," he said softly, "I think this is where we say our goodbyes." Her blue eyes widened in surprise. "But aren't you returning to Wuhun Palace?" she asked, her voice trembling. She had learned who Cheng Xiao really was back in the city of killing, and ever since, she had quietly followed him, hoping for a chance to see him again. Now, faced with his parting words, she clutched at the strap of her pack, uncertain what to say next. Cheng Xiao's brow lifted in mild surprise. He hadn't expected Hulina to insist on his return to the Spirit Hall. After a brief pause, he said, "I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to right now." Hulina sighed softly. "Very well, but when you do decide to go back to Wuhun Palace, please let me know in advance. Only the palace's highest-ranking officers are aware of your true identity. No one else has been told." Cheng Xiao inclined his head in thanks. "Understood." They exchanged polite farewells, then slipped away in opposite directions beneath the pale morning sky. A chill wind cut through the clearing, carrying a single sharp question. "What shall we do next?" Snow Emperor stepped from the shadows, his voice as cold and precise as a shard of ice. Beside him, the Ice Emperor drifted forward, curiosity blazing in his crystalline eyes as he gazed at Cheng Xiao. "Yes," he urged. "What's our plan?" Cheng Xiao paused. He still didn't know when, or if, the king would reappear. 3 of the formidable 4 kings had already fallen. Their bodies and spirits had merged with the land, strengthening it in ways neither enemy nor ally fully understood. Beyond those 3 stood the Demon King, the Illusion King, and the Plague King, each a monstrous sovereign in their own right. The Dragon King, the Beast King, and another quartet of rulers had vanished without a trace. Cheng Xiao was confident that once he defeated the remaining 4 and absorbed their magic crystals, the balance of power would shift decisively in their favor. He squared his shoulders and spoke. First things first, we return to Tiandao City. There we'll regroup, gather intelligence, and prepare for the battles to come. For a moment, only the rustle of frost-laden branches answered him. Then, as if in silent agreement, snow began drifting down in gentle flakes. Papal Palace, Grand Meeting Hall. Within the vaulted chamber draped in scarlet and gold, an obsidian table stretched toward a pair of distant doors. This was the heart of power in the realm, where allies would convene, adversaries would clash, and the fate of kingdoms would be decided. In the vast silence of the Wuhun Hall, only two sounds broke the stillness. Pope Bibi Dong's measured voice and the soft scratch of quills against parchment. With the Grand Priest gone, she was now the unchallenged authority in the palace. In earlier days, she would have had to curry favor with the platinum bishops and the cardinals. But until the Chendalu of the Great Consecration is restored, no one can dispute her supremacy. All the bishops and cardinals could do was obey. I trust my meaning is clear, Pope Bibi Dong said, her eyes sweeping the assembly. The mainland faces unprecedented peril. To ensure we stand united against the alien threat, I am initiating the soul hunting operation immediately. From this moment on, there will be a single, unifying voice in the world of soul masters, and that voice is the Wuhun Palace. She paused for effect. I don't believe I need to repeat myself. A tense murmur rippled through the chamber. Every soul present grasped the full weight of her decree. Wuhun Palace was poised to wield its power against the three major sects and seize absolute leadership of the Soul Master realm. A senior master of Wuhun Hall rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, I have a question about the upcoming soul-hunting operation. Will we be moving against the Haotian sect? I didn't see them listed in our mission orders. Bibi Dong paused, considering him with a calm, unreadable expression. A very astute observation, she said finally. Although the Haotian sect prefers to hide its activities, they invariably surface at critical moments to undermine our efforts. If we leave them unchecked now, they will disrupt us once more. She let her words sink in before continuing. This operation is of the utmost importance. The Worship Hall's forces will join us in the field, and with Wuhun Hall's backing, we have more than enough strength to crush a mere sect. Her gaze swept across the assembled bishops. Before the alien creatures arrive, Wuhun Hall must eliminate any internal threats. Only then can we devote our full attention to the external forces that truly endanger us. A heavy silence fell. Faces that had worn confident smiles just moments before now tightened with unease. Many among the bishops had clawed their way to their lofty ranks, and now their doom was sealed with a single decree from Bibi Dong. Yet she gave no hint of second thoughts, her resolve as cold and unyielding as ever. Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh, then raised her hand to signal the end of the meeting. One by one, the advisors and officers filed out of the conference chamber, leaving her alone beneath the vault of the great dome. As the last footsteps died away, she slumped into her chair, fatigue weighing heavily on her shoulders. She stared blankly at the sweeping curves of the ceiling, her thoughts drifting in a haze she couldn't quite name. In another realm, infinite darkness stretched beyond sight, broken only by towering plumes of flame that licked the sky. At the heart of this void stood a massive fortress, its spires of obsidian and bloodstone looming like silent sentinels. Inside a vast throne room, 5 shadowed figures gathered before a single grand seat. Perched there was the Dragon Emperor, his long crimson hair cascading over polished armor, his gaze as proud and cold as forged steel. Though he remained silent, the raw force of his presence kept the others in uneasy stillness. After a heavy paw, the Beast King could bear it no longer. He stepped forward, his voice echoing through the hall. Dragon Emperor, the 100 flames, cold, and giant have all fallen. Do you intend to watch the new Shadow King pick us off one by one? His words hung in the air, thickening the tension. The remaining 3 kings exchanged incredulous glances, but none dared speak further. All knew, without doubt, that the Dragon Emperor's power eclipsed their own, and that defying him would be their final mistake. Other sovereigns bear the simple title of king. Only the King of Destruction commands the exalted rank of emperor, an unmistakable sign of how vast his power truly is. Fully aware of this imbalance, The Beast King chastised himself in a low growl, then bowed his head, waiting for the Dragon Emperor to speak. Silence stretched through the chamber before the Dragon Emperor's crimson eyes fluttered open. His voice was a slow rumble. "Beast, we have been defeated twice by the Shadow King. Though the absolutes from other dimensions have resurrected us, imbuing us with the very power that first forged our beings, Cheng Xiao, the former Shadow King of time and space, has grown too formidable for us to challenge directly." He paused, his gaze fixed on the Beast King. "Upon our rebirth, I debated whether to face Cheng Xiao again, but in the end I chose to retreat. He has not only fully mastered the Shadow King's abilities, he has even surpassed Aspen. Tell me, then, how can we hope to kill him a third time?" Before the Beast King could answer, the King of Illusion World, the mastermind behind their previous attempt to surround the Shadow King, leaned forward. His voice was cool and incisive. "Dragon Emperor, are you truly proposing to annihilate all life in this dimension simply to amplify your own power?" The Dragon Emperor's crimson eyes glowed with fierce determination. "I know we can't defeat Cheng Xiao in his current form," he admitted, voice low and controlled. "But the Shadow King of this dimension has yet to reach his full power." He paused, letting his words hang in the charged silence. "Once I've perfected my strength here, I will return and exact my revenge. Not only will Cheng Xiao fall, but even the Absolute will tremble before me." A violent spark flickered across the Dragon Emperor's scales. He was no stranger to humiliation. Twice before, these contemptible humans had struck him down, but never again. He would bend every living soul on this world to his will, drawing their life force into himself to become unstoppable. "Understood," came a smooth voice from the shadows. The Demon King stepped forward, every inch the picture of dark elegance. His cold eyes studied the Dragon Emperor thoughtfully. "But this dimension poses challenges we didn't foresee. Its native life forms are more advanced than we anticipated. How do you propose we handle them?" "By eliminating them," the Dragon Emperor replied with chilling calm. "Every last one." A low growl rumbled through the chamber as the Beast King, hulking, horned, and covered in matted fur, stepped forward. "Before that," he rumbled, "we must deal with the Shadow King himself. If we leave him alive, his might will become our greatest obstacle." The Dragon Emperor nodded once, sharply. "Agreed. We hunt the Shadow King first. Then, the world will be ours." In that moment, the three Dark Lords sealed their pact. Across the vast horizon of this strange new dimension, the dragon's wrath, the demon's guile, and the beast's ferocity would soon be unleashed, and no power, mortal or divine, would stand in their way. "Go and kill him," the first king commanded, "and let his magic seep into the earth, just as yours will if he manages to slay you." The other four kings bowed their heads in solemn agreement. Tiando City, 7-Star Academy. In a hushed chamber, Cheng Xiao sat cross-legged on his narrow bed. A faint, pulsating aura of magic wreathed his form, and in every corner dark tendrils of shadow gathered like living ink. On a nearby sofa, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor reclined, their eyes fixed on him. In recent days, the two rarely ventured beyond these walls. They spent their hours indoors, listening to the shadow soldiers recounting tales of Cheng Xiao's exploits. Without warning, Cheng Xiao halted his cultivation. He drew a slow breath, then opened his eyes, pooling depths of darkness that seemed to swallow the room's light. With a swift, deliberate motion, he cracked his neck, the crisp pop echoing through the stillness. "How goes your cultivation?" Snow Emperor's voice was cool, a slight edge of impatience in his tone. Cheng Xiao rose to his feet, nodding. "It's stabilized." He stepped off the bed and reached for the door, but before his fingers could brush the handle, the door swung inward. In strode an elderly man clad in a flowing green robe, his presence both unexpected and urgent. Cheng Xiao froze the moment he reached for the door handle. Whoever was on the other side had caught him off guard. He quickly backed away and closed the door. A voice called out from outside in exasperation, "You brat, open up, I'm here." Recognizing the familiar tone, Cheng Xiao couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. He swung the door wide and saw Douluo Bo striding toward him, hands shoved deep in his pockets. "Cheng Xiao," Douluo Bo began theatrically as he stepped inside, "you treat me like a stranger these days. Do you have any idea how hard I've been working? I've been so pressed for time, my hair is literally falling out." Cheng Xiao offered a patient grin and tapped his friend on the shoulder. "Old poison," he said affectionately. "You're the dean of our college. If you don't keep things running, who will?" Douluo's eyes narrowed. "Besides, it's only 2 hairs lost," Cheng Xiao continued. "That just shows you're still young at heart. If you weren't, you'd have nothing left to shed." Douluo exhaled in mock indignation, but secretly, he had to admit Cheng Xiao had a point. He smoothed an imaginary strand of hair over his temple and cleared his throat. "So," he asked, "has anything significant happened on the mainland lately?" Douluo's brow furrowed as he stood atop the terrace, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. After a moment's thought, he spoke in a low voice. "The Wuhan Palace will act soon. They've just summoned every soul master of bishop rank and above from across the continent. I don't think we'll have much warning before they make their move." Cheng Xiao offered a silent nod. With the timeline shifting, the Spirit Hall's initiative was hardly surprising. Douluo then glanced at the 2 figures standing quietly behind Cheng Xiao, Bing Di and Shui Di, and draped an arm casually over Cheng Xiao's shoulders. "By the way, who are those 2? He asked, curiosity tugging at his words. Cheng Xiao laughed softly and introduced them. "These are my friends." At Douluo's raised eyebrows, Cheng Xiao explained that both Bing Di and Shui Di were soul beasts, exceeding 100,000 years of age. Douluo's jaw nearly dropped. He'd always believed a century-old soul beast was the pinnacle of power, but Shui Di's true strength had shattered his assumption. For a long, stunned moment, he could only gape. Finally, he cleared his throat. "All right, enough surprises for one evening. It's dinner time. Let's eat." A thunderous roar filled the canyon as a majestic waterfall plunged from the heavens, shrouding everything below in a veil of mist. Through that living curtain of silver water, a lone silhouette emerged, broad-shouldered and crowned by spray, clutching an enormous hammer that seemed to drink in the roaring torrent. The black figure stood motionless, as if waiting for the world to reckon with its might. Tang San planted his feet at the base of the roaring waterfall, his body spinning in a slow, controlled rotation. In his hands he wielded a massive black hammer, its dark metal gleaming in the spray as he swung it in powerful arcs. With each strike, the torrent of water cascading from above rose a little higher, churning into a living wall of liquid. Within that towering curtain of water, a pulsing black light began to coil and writhe, forming the sinuous outline of a dragon climbing toward the waterfall's crest. The sight was both magnificent and terrifying, an elemental dance of water and shadow that transformed the falls into a battlefield. On the rocky shore, Tang Hao watched in silence, his gaze fixed on his son's feet. When the upward surge of water finally reached nearly 100 meters, Tang San froze mid-swing, the hammer suspended at its apex as if held by invisible chains. All at once, the black light contracted to a single seething point, and then detonated with a thunderous boom. A colossal shadow dragon shot skyward, scattering the waterfall into mist so thoroughly that the 200-meter cascade vanished from view. Silence reigned for a heartbeat until the mighty creature let loose a deep, resonant roar that reverberated off the canyon walls. Its power was undeniable, an awe-inspiring testament to Tang San's mastery. Standing by the pool's edge, Tang Hao allowed himself a satisfied smile. Before him lay a scene of raw, elemental force and the promise of even greater strength yet to come. Tang Hao waved his hand, and the roaring waterfall reversed course, the cascade of water folding upward until it vanished entirely into the cliffside. He stood for a moment, staring in awe. When he was a boy, he had never managed such a feat, but his son had. "You truly are my son, Tang San," he murmured with pride. Below him, Tang San tumbled off the wooden stake he'd been balanced upon and landed lightly at his father's feet. A grin spread across Tang Hao's face. "Well done, Soner. That's enough for today's training. Take a break while I prepare you to awaken your second spirit, Blue Silver Grass." Tang San straightened, brushing a lock of dark hair from his forehead. "I'm ready, father," he replied. "Do you remember the spot where you said I could cultivate my murderous aura?" "I do," Tang Hao said. "Go change your clothes. We leave at once." "Understood, father." Tang San bowed and hurried off, already anticipating the next stage of his spirit mastery. With a satisfied nod, Tang Hao turned back toward the empty cascade, envisioning the challenges and triumphs yet to come. End of chapter. Chapter 244, Cover. A few days later, Tang Hao and his son arrived in an unfamiliar forest, every inch of the ground and trees draped in blue-silver grass. The moment Tang San set foot beneath the dense canopy, a familiar yet throbbing aura stirred within him. "Xiao-san," Tang Hao said, coming to a halt, "sit down and open your heart to it. There's a soul beast here that's meant for you. Release your blue-silver grass martial spirit. At your level now, you'll be able to sense its spiritual power." Though puzzled, Tang San obeyed. He sank to the forest floor, settled into a cross-legged position, and closed his eyes. Gently, he summoned forth his martial spirit. Slender tendrils of blue-silver grass sprouted and curled around him, their delicate soul force weaving through the silent air. Blue-silver grass was the most common plant on the Douluo Continent, but here its sway and shimmer reached an uncanny intensity, blanketing every surface in sight. As Tang San's martial spirit spread further, his senses attuned to a subtle pulse hidden among the grass. He followed its thread of energy, letting it guide him deeper into the forest's green hush. Gradually, that faint resonance swelled, growing clearer, more insistent, until the aura of the blue-silver grass itself shone with unmistakable power. Tang San focused his Wuhun blue-silver grass martial spirit, linking every nearby stalk of blue-silver grass into a single powerful spiritual magnetic field. As he poured his spirit power into it, each blade of grass seemed to hum with his energy, responding like extensions of his own will. Suddenly, a calm but insistent voice echoed inside his mind. "Who are you? Why do you carry the king's aura? Are you a descendant of the throne?" Tang San froze. The king's aura? A royal heir? Could this be why his father had brought him to this place? Behind him, Tang Hao stiffened, as if he'd felt the same mysterious tremor. A proud, hopeful smile crossed his face. "Xiao-san, I hope your blue-silver grass spirit awakens smoothly." Tang San's eyes shot open, and he turned to Tang Hao, ready to ask what was happening. But his father only gave him a gentle nod. "Go on, Xiao-san," Tang Hao said softly. "You must have sensed it just now. I'll be right here waiting for you." Tang San hesitated a moment, scratching the back of his head in confusion. "Okay, Dad." Then he squared his shoulders and stepped into the deeper woods, drawn forward by that lingering aura of spirit power. Tang San paused at the forest's edge, noting immediately how compact it was, nowhere near as vast as the Stardew Forest. Yet the moment he entered, he felt as though he'd crossed into another age. Every plant looked archaic, steeped in untold centuries of growth. Beneath his feet, the blue-silver grass whispered softly, each blade swaying in gentle unison, as if welcoming him. Above, colossal trees arched so densely that sunlight struggled to pierce their canopy. The forest floor lay in perpetual half-light. Nearly an hour passed before Tang San sensed a sudden sharpening of spiritual energy around him. Then a crystalline voice resonated in his mind. "Are you the king?" "No. Though my link to him is lost, I know he still lives, and you are not he." The disembodied whisper faded, leaving Tang San to press deeper into the ancient grove. Eventually, he emerged into a small glade ringed by gnarled trunks. There, growing at the center, was a remarkable plant, its twisted vines fused into a single sinuous stem of pure, translucent blue. Light struck its surface and fractured into prismatic glimmers, giving its skin a jewel-like sheen. Around its base, the blue-silver grass flourished even more vigorously, bending eagerly toward the mysterious sentinel in their midst. Tang San's eyes glowed as he approached. He had found what he was looking for. Tang San stepped up to the enormous vine-entwined plant. At its heart, where thick stalks braided together, a human face hung blurred and indistinct. Its hollow eyes seemed to search him out. Driven by equal parts fear and curiosity, he led softly, "Are you calling me?" The vines trembled, and the face coalesced into clear relief. Lips parted, and a calm, resonant voice spoke. "In one sense, yes. In another, no." Tang San's eyes blazed. "Explain." "You bear the aura of a king," the plant said, "but I cannot help you." Confusion and frustration warred on Tang San's face. "Why not?" "Because only one blue-silver emperor may exist at a time," the plant king replied. "As long as the current emperor lives, no one else can claim that throne." A flicker of relief crossed Tang San's expression. "So she's still alive." His lips curled in a bitter half-smile. "Then there's no other way?" "None," the blue-silver king answered, regret shading its tone. "The emperor's power passes only upon death. Only when the old emperor falls can a new one rise. Tang San stared at the silent vines, mind racing. I once thought the last emperor dead, yet not long ago I felt his presence again. The plant's face receded into shadow, its vines growing still. In that heavy silence, Tang San understood. To claim the blue-silver mantle, he would first have to outlast its current bearer. No easy task in a world where life and power were inseparable. Therefore, your blue-silver grass martial spirit cannot undergo a second awakening. Tang San's heart sank, but he forced himself to speak again. Then tell me, where is my mother? The blue-silver king lowered its massive head, eyes gleaming with ancient sorrow. I'm sorry, I can only sense the aura of the king. I know nothing of your mother's whereabouts. Tang San ground his teeth. On one hand, it was a relief to learn his mother still lived. On the other, he needed power, now. Without a second awakening of his spirit, he'd never match his peers at Clear Sky School. The gap between them already yawned wide. To catch up in the future seemed impossible. He hesitated, torn between relief and frustration, when a shadow detached itself from the dim corridor behind him. Tang Hao stepped forward, his normally calm gaze blazing red. In his right hand, he held the clear sky hammer, its surface crackling with fierce energy. One by one, soul rings began to materialize around his ankles, 7, 8, and then a ninth, blood-red ring shimmered into existence, still uncondensed. At that final ring's appearance, the blue-silver king's eyes flared with rage. That is the king's soul ring! It thundered, rearing up on its hind legs. A shockwave of aura rippled through the cave, heralding an eruption of power that shook the very earth beneath them. Tang San and Tang Hao squared their shoulders, readying themselves. The cave fell silent, but for the ominous crackle of surging spirit energy, as master and son braced for the storm that was about to break. A surge of azure power rippled through the forest as the blue-silver king unleashed its aura, and with it, every blade of blue-silver grass around them began to glow. At first, the light from each stalk was barely a pinprick, but multiplied across hundreds of millions of blades, it coalesced into a truly terrifying brilliance. Tang Hao's blood boiled at the news of Ah Yin's resurrection. Ignoring the king's initial assault, he lunged forward and grabbed hold of the monstrous creature's vine-wrapped torso. "Tell me where she is," he snarled. The blue-silver king thrashed angrily, its voice a low roar. "And give you the location of your precious princess, only so you can seize her soul ring? You're joking, human." Tang Hao's eyes flashed with lethal intent. "You want to die?" he spat, hefting his clear sky hammer. With a deafening crash, he brought it down on the king's trunk. The shockwave blasted aside every nearby blade of blue-silver grass, carving out a jagged crater in the forest floor. Unfazed, the blue-silver king merely laughed. From the earth around them, thousands of vines erupted, snaking toward Tang Hao's arms and legs with razor-sharp tips. The battle lines were drawn, hammer against vine, human fury against the forest's primal wrath. "Tell me a Yin's location, and I might spare Yo, or life," the interrogator hissed. The captive's glare was fearless. "You're delusional. Even if I die, I won't give you the king's position. You're nothing but a coward and a liar." Before another word could be exchanged, a muffled boom fractured the air. A shockwave ripped through the forest, and fragments of blue-silver grass exploded outward like shards of glass. Several days later, Tang Hao and Tang San retraced their steps into the quiet valley. This time, though, their faces betrayed a mix of frustration and resignation. "I didn't expect it," Tang San complained, shaking his head as they approached the waterfall. "It chose to self-destruct rather than become my spirit ring. Now I have to find a replacement all over again." Tang Hao said nothing at first. He stood motionless on the smooth stones, arms loosely folded, eyes fixed on the cascading water. In the sway of the mist, he thought he recognized the silhouette of a gentle woman, a yin, drifting out of reach. A heavy silence passed between them before Tang Hao finally spoke, his voice calm but determined. "Xiao San, let's move on to the Star Doe Forest. Your 5th spirit ring is waiting." "Dad, I'll find a way to get you a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone." 100,000-year spirit ring and bone? Tang Hao's breath caught. He stared at his son, heart pounding. "If you really did bring me those, even if your blue-silver grass never awakens again, you'd be more powerful than you are now." Tang San's eyes shone. Father, when do we leave? Right away. Tang Hao drew in a steadying breath. His resolve was absolute. Rescuing Yin was paramount, but first his son had to be able to protect himself. Without that, they'd never find her. Let's go. Tang San grinned and hurried to gather his things. Tang Hao nodded solemnly. Let's move out. Meanwhile, in Wuhan City's Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong presided at the head of an alabaster table. Behind him stood the reigning Douluo champions Ju and Ghost, their expressions unreadable. Before the table knelt Yan Yue, head bowed in submission. Only Hu Lina, fresh from the city of slaughter and newly ascended to the realm of the god of killing, stood proud and motionless, her sainthood conferred, her aura unbroken. Hu Lina's new rank granted her the privilege of approaching the Pope without request, and even exemption from kneeling, yet she was nothing if not proper. Having trained at Wuhun Hall since childhood under Bibi Dong's guidance, she understood the value of ceremony. Though protocol no longer required it, she bowed her head, inclined it slightly, and offered a respectful salute. Your Holiness, she intoned in unison with Shi Yu and Yan. Bibi Dong regarded them with a pleased expression. Shi Yu, Yan, she said calmly, I've summoned you back from Death Canyon to prepare for our next soul hunt. Turning to Hu Liena, she continued, and you, Hu Liena, I recently elevated you to saint. Your soul power hasn't quite reached level 60 yet, but I expect you'll get there soon. Her eyes grew sharp. Elder Ghost and Elder Ju will lead 20 cardinals above level 70 into the Stardew Forest to capture the immature 100,000-year-old soul beast. Even if you can't absorb it now, you must secure it. Beasts of that age are exceedingly rare. Just because I spared her last time doesn't mean I'll let her off again. Do you understand? Bibi Dong's majestic voice reverberated through the grand hall, instantly suffocating all conversation. Even Yan and Xie Yu, just returned from their mission, fell silent beneath the weight of her authority. As you command, Your Holiness, they answered in unison. Bibi Dong inclined her head once. Very well. Everyone, except Hu Liena, please step aside. Her aides saluted and withdrew, leaving only Hu Liena in the vast chamber. The Pope turned her full attention to the girl. Nana, she said, her tone growing gentle, I have only one order for this operation. The mission may fail, and even the 100,000-year soul beast might escape. You must come out of this unscathed. Hu Liena met her steely gaze without flinching. This exercise is merely a pretense, Bibi Dong continued. Originally, I intended to give you more training so you could truly gauge your own strength. But then I thought, why not seize this golden opportunity? She paused, letting her words sink in. You will face the soul beast head-on. Push yourself to the limit. Learn to trust your instincts. Above all, promise me you'll stay safe. Hu Liena bowed deeply. I understand, Your Holiness. I won't fail you. A rare, approving smile flickered on Bibi Dong's lips. Excellent. Then let us begin. I want those 3 cases solved completely, teacher's voice echoed in the training hall. Understood. And I promise I'll stay safe on this mission, Hu Liena said, bowing her head with solemn conviction. I will not allow myself to get hurt. Behind 7-Star College, on the mountain's rear slopes, Cheng Xiao sat cross-legged on a slab of pale blue stone. Before him, 2,000 shadow soldiers stood in formation, their dark armor gleaming in the afternoon light. Cheng Xiao glanced at his captain, Yin, and spoke with calm authority. All right, let's begin the pincer maneuver. At his command, the troops split neatly into 2 columns, leaving a narrow channel between them. Advance, Cheng Xiao ordered. Instantly, the columns thundered forward. Boom, boom, boom. The earth itself seemed to shudder beneath the impact of thousands of boots. Just as the vanguard of each side was about to collide, Cheng Xiao subtly redirected the rear ranks, sending them sweeping around behind the enemy. In moments, one force found itself completely encircled, caught between 2 advancing walls of steel. And yet, this was only the opening move. Cheng Xiao's voice rang out, low but unmistakably authoritative. Hold positions. At once, the 2,000 shadow soldiers froze in perfect formation. No stray movements, no faltering ranks, each warrior responding as if bound by a single will. Cheng Xiao exhaled, tension slipping from his shoulders. In today's simulated battle, every gap had been filled, every superfluous unit withdrawn and redeployed. Under his direction, the army had shifted as fluidly as a mountain stream, each man sliding into place without hesitation. He'd learned over countless skirmishes how to wring maximum flexibility from a modest force. With only 2,000 troops under his command, he could still orchestrate them like a master conductor. Any larger a host, and coordination would become an endless struggle. Standing to his side, the Ice Emperor watched with wide-eyed amazement. "You humans are truly formidable," she admitted, her voice tinged with awe. She had respected Cheng Xiao's reputation, but witnessing the seamless dance of soldiers under his single command left her genuinely stunned. To marshal 2,000 warriors so precisely, by one man's will, was nothing short of extraordinary. Cheng Xiao surveyed the silent ranks, a small, satisfied smile curving his lips. The trial had ended, and his army, though composed of shifting shadows and varied forms, had performed beyond his highest expectations. In that moment of stillness, he knew he'd earned not only victory in simulation, but the Ice Emperor's genuine respect. Cheng Xiao's lips curled into a confident smile. "It's just basic military tactics," he said, as though discussing a child's game. Then his eyes darkened, and he turned his gaze toward the distant horizon where the star forest lay. The Ice Emperor, standing at his side, noticed the shift. "What's wrong?" he asked, curiosity tinged with concern. Cheng Xiao's eyes flickered as he replied, "I think new trouble is on its way." "New trouble?" The Ice Emperor stiffened. "You mean those alien beasts are returning?" Before Cheng Xiao could answer, the Snow Emperor's voice rang out, cold and commanding. "Look!" They all followed his pointed finger. Far off, the sky seemed to rip open. A swirling portal expanded rapidly, leaking raw, crackling magic. The once brilliant blue heavens deepened into bruised purples and ominous reds as the portal's power grew. Cheng Xiao watched the ominous rift with a thrill coursing through his veins. Which king will emerge this time? He mused. In that moment, he fancied himself capable of toppling a king single-handedly, perhaps even two. The thought made his blood surge with excitement. End of chapter. Chapter 245, The Beast King. In the depths of the Stardew Forest, the golden generation of Wuhun Palace had set up several massive tents around a roaring campfire. They'd been summoned here by the Pope himself, tasked with capturing the legendary 100,000-year-old soul beast. "Nana, are you still awake?" A cold voice whispered through the darkness. Huliena's eyelids fluttered open, just as a shadow solidified before her. It was Ghost Douluo himself. "Grandpa Ghost, what are you doing here?" she asked, sitting up in surprise. His translucent features remained softly out of focus as he spoke in a calm, even tone. "Nana, at dawn we press deeper into the Stardew Forest. Remember the Pope's orders. No matter what happens, none of you may come to harm. If you can capture that centenarian soul beast, do so. If you can't, you will withdraw immediately." "I understand, Grandpa Ghost," Juliana replied, nodding obediently. "Rest now," he said. "Tomorrow we continue our journey." With that, Ghost Douluo faded into the shadows. Before the sun had risen, the forest lay cloaked in near darkness, its ancient trees casting long, eerie silhouettes. The hunt for the Beast King was about to begin. At dawn, everyone from Wuhun Palace quietly broke camp. Under the fading cloak of night, they slipped silently into the heart of the Stardew Forest. Though powerful soul beasts crossed their path, creatures that could have posed a serious threat, none dared challenge them once Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo stepped forward. The two titled Douluo-level experts exuded such overwhelming soul power that the beasts turned tail and fled. Having rested the previous 2 days, the entire group found their pace much swifter than before. A lightness settled over their shoulders, and for the first time in days, genuine smiles appeared on weary faces. To ensure they remained undetected, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo took positions at the front and rear of the column, weaving a silent barrier of soul energy that masked the team's presence from any prying senses. About an hour into their trek, a pale fish-belly white glow crept over the horizon, a welcome sign that lifted everyone's spirits. A gentle mist curled through the forest's ancient trunks, and crystalline dew dripped like tiny pearls from branches thick as a man's waist. Sunlight filtered faintly through the canopy, illuminating the path ahead. The forest seemed alive, its roots weaving beneath their feet, and its leaves whispering secrets overhead. Yet despite the dense foliage and lurking dangers, a sense of calm prevailed among the Wuhun Palace contingent. Protected by the two Douluo-level experts and buoyed by renewed energy, they pressed onward into the Stardew Forest's secret heart, undaunted, alert, and ready for whatever lay ahead. Ghost Douluo, who led the team through the Stardew Forest, narrowed his eyes. He'd trodden these ancient paths countless times, yet today an uncanny silence hung in the air. Normally the woods teemed with spirit beasts, alert and wary. Today, not a single soul beast had shown itself. His instincts prickled with unease. "Grandpa Ghost, is something wrong?" Juliana bounded up to him from the middle of the group, slipping an arm through his. She spoke in a low voice. Without pausing, Ghost Douluo spared her a cautious glance. "Lena, I can't shake the feeling that something's off here. This forest has never been this calm. Stay sharp. If we let our guard down, this mission could go sideways in a heartbeat." Juliana bit her lip, then nodded. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm not helpless." He smiled fondly, ruffling her hair. "That's my brave girl. While I'm here, nothing will harm you." Behind them, Yan and Shiyu exchanged a quick look and fell into step, each tightening the straps on their spirit beast gear. Though no threat had yet revealed itself, everyone knew better than to relax in the Stardew Forest's unnatural hush. Everyone from Wuhun Hall pressed on into Stardew Forest, their steps deliberately measured. Ghost Douluo led the way, his brow creased in growing concern. The deeper they ventured under the forest's looming canopy, the more alert he became. Abruptly, he came to a standstill. The others skidded to a halt behind him, straining forward through the shadows. Around Ghost Douluo, his 9 souls flared like pale lanterns in the twilight. Douluo, bringing up the rear, hurried forward with a frown. "Old Ghost, what's wrong?" he asked, voice tight with unease. Ghost Douluo's gaze swept the silent undergrowth. "There's something up ahead," he said gravely. "I suspect alien creatures have infiltrated Stardew Forest. Haven't you noticed how unnaturally quiet it is?" He turned to face the group. "We can't press on to Juhua Pass. Our real mission, whatever it may be, must take priority. If we continue, we risk walking right into an ambush." Douluo's eyes widened. "Retreat? But we've only just— Fall back now," Ghost Douluo cut in, his voice iron-edged. Reluctantly, Douluo lifted his hand. "All right, everyone, fall back to base formation. Move." Grudgingly, the Wuhun Hall disciples reversed course, their senses taut with the knowledge that something unseen prowled just beyond the next line of trees. Have you noticed how the two elders' expressions have changed, so completely different from each other? The instant the words left his lips, every cardinal in Wuhun Hall went rigid. Even the normally unflappable titled Douluo's face darkened with grave concern, a sight that chilled them all. Without a word, they spun to flee along the only corridor they'd come through. But before a dozen steps, the once empty passage erupted with snarling shapes. Dozens of naked, red-haired fiends, jaws bristling with steel-hard fangs, slammed into the hall's entrance, their wolfish eyes gleaming under low, savage brows. What are those creatures?" Douluo cried, her voice cracking. At that moment, the air above the hall tore open with a thunderous crack. A colossal portal, rimmed with flickering energy, yawned in midair. From its depths poured a parade of horrors, broad-shouldered orcs whose tusked jaws snapped with anticipation, fish-like men dripping seawater from gills along their necks, goblins leaping forward on wiry limbs, and a pack of snarling werewolves that padded across the marble floor like living shadows. As if that weren't enough to turn every blood cold, the final figure to emerge froze them utterly, a towering werewolf, easily 9 feet tall, muscles coiling beneath bristling gray fur. In its massive paws, it carried a sword so large the blade threatened to split the very roof if it swung. Silence fell. Even the bravest heart in Wuhun Hall pounded with dread, for they now faced an army of monsters unlike any they had ever seen. Ghost Douluo materialized at Douluo's side, his voice low and urgent. "Is that their king?" Douluo's eyes darted across the clearing. Dozens of snarling werewolves surged forward, and beyond them another horde, at least 200 strong, threatened to encircle the Spirit Hall disciples. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we're heavily outnumbered." A massive werewolf clutching a greatsword stepped into view, lips curled into a cruel grin. "Not 100, he jeered, "but 200. He pointed mockingly at the frightened students huddled behind Douluo, savoring their terror. A cardinal let out a desperate scream. Douluo forced a bitter smile. Then we'll just have to cut our way out. Without hesitation, Ghost Douluo's 9 luminous halos flared to life around him. He surged forward in a blur, targeting the long sword-wielding beast at the front. "Quick on the draw, old ghost?" the werewolf snarled, raising his blade. At that instant, Douluo's body erupted in golden radiance. He darted to the rear of the formation, the air crackling as he invoked his new Vajra indestructible form for the very first time. "Brother Yan, let's go together." Hulina's voice was calm as ever. Xiaoyu gave a curt nod and without hesitation triggered the martial soul fusion technique, melding his spirit with hers. In an instant, they and the others surged forward. He, Yan, and over 20 cardinals split into 2 assault teams, charging the battlefield with such force that Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were driven apart. Deep within the Xingdou Great Forest, 3 figures streaked across the treetops like shadows in flight. Leading them was a lithe black-clad warrior, flanked by 2 graceful companions. Each seemed to be searching for something, anything, in this vast, impenetrable wilderness. "Did you detect it yet?" Bingdi called over his shoulder as he vaulted from branch to branch. Cheng Xiao's eyes flicked across the swaying canopy. "Nothing. It's as if the entire forest is cloaked by a special spell. I can't sense any life force in here." Shuidi tightened his grip on his glaive. "We passed the portal hours ago and we haven't seen a single palace guard. It's too quiet." Before Cheng Xiao could reply, a pair of glowing yellow eyes snapped open in the undergrowth below. In the next heartbeat, a blur of motion shot out like lightning and came to a sudden halt mere feet from them. "Humans?" Bingdi's voice trembled with equal parts surprise and suspicion. He narrowed his eyes, trying to pierce the dim light under the forest's heavy canopy. Cheng Xiao tensed, readying himself for whatever, or whoever, had just revealed itself in the heart of the Xingdou Great Forest. Bingdi and Shuidi froze as a colossal figure materialized before them. Easily over 2 meters tall, his massive frame draped in tattered animal hides that clung to every rippling muscle. He didn't just carry a wild beauty, he embodied raw, untamed ferocity, like a living beast freshly loosed on the world. Every instinct screamed that this was no ordinary man but something far more primal, more terrifying, a higher-order soul beast, perhaps. Even the Ice Emperor's commanding words failed to distract him. His fierce, predatory gaze swept across the courtyard, then locked onto Cheng Xiao with uncanny precision. Cheng Xiao felt the weight of those eyes press into him. His mind flashed to the hand of the Dominator, and almost before he realized it, he summoned the spectral power to his wrist. In that same instant, a muffled snap cut through the air, a bone fracturing under invisible pressure, and a jolt of agony shot up Cheng Xiao's arm. His face went taut, but he stifled any cry, forcing himself to stand firm under the wild giant's unblinking stare. The courtyard fell deathly silent, the challenge hanging between them like a drawn blade. Cheng Xiao and the hulking man locked eyes, their mutual murderous intent so fierce it seemed almost tangible. In an instant, 2 utterly different auras detonated around them, each coalescing into a whirling hurricane of raw magic. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, caught in the crossfire, were driven back by the twin storms of power, their expressions twisting with astonishment. What kind of being could unleash such devastating energy? Inside Cheng Xiao, his heart pounded like a war drum, every nerve ablaze as surging mana flooded his veins and set his very cells alight. Pain lanced through him in waves, agony enough to shatter a lesser warrior, but he refused to yield. A cruel smile curved his lips, and when he spoke, his voice rang out, icy and unyielding, as if drawn from the deepest frost. "You stand no chance against me. I should have known it was you, Beast King. Look what I've caught." The Beast King's eyes blazed with feral excitement, devoid of any reason, only the thrill of the kill. The Shadow King still unripe, his strength not yet restored. "Wait, what's that around you?" His gaze sharpened, if anything growing more eager. "The King of Frost, Emperor Taizu, King Bayan, you've all absorbed the powers of other monarchs." A savage grin spread across his face. "If I slay you now, I'm certain the Dragon Emperor will be positively delighted." Chapter 246, The King's Plans. Tang San tugged at his father's sleeve. "Dad, you said we were going to hunt a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, so where are we headed?" Tang Hao offered only a calm glance. You'll know soon enough. Without a further word, he came to an abrupt stop. His eyes flicked over the undergrowth, and he reached out to grip Tang San's arm, holding him back. What's wrong? Tang San whispered, heart pounding. Quiet, and stay close. Tang Hao replied, his voice low and urgent. Instinct took over. He burst forward, and Tang San hurried to keep pace. A dozen paces later, they came upon it, bright crimson blood seeping across the forest floor, pooling in every hollow and staining the roots of ancient trees. The earth was gouged and torn, as if countless claws had raked it. Scattered limbs and mangled torsos lay among the underbrush, some human, others grotesquely alien. Jagged bone fragments glinted in the dim light, and every breeze carried the metallic sting of fresh blood. Tang San's face drained of color. Beside him, Tang Hao's jaw clenched. This was no ordinary massacre. Mixed in with the human casualties were the shredded remains of creatures they'd never seen before, strange beasts whose existence defied all of Tang San's past encounters. The scale of the carnage spoke of a power far beyond common predators, and both father and son understood in that moment that they had stumbled into something far more dangerous than a simple spirit beast hunt. Tang San knelt beside the fallen steel-toothed werewolf, wiping blood from its snarling jaw so he could examine the creature more closely. Its body was already cold, the thick fur matted with crimson. He frowned. Had this beast been killed by another predator, or something else? Behind him, Tang Hao crouched down and gently turned the werewolf's battered torso, peering at the tattered uniform clinging to its shoulders. A splatter of red concealed much of the emblem embroidered over the heart, but the outline was still unmistakable. It's the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao said quietly. Tang San shot to his feet. The Spirit Hall? He took a step back, shock rippling through him. They came all the way out here to hunt the 100,000-year soul beast? His father shook his head slowly. No, look at the wounds. He pointed at the vicious claw marks slicing across the uniform, too brutal for any soul master's spirit beast. They weren't hunters in this fight. They were the prey. Tang San's eyes lit up. The Spirit Hall had long been their rivals. Discovering that they'd been ambushed by wild soul beasts was astonishing news. Then, what should we do? Tang Hao straightened and slung his sword over his shoulder. We move on. If I'm right, the 100,000-year spirit beasts have realized the Spirit Hall's presence here. They've banded together and driven them back. He cast a glance into the dense forest ahead, where distant roars and guttural growls echoed. We're not part of this conflict. Let's go find our own prize. With that, father and son melted into the trees, leaving the fallen werewolf and the secrets of that bloody struggle behind them. If we're lucky, maybe today we'll finally get our revenge, Tang San murmured. Tang Hao gave a brief nod, his eyes sweeping the dim clearing. He then lowered his breathing to the faintest whisper and fell in step behind his son, following the faint trail through the underbrush. What neither of them realized was that mere moments after they departed, the fallen bodies they'd just examined became the feast of a ravenous swarm. In minutes, countless insects swarmed over the dead, stripping flesh from bone, draining every drop of blood, and vanishing without a trace, leaving the earth as clean as if nothing had ever happened there. Far deeper in the Qingdou Great Forest, two figures darted between ancient trunks, their pace frantic. These were none other than Spirit Hall's elders, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. In Zhu Douluo's arms lay the unconscious form of Hu Liena, her body battered and pale. Only moments earlier, they'd been embroiled in a titanic struggle. Despite the combined might of two title duo-level masters, Spirit Hall had suffered a crushing defeat. Hu Liena's face was ashen, her robes torn to shreds, and a bloody claw mark gouged across her chest so deep that bone showed beneath the wound. Her breathing was ragged and faint as she slipped in and out of consciousness, while the two elders pressed onward through the silent forest. Old Ghost, what do we do? Zhu Douluo's voice trembled as he knelt beside Hu Liena, whose pale face was twisted in agony. Ghost Douluo, bruised, bloodied, and missing entire swaths of flesh, set down the limp bodies of Xie Yu and Yan. All around them, the Spirit Hall ranks lay scattered, many fallen, the ground slick with blood. He met Zhu Douluo's worried gaze and growled, "There's no time for questions. Our first priority is saving these kids, especially Nana. If we don't treat her now, she'll die." Douluo swallowed hard. In the chaos of the last battle, they had finally seen the true horror of those creatures. Relentless, almost undead fiends. Limbs severed, bodies shattered, they kept coming, heedless of pain, tearing at anything that moved. Douluo and Ghost Douluo had been lucky to escape with their lives, Sheyue, Yan, and Hulina less so. Without immediate medical attention, all three could bleed out before dawn. They staggered on, each step heavier than the last, until they reached an ancient oak standing sentinel on a hill. Its gnarled branches stretched over a mossy clearing, offering shade and just enough room to work. Ghost Douluo gently laid Sheyue on the soft earth. Douluo knelt, pulling a battered healing kit from his pack. Bolts of pain shot through Hulina's body as he dabbed at her wounds, his hands shaking. Ghost Douluo knelt beside Yan, his roar of frustration muffled by the child's ragged breathing. "Get these two stable first," Ghost Douluo barked. "Then we'll move on to Nana." Douluo nodded, heart pounding. He ripped open a vial of crimson cure spirit liquid and poured it into Hulina's mouth. The fluid hissed against her injuries, and her breath eased. He pressed a clean cloth to her so where a deep cut threatened to bleed out. Across from them, Ghost Douluo applied a binding charm to Yan's shattered forearm. The boy's hand twitched as the spirit energy began sealing torn sinews and bone. So far, so good. Only Nana remained unconscious, blood pooling beneath her. Douluo glanced at her pale face, then back at old Ghost. "She's worse," he admitted. Ghost Douluo's eyes narrowed. "Then we clear a path. I'll carry her. You carry Hulina and Sheyue. We'll get these kids to the rear." Rude must have set up a field hospital by now. Together, the two spirit masters lifted their wounded comrades. The leaves overhead whispered encouragement as they forged on into the fading light, determined to defy the creatures that had nearly destroyed them and to bring everyone home alive. Without hesitation, the two titled Douluos poured the last reserves of their soul power into Hulina and the other wounded companions. Ghost Douluo and Douluo's faces grew ashen with exertion, but they refused to stop until all three had fully recovered. Only then did they collapse to their knees, utterly spent, and hurried to rebuild their own soul power. What they didn't know was that someone was watching them. 3 kilometers away, deep in the shadowed pines, a striking figure in flowing white robes observed their every move. His short golden hair caught stray shafts of sunlight, and his clear blue eyes gleamed with amused curiosity. "Fascinating," he murmured, lifting a pale hand to stroke his chin. "These humans are proving far more interesting than I expected." Around him stood several wolf-like warriors brandishing long, curved swords. One stepped forward, head bowed. "My lord," he said, voice low and respectful, "the humans fought desperately to flee. Without wings, we could not close the distance." The man in white smiled, an expression both amused and calculating. "No matter," he said softly. "Their resilience only makes this game more worthwhile." They weren't the Monster King's subjects, yet everyone here knew that the 4 sovereigns worked in concert, and that meant showing proper deference. Still, the King of Monsters only sneered at their caution. "Just a handful of insects," he growled. "Where could they possibly run?" As soon as the Shadow King set foot in this forest, the Fantasy World King, the one ruling the other realm, would lock this place off entirely. Only the 4 supreme rulers could cross the barrier at will. In his weakened state, the Shadow King would have no hope of escape. Death lay waiting for him the moment he entered. "Father, what do we do?" Tang San's voice trembled as the alien shapes circled tighter. Beside him, Tang Hao remained calm, but inwardly he was calculating. At best, he could muster the strength equivalent to an 8th ring of spirit power. Even if he unleashed everything he had, it would scarcely dent their foes. His hand tightened on the clear sky hammer's handle as he weighed his only remaining option, a desperate gamble that might buy them time or cost them everything. Above them, the forest canopy shivered in the approaching shadows. There would be no second chance once the first blow fell. Tang Hao's mind raced for a way out when a truly terrifying sight unfolded. Not far off, 2 ancient trees groaned as they slowly swung aside, and a colossal figure stepped forward. It stood like a mountain, its body as hard as rock and draped in coarse black hair. Coiled around its massive torso was another creature, a serpent with the head of a bull. Yet that was nothing compared to what appeared overhead. Dark clouds churned violently, and from their depths emerged a dragon of unimaginable size. Its obsidian scales shimmered with an eerie violet glow, filling the sky with a palpable dread. The Demon King's eyes widened. "An ancient dragon?" he breathed, staring up in both wonder and confusion. Detian's gaze snapped to the Demon King below. His voice was as cold as steel. "I never wished to make an enemy of you," he said, "but your arrogance knows no bounds. This is Douluo Continent, not your world. If you value your life, leave, right now." The Demon King's features softened with a trace of pity. "It's not an ancient dragon," he murmured, almost to himself. Yet in his tone lay a quiet remorse, as though even he feared the truth of what was coming. Half an hour ago, the primeval forest lay shrouded in twilight. Gigantic trees arched overhead, their interwoven canopies blotting out the sky. At the heart of the wood stretched a mirror-smooth lake, its crystal surface nearly 100 meters across, reflecting only the dark silhouettes of ancient trunks. Suddenly, an eerie hush fell over the clearing. No one stirred, until the Monster King's thunderous laughter shattered the stillness. "King of the fantasy world," he called out, his voice rolling like distant thunder. "What are you waiting for?" Cheng Xiao and his son froze in disbelief. Nearby, Detian, accompanied by 200,000-year soul beasts, paused mid-step, his golden pupils widening. The air around them quivered, as if some invisible force were warping space itself. Detian's voice dropped to a hiss. "Spatial magic!" Before anyone could answer, the Monster King's words rang again. "King of the fantasy world." In a blinding flash, the alternate world's sovereign activated his most potent spell, spatial transposition. Reality tore open, and in an instant, every faction in the Stardew Great Forest was swept away. Cheng Xiao and his son vanished into thin air. Detian and his soul beasts, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, even Hu Liena, who'd been recuperating 3 kilometers distant, all found themselves teleported to this very glade. On one side stood the Beast King, on the other, the Shadow King. The battlefield was set. Now, as the newly assembled champions blinked at one another across the tranquil lake, they knew the true war was about to begin. The surface of the life lake lay as smooth and reflective as polished glass. Deep within the core of the Xingdou Great Forest, the most hallowed and forbidden territory of the entire woodland, a sudden roar shattered the silence. Water exploded skyward in 100-meter spray, and a silver form materialized at the center of the lake. With a graceful wave of her hand, the woman commanded the very water around her. It rose and arched in shimmering ribbons, coalescing into a bridge that arced all the way to the forest's edge. "Emperor Tian," she said, her voice calm yet icy, "there are intruders in the Xingdou Great Forest. You must send the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape to eradicate them immediately. If you hesitate, a catastrophe will befall this land." No sooner had her command echoed through the trees than Emperor Tian, ever obedient, vanished in a flash of light. The moment he was gone, the silver radiance enveloping the stranger flared brightly, and the mist parted to reveal her true form. She was breathtaking. Her eyes, the color of clear amethysts, shone with crystalline clarity beneath long, curling lashes. Silver hair cascaded in waves down to her ankles, catching every glint of moonlight. Even in this sacred, undisturbed expanse, her beauty seemed to command the forest itself. Drawing in a slow, steady breath, she surveyed the glassy lake and the silent trees beyond. A faint smile curved her lips as she murmured to the night air, "I never expected, upon my awakening, that Douluo Continent would already be embroiled in such upheaval. If it weren't for that special energy speeding my recovery all that time ago, I'd still be asleep." His lilac eyes glowed with mystery and nobility. Guyue paused, weighing his words, then quietly fell in step beside him. Worry knotted in her chest, not for Detian's sake, but for the alien creatures they faced. No matter how powerful Detian was, he wasn't invincible. If these invaders proved too strong, he might not prevail. Meanwhile, in a vast clearing of the Xingdou Great Forest, 2 figures fought on the edge of exhaustion. Their speed was so blinding that even the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, watching from the tree line, could barely track their strikes, only the thunderous echo of impacts. Bang, bang, bang! "Snow Emperor," the Ice Emperor finally said, concern lacing his tone, "should we intervene?" It was the first time the Ice Emperor had seen anyone match Cheng Xiao's ferocity. What he did not realize was that the very soil of this forest was steeped in the blood and magic of long-dead kings. That ancient power nourished every newcomer to the Douluo Continent, letting them channel up to 70% of their true strength simply by setting foot on its ground. Cheng Xiao's body pulsed with the combined magic of the three kings. His strength and spirit power had long since surpassed that of any ordinary titled Douluo. That was why he'd managed to stand toe-to-toe with the Beast King at all. Yet even so, in the very first brutal exchange, Cheng Xiao was hurled through the air by a single, earth-shaking blow from the Beast King in his fully demonized form. Before the transformation, the Beast King had been unable to land a decisive strike on Cheng Xiao, just as Cheng Xiao had found him too formidable to defeat. But the moment the transformation completed, everything changed. The Beast King's eyes shifted from human to bestial, glowing with a feral light. His midnight black hair turned bone white and lengthened into a wild, flowing mane. His all-sharp claws extended, his teeth sharpened into fangs, and a blanket of white fur spread across his immense frame. Waves of raw, demonic power radiated from him in palpable ripples. Even the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, two of the strongest spirit masters present, stood frozen, unable to intervene. They shivered at the Beast King's primal stare, a stare that seemed to strip away all defenses. "The game is over," the Beast King rumbled, his voice echoing like distant thunder. "How can an incomplete king hope to defy at a true king?" With that, the chapter closed on Cheng Xiao, bruised and reeling, facing an adversary who had just revealed the full, terrifying extent of his power. Chapter 247, The King's Siege. Really? If you were a true king, you'd drop to your knees right now, bawling, "Grandpa!" Cheng Xiao hauled himself to his feet, jeering. His taunt lit a raging fire in the Beast King's eyes, and a murderous aura crackled around the great beast. Cheng Xiao hardly flinched. Instead, he glanced down at his mangled wrist and murmured, "Heal and mend." An emerald-green glow washed over him, knitting flesh and bone in a flash. In less than 5 seconds, the light vanished, and Cheng Xiao stood fully restored, his wrist unscarred, both hands back at full strength. The Beast King halted mid-stride. His crimson gaze flickered with surprise. "Orc wizard healing magic?" he rumbled, his wrath cooling into wary fascination. "It seems the Shadow King has supplied you well." "Orc wizardry isn't something just anyone can master," the Beast King taunted. "But now that you've recovered," he sneered, "you actually think you can defeat me? Don't be so foolish, human boy." This time, he didn't bother calling Cheng Xiao the Shadow King. To the Beast King, he was nothing more than a weak human. Cheng Xiao said nothing. He clenched his fist, drawing upon the surrounding darkness until it coalesced into a wicked sickle of shadow. "Cheng Xiao, do you need help?" came a gentle voice. The Snow Queen, who'd been frozen in indecision, finally spoke. Her soft words caught the Beast King's eye for a moment, then he turned his gaze away. To humans, she was breathtakingly beautiful. To beasts, she was merely prey. "No," Cheng Xiao replied sharply. "I'll end this myself." He refused her offer. His power was enough for now. There'd be time for her magic later. At that instant, the ground shuddered. Both Cheng Xiao and the Beast King tensed, frowning as the tremors deepened. A melodious voice drifted across the battlefield. "Beast King, you seem less efficient than I expected. It's been so long, and still no sign you've defeated the Shadow King." A wavering rift tore open the air, and an elegant figure stepped through. In an instant, the portal snapped shut, but the roar that followed reminded everyone present that this was no ordinary arrival. "Who is that?" Cheng Xiao narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly raised. He'd suspected that as he dueled the Beast King, another sovereign might intervene, but he never imagined it would be the Monster King, the very ruler believed to have been vanquished by the shadows. Before he could gather more thoughts, a harsh, unfamiliar voice piped up from behind him. "Beast, monster, may I feast on the Shadow King's remains?" Cheng Xiao whipped his head around at the grating tone, and what he saw made his blood run cold. From the cracked earth, millions of glossy black insects swarmed together. With a series of wet, hissing sounds, they writhed and merged, reshaping themselves into the form of a towering woman whose eyes burned with predatory hunger. "I've been dying to taste it," she purred, each word dripping with venomous delight. "What would it taste like to be a king?" Cheng Xiao's eyes swept over the figures who had suddenly materialized and surrounded him: the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, the Fantasy World King, and the Monster King. His features stiffened as he recognized the gravity of their assault. Deploying all four monarchs at once was a declaration of the utmost severity. The rift that spat out the Monster King? Undeniably the work of the Fantasy World King, whose mastery of magic ranked him above all other rulers. So this was the trap. The Stardew Great Forest transformed into a royal hunting ground, laid specifically to ensnare the Shadow King before he could fully regain his strength. Now that he had shown himself, the monarchs had come to finish the job. Facing four sovereign adversaries of such disparate powers, Cheng Xiao felt his blood ignite. The heartbeat that every legend claimed was long dead within him thudded back to life, strong, relentless, alive. A dark spark lit in his eyes. "Excellent," he murmured, the corner of his mouth lifting into a predatory smile. He hadn't been fighting alone all this time. In a heartbeat, he whispered the command that summoned his army. "Arise." Shadows poured out of the trees, encircling Cheng Xiao, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the three sovereigns. As each king extended his domain, the forest around them darkened, and the shadow host swelled with renewed courage. Cheng Xiao counted at a glance. 3,000 against 2. Now the balance is tipping. He turned to study the three monarchs' reactions. The Transformer Monarch, once slain by these very shadow soldiers, now wore a mask of furious disbelief across his handsome features. Beside him, the Plague Queen, a towering figure of writhing insects, surveyed the host and laughed. "Is this your new shadow army?" The Beast King rose deliberately, his expression dismissive. "Impressive in number, perhaps, but they're still just a rabble. I'll grind every one of them to dust. And you too." Before the other sovereigns could spring into action, the Transformer Monarch, his rage unchecked, let out a bone-rattling roar. His elegant, slender form began to warp and shift, heralding a fearsome transformation. His chiseled features twisted into a feral snarl as his sinews bulged and his frame swelled until he towered like a living mountain. A savage exhalation burst from his lips. Crack! The ground shuddered and split, and even the Shadow Army could not withstand the shock. That single breath shredded several freshly formed shadow soldiers, reducing them to nothing more than drifting wisps of darkness. Cheng Xiao stared in awe. He had known that every king possessed the power to utterly dispel shadow soldiers, but he had never imagined the Demon King's authority could manifest so devastatingly. After all, this was the same monarch who, in ages past, had been torn apart by those very shadows. Desperately, Cheng Xiao ordered the summons withdrawn, but his command died on his lips. Under the Demon King's overwhelming presence, the shadow soldiers stood frozen, their wills crushed. A mere pawn dares defy his king? The Demon King's roar rattled the heavens. Ancient pride and bitter memory flared in his eyes. He would never again tolerate the disgrace of being slain by his own creations. Cheng Xiao, long dismissed by his foes as a coward, now radiated an astonishing, ever-intensifying aura of lethal intent. "This time," he announced calmly, "you'll die at the hands of the Shadow Legion." In his right hand, the obsidian sickle trembled with dark power as he leveled it at the King of Monsters. "If my soldiers manage to fell you once, they can do it again." Though the Shadow Legion's might was formidable, it served chiefly to bolster Cheng Xiao's own strength. No amount of ordinary troops could crush him unless they wielded power equal to a monarch's, and so far, the King of Monsters did not. It was disappointing that he couldn't unleash his legion in a direct assault, but he refused to yield. He still intended to complete his power possession ritual with the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, an alliance that would grant him the temporary might needed to challenge the king. "Impudent fool," the King of Monsters roared, his grotesque features contorting in rage, and something like shame, recalling the indignity of having fallen once before to shadow soldiers. No sooner had the words left his lips than he surged forward, claws bared, determined to crush Cheng Xiao in a single bone-shattering strike. With his spirit form fully manifested, the Plague King towered over even the King of Beasts. His hulking silhouette and inhuman features sent a chill through anyone who beheld him. At his sharp whistle, a writhing mass of insects coalesced into grotesque insectoid warriors, tall, spindly creatures that stank of rot and skittered forward like spider giants toward the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. From the Plague King's magical perception, he sensed a tremor of extraordinary power radiating from both emperors. To watch their life forces torn apart by his children would be a feast for Tiller. He ages. "Don't worry about us," the Snow Emperor's voice rang out, cool and melodic. "Just deal with your enemies." She swept her palm upward, drawing in ambient frost until a blade of pure white ice formed in her grasp. Simultaneously, the Ice Emperor's emerald eyes gleamed with latent power. She did not strike at once. Instead, she unfurled her personal domain. A wave of frigid air burst forth, crystallizing the battlefield in an instant. The charging insectoid giants froze mid-sprint as shards of frost sprouted beneath their feet, halting their advance and giving the two empresses the opening they needed. Insects are notoriously vulnerable to cold. Exposed to an icy blast, they freeze solid, no exceptions. "How dare you?" the Plague King roared, her magic surging. A gargantuan fist of crackling energy condensed above her palm. Across the battlefield, the Demon King charged, intent on crushing her with a single blow. Cheng Xiao steadied himself. He drew in a long, slow breath and tuned in to the steady thump of his own heartbeat. Eyes closed, he heightened every sense until time itself seemed to slow. Nothing escaped his awareness, not the flicker of a shadow, not the tiniest shift in his opponent's stance. He catalogued every detail. Then, in the blink of an eye, he struck. Eyes snapping open, Cheng Xiao met the Demon King's devastating fist head-on. His right hand swept the shadow sickle in a blinding arc. Faster than lightning, he blurred from one spot to the next, leaving only a faint afterimage. Dang! Bang! Zila! Each clash of blade against dark magic erupted in showers of sparks. With every swing of the sickle, Cheng Xiao chipped away at the Demon King's defenses, determined to turn the tide of this deadly duel. Cheng Xiao slipped aside from the Monster King's crushing blow as if it were a harmless breeze. Clutching the shadow sickle with both hands, he braced himself and swung in one fluid arc, severing the Demon Lord's right arm at the shoulder. The detached limb thudded to the ground, and the Monster King retaliated with a bone-shaking roar, dark magic crackling around him. Anticipating the fallout, Cheng Xiao pressed the haft of his sickle against his chest. The resulting blast of energy sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Mid-flight, he activated his Dominator power, turning the recoil into forward momentum and rocketing himself straight back at his opponent. The Monster King's eyes widened in disbelief as Cheng Xiao closed the gap in an instant. Before the demon could summon a defense, Cheng Xiao brought the sickle down in a decisive strike, aiming squarely for the beast's heart. But instead of burying itself in flesh, the blade rang with a heavy clang. It met something far firmer than bone. Startled, Cheng Xiao's stroke was arrested just inches from its mark, and the Monster King, steadied by whatever barred the sickle, grinned through the pain. Cheng Xiao moved with blinding speed, striking at the Beast King's side with his twin shadow sickles. The Beast King twisted his massive forearm, the armored wrist, knocking the blades aside in a shower of sparks. He bared his jagged fangs and roared derisively. "Demon King, you're only fit to retreat in coward's flight. Your reflexes may be sharp, but you're far too weak." "As I said," he continued, laughter rumbling through his throat, "how can an incomplete king hope to defeat a true king?" Cheng Xiao allowed himself a calm, cold smile. "You can still laugh?" With that single question, he shifted his grip. The two sickles melded into one, an elegant black dagger, and a shadowy halo coalesced in his left hand. Suddenly, crack, a pulse of dark energy slashed forward. The Beast King's forearm held firm, but an icy dread crept through his veins. A white-hot agony flared behind his right eye, searing through bone and brain in an instant. He lurched backward, flinging Cheng Xiao aside, and let out a furious earth-shaking roar. Clutching the black dagger embedded in his eye socket, the Beast King tore it free in one savage motion. Blood gushed from the wound, droplets sizzling as they hit the cavern floor, while the Beast King's anguished howl echoed off the walls. Cheng Xiao's black dagger, a blade forged entirely from shadow, was buried to the hilt in the Beast King's eye socket. He brushed off his cloak with a dismissive flick and regarded his wounded foe with icy detachment. Though the Beast King's magical constitution would knit his torn flesh back together in moments, the loss of an eye would haunt him for far longer. A sudden tremor of power at his back made Cheng Xiao whirl around. Looming before him was the Plague King's gargantuan fist, crackling with noxious sorcery. In an instant, it came down like a falling mountain. Cheng Xiao slammed his palm forward, unleashing every ounce of his dominator power in a desperate bid to repel the blow. Still, the Plague King's strength shattered his resistance. The air quaked as Cheng Xiao was driven back on unsteady feet. As he righted himself, Cheng Xiao's eyes darted across the battlefield. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, allies he'd expected to stand unchallenged, were pinned beneath the thrashing legs of monstrous spiders. Frost blades and shards of ice rained down on the abominations, but each time a spider was cleaved in two, thick swarms of plague-borne insects poured from its wounds and wove the severed limbs back together within seconds. Cheng Xiao's jaw clenched. The Beast King writhed as his vision blurred, and behind him the Plague King advanced, his poisoned aura seeping into every corner of the ruined courtyard. Reinforcements were nowhere in sight. It was up to Cheng Xiao, and whatever fragile thread of hope his allies could buy, to turn the tide against this creeping, shitness horror. The Plague King sneered. "They may be strong, but they're far too inexperienced to challenge me, or the commanders under my banner." With a roar, he smashed his magic-infused fist into the shimmering barrier the Ice and Snow Emperors had erected. The impact unleashed a roaring shock wave, trees snapped like twigs, and several of the Plague King's insectoid lieutenants were hurled aside, their chitinous shells cracking against the forest floor. Quickly recovering, the Ice Emperor thrust himself behind the Snow Emperor and wove a second shield of concentrated frost. Jagged shards of ice sprang up, forming a crystalline dome to absorb the onslaught. Yet even this desperate defense crumbled under the lingering force of that arcane explosion. Before either emperor could regroup, the ground trembled with a million skittering legs. Swarms of giant spiders and monstrous beetles burst through the shattered trees, advancing in a living tide. Their pincers clicked in unison, their compound eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. "None of these abominations can be killed while the Plague King still lives," the Snow Emperor warned, glancing at his brother. "Cut off the head, and the body will fall." Beside him, the Ice Emperor's breath fogged in the chilling air. "Then we have our goal. We strike for the Plague King, leave these creatures to scatter and die without his will to guide them." Together they readied their greatest spells, icy winds swirling around them as the insect horde closed in. The fate of the battlefield hung on one decisive blow, the fall of the Plague King. Chapter 248, The Fear of Being Overpowered. "I'll kill you," the Beast King roared, blood oozing from his right eye as he lunged forward. His massive form barreled through the clearing, claws gleaming like obsidian blades in the pale light. Cheng Xiao drew in a steadying breath, every muscle tensing with razor-sharp focus. Deep within his irises, soft purple fire sparked to life, and in the Beast King's scarlet stare, it found its match. Here it comes. Bending his torso with impossible grace, Cheng Xiao arched backward until the world tilted on its axis. In his left hand, a shadow dagger flickered into being, crackling with compressed magical energy. The blade trembled, its inky aura bending the air around it. With a sharp exhale, Cheng Xiao sprang into action. He unleashed a furious flurry of strikes, each more unpredictable than the last, his dagger slicing through the twilight with thunderous hiss. Every swing carved visible ripples in space, and the sound of tearing air echoed like distant thunder. The Beast King roared in rage and reflexively slammed his armored forearm against the onrushing blade. Metal screamed against magic as the shadow dagger struck home, sending a shower of sparks flickering into the gloom. Locked in combat, man and beast stood panting, each eyeing the other over weapons raised and hearts pounding. Neither had yet tasted defeat, but the real battle was only just beginning. "What incredibly swift blades!" The Beast King's voice trembled as his pupils constricted. At last, he truly recognized the human standing before him. Clang, clang, clang. Driven back by the human's unrelenting speed, the Beast King's lips curled into a grimace. The scene unfolding felt eerily familiar. No, he'd lived it before, the clash with the Shadow King's vessel. In that instant, Cheng Xiao, who had been seizing the advantage, was hit by a surge of murderous intent so intense it left his limbs numb. Instinctively, he twisted his torso aside, Just as the Demon King's spear whistled past his ribs, its magical aura grazing him with painful precision. Though he escaped a wound, the residual energy burned along his side. Now the Demon King himself had leapt into the fray, determined that this time the outcome would differ. For a brief heartbeat, Cheng Xiao met the Monster King's gaze and saw in those eyes nothing but raw, unyielding hatred. Hatred roiled in the King of Monsters, hatred stoked to a fever pitch by his death at the hands of the Shadow Soldiers. He smiled, an expression of cold amusement. "Interesting," he murmured. Across from him, Cheng Xiao felt no fear at the sight of the two Monster Kings closing in. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. He snatched the flying spear in midair, coiled his body, and spun like a spinning top. The moment his momentum released, the spear shot toward the King of Monsters, slicing the air with a high-pitched whine. Yet the Monster King's face remained unreadable. With a single, casual flick of his wrist, he bent the spear's trajectory. The weapon veered off course and slammed into a nearby tree trunk with a thunderous crack. "Pathetic," the King of Monsters snarled, his features twisting into a cruel sneer. He still remembered all too well how Borean's blade, and that irritating little ant, had ended him the last time. Cheng Xiao stood rooted, a flicker of regret crossing his mind. He'd known deep down that his desperate gamble stood almost no chance of landing a hit, and yet he had clung to a shred of hope. Now that hope lay shattered among the splintered wood. Foreseeing the Beast King's strike aimed squarely at him, Cheng Xiao called forth the Demon King's longsword from his soul guide, spun on his heel, and met those ravenous claws head-on. "The sword of the 100 Flames King has found its way into your hands," the Beast King snarled, his pupils narrowing in delight. It came down to a hair's breadth. Cheng Xiao managed to deflect the blow, but scarcely had he steadied himself when the Monster King lunged from behind. He barely had time to lift his blade before the beast-type king, clearly displeased, drew his own longsword from an otherworldly pocket and joined the attack. Now Cheng Xiao was caught in a pincer, the Beast King charging from the front, the Monster King striking from the rear. Two fearsome creatures combining their strength in a relentless assault on a single human. Clang! 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 Steel rang against steel as Cheng Xiao wielded the Demon King's longsword in his right hand and the shadow sickle in his left. The two weapons moved in perfect tandem, weaving through the monster's furious strikes with blinding speed. Each parry and riposte was a testament to a skill that far exceeded all expectations. Cheng Xiao's form blurred into a cascade of afterimages, his speed so extreme that ordinary eyes could only catch ghostly echoes of his presence. He weaved seamlessly among the two monstrous opponents, their figures melding in a tempest of blinding sparks and the thunderous ring of steel. Were it not for those fierce flashes and clashing sounds, no one would suspect three combatants locked in mortal combat within that tight space. Yet Cheng Xiao knew he couldn't rely on sight alone to survive this unrelenting barrage. He tuned in to every subtle cue, the rhythm of their breathing, the tension running through their muscles, the pulse of their magical energy. He stretched his perception to its absolute limit. A single misread would mean death. Faster, he urged himself inwardly. Faster than before, faster than his foes. Just a fraction more speed, and he could seize the initiative. Pushing beyond all prior limits, Cheng Xiao's body adapted instantly to the furious pace. Each blow flowed into the next with uncanny fluidity, his blade cleaving swaths of space before the monsters could mount another strike. In that maelstrom of motion, victory began to tilt in his favor. Now all that remained was to sustain the tempo and finish the fight. Cheng Xiao's attacks, once measured, now picked up in relentless speed. With every exchange of blows, he pressed forward faster and faster, until both his opponents, the Beast King and the Demon King, froze in stunned silence. The Beast King's eyes went wide. He'd already died twice under the Shadow King's blade, and now the scene before him felt like a cruel replay of those past defeats. It was as if that dread figure had returned. He staggered back, voice trembling. How is this possible? How can a human? Beside him, the Demon King was equally aghast. He shouldn't be able to channel the Shadow King's full power, he muttered, memories surfacing of his own near-fatal battle against the Shadow King at his peak. Yet here was Cheng Xiao, shedding every human limitation and growing stronger with each strike. If this continued, the Demon King realized with a chill, the true Shadow King might very well emerge. The Beast King's eyes burned with a bloodthirsty gleam. "No," he growled. "The Shadow King, our so-called king of monsters, won't be able to come this time." He paused, letting his words settle like poison. "This land cannot sustain that much magic. We only managed to revive these 3 lesser kings. The Shadow King's power is on par with the Dragon Emperor's. If the Dragon Emperor cannot manifest, then neither can he." His tone brooked no argument. Only by ensuring that no true sovereign could appear might he and the Monster King dispose of this human intruder swiftly. Were a genuine monarch, be it the Dragon Emperor himself or even a second-generation Shadow King, to show up, their doom would be sealed. In that instant, Cheng Xiao erupted with force. A single surge of power sent the 2 kings' crossed weapons flying from their grasp as though they were mere twigs. Staggering back, the Beast King and the Monster King stared in stunned disbelief. "King," the word trembled on the lips of Nash, the lone dragon among the Shadow Soldiers. Bound by the Demon King's suppressive magic, Nash's alien eyes glowed with restrained fury. Once, he had been a commander in the Dragon Emperor's Legion of Destruction, known for his unshakable loyalty and unmatched martial prowess. But everything changed the moment he pledged himself to Cheng Xiao, the Shadow King. Under Cheng Xiao's banner, he discovered an emotion he'd never known, the sense of being treated as an equal. In the Legion of Destruction, he had been nothing more than a weapon. In the Shadow Legion, he was a brother in arms. He longed to come to his master's aid, but he found himself bound by Cheng Xiao's supreme power. The Shadow King's magical suppression was absolute proof that the strong crushed the weak without mercy. No matter how fierce his own abilities, he could not break those chains. All he could do was pray for his sovereign's safety and curse his own powerlessness. Standing on the battlefield, he watched in agony as the Beast King and the Monster King launched their combined onslaught against Cheng Xiao. He could have felled any mortal with a single thought, yet here, confronted by his master's superior might, he felt like an ant trapped under a boulder. Helplessly, he endured the sight of Cheng Xiao besieged. Panic ignited within him. With every ounce of will he possessed, he thrashed against the invisible bonds that held him, desperate to free himself and shield the king from harm. Around him, the other generals of the Shadow Legion paused, struck by the Legion commander's burning resolve. In that moment, they all felt it, a ferocious determination to protect Cheng Xiao at any cost. Under A Yin's command and bolstered by Titan's support, the Shadow Legion fought with desperate ferocity. At their heart stood Nash, the Legion's commander, undergoing a staggering transformation. Having absorbed the lingering souls of 2 Dragon Kings, an immense and primal energy now surged through him, overriding all traces of reason with a single, all-consuming instinct to protect his liege. A deafening roar ripped from Nash's throat as his body convulsed and arcane power crackled around him. The magical restraints that had bound the Shadow Legion began to splinter and dissolve under the sheer force of his will. Every soldier felt the ground tremble beneath them, sensing their commander's unleashed might. As the last threads of suppression snapped away, the legionaries found themselves unshackled. Their eyes turned in unison to the monstrous beast threatening both their king and the demon lord. In that moment, Nash, his form now radiating raw draconic power, gathered all his fury into one devastating attack. Within his cavernous maw, twin plumes of ice blue and crimson dragonfire swirled to life, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie, blazing light. Without a second's hesitation, the ancient dragon unleashed a jet of searing flame. "Anyone who dares harm my king will die." That roaring inferno, an awe-inspiring fusion of 2 primal magics, raced straight at the Demon King. The blast was so immense that the very earth of Stardew Forest, their battlefield, trembled. Even the Demon King himself stumbled back, eyes wide in disbelief. "My magical limits? The Shadow Soldiers shattered them? Impossible." He stared at the advancing blaze, shock etched across his features. Though countless adversaries had fallen to those shadow troops, he'd never expected them to breach his defenses. Summoning his will, he erected a shimmering barrier of arcane energy to shield himself. Watching from afar, the Beast King's jaw dropped. The raw power coursing through the Shadow Soldiers was unmistakable. He actually commands someone at the level of a legion commander. A comparison seized him. An ancient dragon in service to a shadow king of the third generation? How could a champion of the Dragon Emperor end up here? He stared at the dark ranks, each legion commander a living embodiment of devastation, and wondered what sort of power the Shadow King truly wielded. The Plague King's gaze flickered back to the swarm of shadow soldiers at her flank. Their sudden arrival, apart from the ancient dragon, was utterly perplexing. Some of them even emanated the raw power of legion generals. Yet she forced herself not to dwell on it. "Nash, I've got this." Cheng Xiao's voice crackled in her mind. "Go help the Snow Empress and Ice Empress." Relief washed over her as Nash answered the call, vanishing from Cheng Xiao's side with a fierce battle cry. Cheng Xiao still held the upper hand here, but the fight on the other front had grown dangerously precarious. "Your Majesty!" The shadow soldiers, bound to her by dark sorcery, surged forward the instant Nash struck down the Demon King. They massed against the Plague King, who was locked in a deadly stalemate with the two ice sovereigns. Barbed laughter trembled on her lips. "Beast King! Monster King! Is this the best you can do? Overthrow a mere mortal without even a crown?" Her icy contempt flared into a gout of pestilential energy, yet she recoiled as torrents of frost magic smashed into her armor. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress lose their full power, chilling her marrow and driving her onto the defensive. Worse still, she could not fathom how this woman, born of snow elves, no less, wielded the strength of a legion commander. Even the plague-touched scorpion at her side ranked no higher than a junior officer. How had these so-called mere mortals come to command such might? And could she truly hold them off alone? She couldn't afford a moment's hesitation, but as the Plague King, sovereign of every crawling insect on earth, to be herded like prey by these ant-like creatures stoked her fury. In the barren realm of her birth, she would have shattered them into dust with a single gesture. With a roar of rage, she lashed out at the Snow Queen, her palm crackling with pestilence-laden energy. But the Snow Queen, lighter than a drifting snowflake, slipped aside with effortless grace. Before the Plague King could recover, Nash darted in, unleashed a gout of draconic flame, and struck her flank. Instantly, the insects clinging to her flesh withered and tumbled away. As they spilled to the ground, her true form was laid bare. A gaunt woman whose skin hung in festering shreds, her hollow sockets writhing with maggots. Even Shui Di and Bing Di recoiled at the gruesome sight. "How dare you assault your queen?" she snarled, eyes blazing. "You seek your own destruction." Summoning every ounce of her dark power, the Plague King roared, a sound like 1,000 insects shrieking in unison. Nash, once surging forward with unstoppable momentum, faltered under the onslaught. Nash stumbled back several paces, every nerve in his body crackling with unleashed magic. He wanted to press the attack, wanted to close the gap, but the sheer distance was still too great. As he fought to steady himself, the writhing swarm of insects that had broken off from the Plague King began to reassemble around her. Her newly reshaped form was breathtakingly beautiful, only if you ignored the grotesque distortions rippling just beneath the surface. Then, without warning, the air around them plummeted in temperature. A silent, snow-white figure materialized at Nash's side. In one graceful motion, she unleashed a luminous palm strike that slammed into the Plague King's head. The Plague King's many-faced countenance flickered with mild surprise. She punched out a colossal magic fist to meet the blow. Emperor's palm, absolute cold, no snow. A dazzling frostburst radiated from the point of contact. Ice crystals speared outward, glittering in midair. But the Plague King barely flinched. "How quaint," she murmured. "Attribute attacks mean little to me. My wounds mend as swiftly as I will them." With a casual flick of her hand, the frost shattered like glass against her flesh. The Snow Emperor snorted. In an instant, her white form dissolved into drifting snowflakes, only for those flakes to coalesce into a slender figure clad in emerald. In one fluid motion, this new combatant swung a tailhook blade that glinted with cold light, slicing just where the Snow Emperor had stood. Chaos reigned as ice and plague collided, but in that moment of disorientation, Nash felt hope ignite within him, an opportunity to turn the tide. The Plague King flicked her wrist dismissively, summoning a palm made of crackling dark magic. It lunged forward, slapping the intruding creature, only to have the creature slap it right back, again and again. "You cannot hurt me," she declared, every inch the picture of unshakable confidence. This time, her focus wasn't split by the Shadow King's vessel, so these otherworldly interlopers posed no real threat. She swept her gaze over them contemptuously. "Creatures from another world," she sneered. "This realm is not yours to ravage." Before the words had even faded, an ethereal voice, a delicate chime, rang through the air. A second later, a figure appeared, suspended in midair. Moonlight's silver armor clung to her lithe form, and her lavender eyes gleamed like the purest crystal. The Plague King's brow snapped up in surprise. She had not expected reinforcements, let alone one so radiant and powerful. This enemy, she realized with a frown, would be no trivial opponent. Chapter 249. All conditions have been fulfilled. The Plague King emerged from the swirling mist, her cloak billowing like a living shadow. She regarded the clearing with a bored, predatory stare. "And you're the sovereign here?" she asked, her voice as cool and venomous as the toxin she commanded. Guyu hovered a few feet off the ground, silver hair cascading around her like liquid moonlight. Her crystal blue eyes shone with unspoken power, pure, untainted, and impossible to look away from. After a long moment, she spoke in a voice both delicate and distant. "I am no king. I am the leader of the soul beasts." A slow, hungry smile curved the Plague King's lips. She licked them, as if already savoring a meal. This woman's aura far surpassed even that of the Snow Emperor or the Ice Emperor she had once toyed with. A dark craving stirred within her, a desire to taste this strange purity firsthand, just as she had once lusted after the Shadow King's flesh and blood. "What did you call me?" the Plague King snarled, her fingers twisting into claws of crackling, virulent energy. From the rubble behind Guyue, Nash sprang to his feet, ropes cracking as he broke free. He lunged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the Plague King. "You mad beast!" he shouted. In the instant before the Plague King could unleash her attack, Guyu dropped from the air like a falling star. She intercepted the lethal tendrils of plague energy with a sweeping blade of argent light. The impact rent the ground, and a shockwave of distorted space rippled outward. "Anyone who threatens my allies," Guyu intoned, her voice echoing on the wind, "will not survive." The Plague King's anger flared white-hot. With a guttural roar, she summoned waves of noxious miasma that warped the air around her. "I will exterminate every last one of you," she vowed, advancing with terrible purpose. As the mist thickened and the earth trembled, each warrior braced for the clash that would decide their fates, one born of plague and one of pure, indomitable light. "Binger, help!" Shuidi called out. Bingdi gave a slight nod and sprang forward, joining Shuidi in their assault on the Plague King. Meanwhile, Guye, Nash, Bingdi, and the Shadow Legion pressed their attack, buying precious time. Cheng Xiao's gaze, however, was fixed on two other foes, the Monster King and the Beast King. He had no way of knowing how long his allies could hold off the Plague King, but every second they gained was another second he could use. With a steadying breath, he shifted gears and charged at the Monster King. Thump, thump, thump! Each of Cheng Xiao's footsteps shattered the earth beneath him, magic-infused tremors rippling outward. The Monster King sneered, drawing his spear from subspace as if to skewering a mere insect. In his eyes, Cheng Xiao's reckless advance was nothing less than suicide. At the last moment, though, Cheng Xiao twisted aside and sprinted toward the Beast King instead. No weapon formed in his hand, only a flickering swirl of shadow power followed his movement. The Beast King's eyes snapped wide. His pupils contracted as he braced himself for whatever trick Cheng Xiao had up his sleeve. Cheng Xiao had been sizing up the King of Monsters, readying his strike, but in an instant, the hulking beast shifted its focus onto him. "You dare challenge the Beast King? You're asking for death," the beast roared. With a single-handed swing of its colossal blade, magical vibrations pulsed from its tip, rattling the earth itself. Cheng Xiao responded in kind, drawing the Demon King's longsword and meeting the blow head-on. With a deafening clash, showering sparks slid down the length of their blades. Two utterly different magical energies erupted in a shockwave that sent both warriors skidding backward. The ground fractured in a web of cracks beneath them. Cheng Xiao's expression tightened. He'd assumed the Beast King would be weakened by previous battles, But as their swords met, he was reminded just how overpowering pure brute strength could be. No fancy technique, just raw force. His arm quivered with the impact, subtle but unmistakable. This was the might of the Beast King. Cheng Xiao barely had time to admire the Beast King's raw power when a streak of air whipped toward him. His body reacted on instinct. He twisted aside, but the Demon King was too fast. With a single fluid motion, the Demon King's greatsword slammed against Cheng Xiao's chest. Clang! The reverberation knocked the wind out of him. He rocketed backward like a cannonball, feet gouging the earth, sliding nearly 30 meters before skidding to a halt. "Ch!" the Demon King drawled, flexing his wrist as he surveyed his handiwork. Quick reflexes, but not quick enough. Before Cheng Xiao could recover, the ground shook with a thunderous boom. All three monarchs and Cheng Xiao's own troops whirled to the sound, only to see the Plague King bearing down on them, every step of his hulking frame casting a trail of devastation. Where his enchanted gauntleted fist struck, shadow soldiers disintegrated into wraith-like smoke, their life bonds severed at the core. The moment they fell, their dark essences slipped from Cheng Xiao's command and dissolved. Alarmed, Cheng Xiao thrust his will out to his remaining forces. Everyone but Nash, his iron-willed legion commander, was called back. He even yanked Ah Yin and Titan, his two Shadow General avatars, from the fray. Shadow soldiers were the backbone of the Shadow Legion. Without them, he needed every powerful lieutenant at his side. As the dust and ethereal remnants of his soldiers dissipated, Cheng Xiao clenched his fists. 3 conqueror kings had united against him, and they weren't holding back, but neither would he. Summoning every ounce of his own dark might, he prepared to stand firm against the Beast King, the Demon King, and the Plague King, and fight for victory. Cheng Xiao couldn't bear to watch those soldiers die for nothing. The Plague King's eyes burned with murderous intent, but her clumsy combat style made it impossible for her to land a decisive blow. Frustration twisting her features, she fixed her gaze on Cheng Xiao. "Kill him," she snarled. "Once he's dead, it'll all be over." With a roar that crackled with dark sorcery, she unleashed a torrent of emerald bile. The fetid liquid arced through the air, dripping venomous malice toward him. But instead of recoiling, Cheng Xiao charged straight into the toxic spray. "What is he doing?" the King of Monsters bellowed, shock and fear warring in his voice. Every sovereign knew the Plague King's poison was lethal. Even a single drop could fell the strongest of foes. Then the Beast King's eyes widened in sudden realization. "Wait, he's immune," he gasped. He recalled the legend of the second Shadow King, who'd conquered the Plague King thanks to that rare Antoxin gift. And as the green bile struck Cheng Xiao's armor, it sizzled and evaporated harmlessly into mist. But by the time Beast King shouted his warning, it was already too late. Cheng Xiao closed the distance to the Plague King, and his most revolting spells, streams of fetid vomit and diarrhea, splattered harmlessly against her protective aura. Even the noxious gas lingering in the chamber was repelled by the Great Wizard's ward. Under the Orc Wizard's blessing, she had become completely immune to all negative effects and control magic. In an instant, the hunter became the hunted. None of the Plague King's vile powers could harm her. What awaited him, however, was a counterstrike he would never forget. As the Beast King thundered forward to defend his master, Gu Yo casually summoned a wall of ice to bar his way. It cost mere seconds, but that was all Cheng Xiao needed. Her eyes blazed with otherworldly light. In the Plague King's terror-filled gaze, she thought she saw the haunting reflection of the one who had slain her before, Cheng Xiaoyu, the second-generation Shadow King. Summoning 2 shadow-forged daggers, Cheng Xiao let magic swirl around her palms like living night. She drew in a steady breath, whispered, "Knife," and drove the blades home in perfect unison. Thud, 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 thud. Daggers erupted from the darkness like shotgun blasts, striking the Plague King with brutal precision. Flesh tore and scattered, and in an instant her body seemed to shatter. A piercing scream ripped through the air. Yet even as her form fell apart, the swarming maggots within gathered themselves, knitting her wounds shut in a matter of heartbeats. "Rebirth," the Snow Emperor breathed, a pale light flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, that glimmer coalesced in his right hand into a sword of purest ice. Emperor's sword, Bingji Wushuang. With a hiss, the blade cleaved the air. The Plague King, still fusing her broken flesh, stopped dead as the sword's frigid aura swept through her, freezing the maggots into brittle, immobilized husks. Seizing the opening, Cheng Xiao launched himself forward and unleashed his knife skill in an unbroken torrent. Shadow daggers, each wrapped in a swirling black haze, rained down like bullets, driving into her quivering form over and over. Bound by the Snow Emperor's frost, the Plague King could only endure the relentless assault. Ah! Cheng Xiao poured every last ounce of strength into his chaos knife, unleashing attack after attack so relentlessly that the Plague King never stood a chance to regenerate. With a final, devastating strike, he cleaved his foe into fragments and ground them to dust. As the dust settled, a brilliant, pulsating crystal drifted into his hand, an artifact crackling with dark magic. Holding the crystal, Cheng Xiao felt his heart pound with bone-deep exhaustion. It was a plea to absorb the crystal's power and restore his spent energy. He reached for it, ready to draw its essence into himself, when a murderous aura flared behind him. Instinctively, he recoiled and spun around, clutching the crystal to his chest. But the new threat moved faster. While Cheng Xiao fought the Plague King, the Demon King had pinned Douluo in place. Now, a beast-like monarch, fierce and silent, closed in on him. With a sudden lunge, the creature's razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, 5 wind blades of pure malice streaking toward Cheng Xiao's skull. A burning chill raced across his scalp. He saw an opening, one desperate gamble, but exhaustion clawed at his limbs. His sword arm felt leaden, unable to lift in time to intercept the oncoming strikes. Whoosh! A sickening rip of claws tearing through flesh filled the air. A wave of searing pain crashed over Cheng Xiaoxia as he convulsed, spewing blood and fragments of muscle. Gasping, he looked down to see 5 razor-sharp talons plunge deep into his chest. Though he had already completed his spirit transformation, fully embracing the werewolf form, he stood no chance against his adversary, the Beast King. With brutal precision, the Beast King sank his blade-like claws into Cheng Xiaoxia's back, then curled his fingers around the still-beating heart. He squeezed, crushing the organ into a grotesque pulp. Life drained from Cheng Xiaoxia's eyes as his knees buckled. The shadow power coalescing at his fingertips flickered out, and his gaze went blank. "It's over, for you, third-generation Shadow King," the Beast King said, his voice cold and unhurried. "Without your heart, there's no resurrection. No system architect will forge you a new one." Across the battlefield, the Demon King, locked in fierce combat with Douluo, caught sight of the grisly finale. A satisfied smile curved his lips. The mission had been arduous, but it was now complete. Armed with the hard-won knowledge of his past 2 defeats, the Beast King was certain this time he would finish the Shadow King once and for all. "My king!" Nash cried out in fury, but before he could add another word, the summoning spell tore him away, and he vanished back into the Shadow Realm. Though the Shadow soldiers chafed at their banishment, without the Shadow King's power to sustain them, they had no choice but to withdraw. Convinced of his triumph, the Beast King licked his lips in anticipation. He could almost taste the magic, infused flesh and blood of the fallen sovereign. "Shadow King," he taunted the empty air, "you may have struck me down 3 times, but this time the victory will be mine." A cruel smile spread across his face. Yes, he had died at the Shadow King's hands thrice before, but never so completely. A true king might survive even without a heart, but an unproven, incomplete ruler, utterly vulnerable. Meanwhile, the Demon King turned its cold gaze on Douluo, who stood silent and unmoving. "And you, woman," it purred, "now that your Shadow King is dead, will you still resist?" Though she offered no reply, the Demon King could feel a strange pulse of energy emanating from her, power unlike any magic it had ever encountered. Douluo bit back a groan as she staggered on wounded legs. Though she'd managed to strike down the Shadow King, her own injuries refused to heal. At anything less than full strength, she'd be no match for a fellow king-rank creature. Silently, she tucked her sword away. Continuing the fight would only invite disaster. Without warning, the air around her shimmered. An invisible ripple carved through reality, and in its wake stood a tall figure cloaked in black. His robe's hood concealed all but the faint glow of his eyes, and a gnarled staff was clutched in one hand. The newcomer, an imposing magician, appeared beside the Demon King in a swirl of spatial energy. It seems your mission is complete, the robed elder said, his voice calm as he eyed the humans slumped at the Demon King's side, wounds still smoking from the beast's claws. The Demon King stepped forward, his ghostly form coalescing into the handsome figure he once was. Your space magic sped the end of the Shadow King, he acknowledged with a nod. I am in your debt. The old magician inclined his head. With the Shadow King felled, our path opens before us. A cold smile curved the Demon King's lips. Indeed, now we unleash war upon every creature of this land. Each life we claim feeds the Dragon Emperor's strength, and with his power awakened, our own bonds will shatter. Remaining shackled in weakness would serve no one. He turned toward the horizon, where smoke and distant horn calls already marked the beginning of their coming onslaught. Guyu, muscles trembling, watched in silence, knowing that a far greater battle had only just begun. That's right. The Illusion King inclined his head and swept his staff in a wide arc. Almost instantly, space itself tore open with a crackle, and the coppery stench of blood flooded the chamber. From the rift sprang a shadowy figure, every limb mangled, his tattered black robes hanging in strips, cradling an unconscious boy in his arms. Humans in this world are far more fascinating than I anticipated, the Illusion King observed, his voice cold and curious. They possess something called a martial spirit. It enhances their power to such an extent that ordinary soldiers cannot fell them easily. Finish him. With that command, he drove his staff forward and intoned, Emperor's Palm, great cold without snow. Across the hall, the Beast King reared back, fangs bared, preparing to rend the boy's body when a sudden, piercing palm strike landed on his flank. Snow Emperor had materialized behind him, his light blow infused with glacial force. Startled by the assault and urged on by his bestial instincts, the Beast King vanished in a swirl of afterimages, his massive form gone in an instant. Behold the wrath of the Snow Emperor, the young sovereign thundered. His fierce roar echoed off the walls, sending the Beast King's resolve shattering. Whatever hunger drove him to attack just moments before now fled in fear, and the would-be devourer retreated into the shadows, leaving the corridor eerily silent once more. Relying on its lightning reflexes, the Beast King slipped through every assault the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor launched. What a nuisance, it snarled under its breath. At last, they reached a secluded clearing. The Beast King drew in a ragged breath and, with a roar, unleashed its true spear, its form, a hulking, wolf-headed colossus whose claws tore deep ruts in the frost. But the freedom of that shape was short-lived. The magic required to sustain the full werewolf form was simply too great. In moments, the Beast King was forced back into its human guise, just as the Monster King always remained, both of them conserving power by standing in human form. The Illusion King watched with a faint, pleased smile. Excellent timing, he said. With the Shadow King dead, Phase 1 of our plan is complete. Our real goal is to spark a war across the realm. Now that the Shadow King has been eliminated, we can move on to the next stage. Humph, the Beast King rumbled, its eyes flashing. The Monster King inclined his head in agreement. Together, they bowed to the Illusion King, then, in a ripple of mist and shadow, vanished from sight. When the air finally stilled, the Snow Emperor knelt beside Cheng Xiao's unmoving form. She pressed a gloved hand to his chest, half expecting the cold absence of a pulse, yet the magical contract hovering between them still glowed softly, a binding promise that would have broken the moment he truly died. Relief washed over her as she realized the truth. Cheng Xiao was not gone. Not yet. Ditian approached Guyu hesitantly, his body riddled with fresh wounds. My lady, I'm sorry, he whispered. Ditian, you've done more than enough, Guyu replied softly. She turned to regard the two ravaged brothers, Daming and Erming. One of Daming's horns lay broken, his proud form reduced to a pitiful wreck. Take them for treatment. Ditian bowed. Yes, my lady, he murmured, then helped the two injured creatures to their feet and led them away. Guyue's gaze then swept over Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. Though their soul power was nearly exhausted from defending Hu Liena and the others, they still stood firm. She acknowledged them with a brief nod, then shifted her attention to the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Without another word, she turned to leave. Wait, the Snow Emperor called, his voice calm but insistent. She stopped and looked back. Yes? Take him for treatment, too. Guyu raised an eyebrow. Why? Because he's not dead. She studied the Emperor's composed face, then inclined her head. Very well. Without hesitation, the Snow Emperor knelt and lifted Cheng Xiao into his arms, heedless of the blood staining his pristine white robes. The Ice Emperor fell in beside them, and together they followed Guyue toward the healing chamber. As they finally broke free, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, both still shaken by the ferocity of their foes, exhaled in unison. Ju Douluo watched Guyue's retreating form before collapsing to the ground. "Old ghost," he panted. "If it weren't for those spirit beasts, I don't know if we'd have survived." At that moment, survival was all that mattered. Just being alive felt like a triumph. Ghost Douluo sat beside him, eyes distant for a heartbeat. Then he spoke softly. "That was terrifying. Thank goodness Nana and the others aren't badly hurt. But Tang Hao, I'm afraid this fight has set his cultivation back severely." Ju Douluo's chest tightened as he recalled the carnage Tang Hao endured in that otherworldly battlefield. He let out a low sigh. "Don't dwell on it," Ghost Douluo advised, voice barely above a whisper. "Right now our priority is to restore our soul power and get back to Wuhun Palace." Ju Douluo nodded, closing his eyes as he settled into meditation. Nearby, Cheng Xiao lay motionless, his chest crushed by the Beast King's blow. He tried to flex a finger, but no strength answered his will. His senses faded, and consciousness slipped away. In an instant, everything he saw, heard, and felt was swallowed by an impenetrable darkness. The beating of his heart slowed until it was no more. Then, just before he succumbed completely, a voice echoed within Cheng Xiao's mind, clear and unwavering. "All conditions for the passive skill unknown have been met. Activate passive skill unknown." Chapter 250. Welcome the return of our king. Are you awake? A familiar voice drifted into Cheng Xiao's foggy consciousness. He cracked open his eyes and immediately registered the sterile white ceiling overhead and the sharp tang of disinfectant in the air. The hard hospital bed beneath him and the lingering antiseptic smell left no doubt. He was in a hospital. A fresh wave of pain radiated through his chest, as if someone had crushed his heart. He lay still for a moment, disoriented, the world around him hazy and dreamlike. After what felt like an eternity, he forced himself to sit up. At the foot of the bed stood a doctor in a crisp white coat, tapping his pen with an air of impatience. "You fell from the 5th floor," he announced, flipping open Cheng Xiao's chart. "I'm not sure whether to commend your luck or your sheer stubbornness." He shook his head before glancing back at him. "Since you're awake now, you should get out of here. Trust me, you don't want to see how quickly the bills add up." Without another word, the doctor turned and strode out, the door clicking shut behind him. Cheng Xiao sat there in the stale quiet, the antiseptic odor grounding him in reality. No time travel, no miracle rescue, just a painful aftermath and the knowledge that everything that had happened was all too real. "Probably. This isn't a dream, is it?" Cheng Xiao bowed his head, pressing his throbbing temples as though that simple motion might dull the pain. If this were a world fashioned by the Spirit King's power, he reasoned, he should still be able to sense its magic. He closed his eyes, drew in a slow breath, and reached out with his spirit to meditate. Within moments, his expression soured. There was nothing, no energy, no familiar tingling. Yet if he couldn't detect any magic, why did his body still feel changed by the journey to the Douluo Continent? Cheng Xiao's mind spun. By all logic, he should have snapped back to the moment he first awakened his martial soul, just as Cheng Xiaoyu had, but instead, he found himself here on Blue Star. He forced himself to inhale deeply, to calm the storm of questions raging in his head. When at last his heart slowed, he peeled off the hospital gown and pulled on the clean clothes he'd packed. The garments, from a time before he left, were now too snug and rode up at the sleeves. But they would do better than wandering the ward in ill-fitting pajamas and inviting whispers about his sanity. Maybe I should go home and see if anything's changed, he thought. Steeling himself, he stepped out of the hospital and set off toward the house etched in his memory. Cheng Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This was his own neighborhood. Was it already being demolished? He stared at the crumbled walls and twisted metal around him. True, the complex was old, but surely they wouldn't tear down every building in one go. "Hey kid, it's dangerous here. Get out of the wreckage," A gruff voice came from behind. Cheng Xiao swung around to see a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man striding toward him, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips and a hard hat tucked under his arm. Judging by Cheng Xiao's tattered clothes, the man had assumed he was another down-and-out. He reached out and patted Cheng Xiao on the shoulder, but the moment his hand connected, the man's expression shifted. No beggar could have such strength and poise. "Ahem, little brother," the man said, clearing his throat and glancing down at Cheng Xiao's rags. He shifted uneasily. Your outfit, it's, quite stylish." Cheng Xiao blinked, then offered a polite nod. "Thank you." He spotted the helmet in the man's hand and instantly understood the invitation. With a quick bow, he accepted the unspoken courtesy and slipped away, not wanting to risk delaying the worker any further. "Ah?" The middle-aged man froze in surprise. When he glanced back, Cheng Xiao had vanished without a trace, as if he'd never been there. He flicked open a lighter, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Then, shrugging, he turned and walked away. "I would have sworn I just saw a ghost." Cheng Xiao stood alone before the boundless sea. The roar of the waves filled his ears, but inside he felt an almost eerie calm. He glanced down. Salt water lapped at his calves, yet he felt no chill. "Aren't you going to come out?" he murmured, voice steady and low. He knew this wasn't reality, not in the way everyone he'd met since awakening perceived it. Through their mechanical, unblinking eyes, he understood this was an illusion. At his command, the shadow of his king's domain spread outward from his feet like spilled ink. Anything it touched, sky, land, sea, disappeared into nothingness. Darkness swallowed the entire world. In that boundless blackness, nothing could be seen, and yet it was as though he could perceive everything. From the impenetrable depths, where even shadows dared not reach, a deep, resonant voice emerged. Cheng Xiao's voice cut through the void. "You don't seem to miss much. Looks like I really shot myself in the foot this time." He paused, taking in the endless darkness that stretched before him. Strangely, it didn't fill him with fear. Instead, it felt like home, as if he'd become part of the night itself. A thoughtful smile tugged at his lips. "You're even more extraordinary than I gave you credit for." At those words, a figure stepped from the blackness. Clad in flawless, obsidian armor far superior to any shadow soldier, the newcomer radiated an authority that dwarfed every power Cheng Xiao had ever known. Confronted by the real Shadow King, Cheng Xiao's tongue nearly tied itself in knots. "I never imagined I'd be pulled into another mess right after returning to peace," Cheng Xiao managed at last. The Shadow King's voice was low and smooth. "I apologize for dragging you into this. If you wish, I can send you back to your world, one where your life could start anew." Cheng Xiao shook his head firmly. He stared into those coal-black eyes, resolve flaming in his own. "No, I still have unfinished business here." He held the Shadow King's gaze without flinching, unbowed and unafraid. "Very impressive," the Shadow King said with a slow nod. "Our time together has been brief, but none of it has shown you the real me." He fell silent for a moment, his obsidian gaze fixed on Cheng Xiao. "Because you faced death, your power has grown complete. The path back to your world lies before you." "I know," Cheng Xiao interrupted softly. The Shadow King's lips twitched in a wry smile. "As stubborn as ever, but this is an imperfect recompense." Cheng Xiao inclined his head in acknowledgement. Then, in a voice he hadn't used for ages, he spoke the words that echoed through the void. "Rise." At once, the dark realm shuddered. The very shadows began to unravel, converging on Cheng Xiao like a living tide. He held his arms wide, allowing the blackness to flow into him, surge through him. "Thank you," he whispered, "for letting me glimpse another life." And with that he faded into nothingness. For a heartbeat, the Shadow King stood motionless. Then a faint, knowing smile curved his lips. In another world, a vast throne room gleamed with gold and crimson. The Beast King knelt before the Dragon Emperor, head bowed. "Your Majesty, the mission you entrusted to us has been fulfilled." From the shadows at the throne's edge, the Demon King stepped forward, impatience in every line of his form. "Dragon Emperor, what comes next? Is it time to begin the war?" The Dragon Emperor's obsidian throne room lay shrouded in half-light and swirling mist. Slowly, the Emperor's lids parted, revealing eyes that gleamed with cold calculation. A cruel smile curved his lips. "Carry out our plan," he murmured, voice like distant thunder. Sooner or later, the very fire of war will engulf all, beasts, monsters, illusions alike. Beast King, Monster King, Illusion King, the next move is yours to make. Before him, the King of Illusions hovered in a shimmer of fractured reality. He bowed his head and spoke in a hushed whisper. My lord, may I return to my realm to prepare? Activating the grand teleportation gate will drain every ounce of raw magic if I attempt it unready. I must lay the groundwork first. The Dragon Emperor inclined his head. Of course, a sovereign of your stature would never neglect such precautions. The Illusion King inclined once more, then dissolved into ripples of shadow and light, departing to marshal his powers. Wuhun City, Papal Palace, Council Chamber. Candles flickered along vaulted walls of black marble, casting long, quivering shadows. At the head of an ornate table sat Bibi Dong, her bright eyes unwavering beneath the cowl of her crimson robes. Across from her, Guy Douluo rose and began, Your Holiness, we. Bibi Dong raised a hand. Elder Ghost, Elder Jew, spare the pleasantries. I've already received Nana's full report on the incident in the Douluo Forest. Right now our absolute priority is the soul hunt operation. Use this lull to recover your strength. I sense a great upheaval stirring across the mainland, one that may change everything. A tense hush descended on the chamber as her words resonated in the silent candlelight, and the counselors exchanged uneasy glances. The calm before the storm was over. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope, Ghost Douluo and Jew Douluo replied in perfect unison. Very well, begone. Pope Bibi Dong waved them away. As their figures vanished through the grand archway, she rose from her throne, golden scepter in hand, and began to pace the vast papal hall. Every few steps, her dark eyes gleamed with scheming light. Qiandaliu, you truly are crafty. To thwart my plan to swallow your angel clan whole, you had Xiaoshui launch the divine test early, so you admit you fear my power is fading. She tapped the scepter against the marble floor, raising an eyebrow. But even if Xiaoshui proceeds with the divine examination, I, Pope Bibi Dong, will still shatter your clan's foundation. Her lips curled into a merciless smile. And if your champion somehow defeats me, I swear I will raise every last member of the Angel Clan. The Spirit Hall itself will fall. No corner of it will remain standing. Several days later, deep within the core of the Douluo Forest, Emperor Shui stood frozen in shock. Before him lay Cheng Xiao's motionless body, her chest grotesquely crushed. Her breaths had stopped, yet a faint, irregular heartbeat still echoed in their souls. Even the normally ebullient Ice Emperor could only gape in stunned silence at the tragic sight. It had been 3 days since Cheng Xiao's heart began beating again. Thanks to Biji's healing arts, every wound on his body had closed as if it had never been, save for a few ancient scars that even magic couldn't erase. Guyue stood vigil at his side, listening to the steady thump, thump, thump. He frowned. You said his power comes from death, he said. Death is the great equalizer. It claims all lives. But if he commands death itself, do those laws even apply to him? Biji leaned over Cheng Xiao's chest and placed a gentle hand on the scars. For most, death is the final curtain, she replied softly. But for others, it can be the opening act of something new. Tian, who had been pacing by the window, halted and pressed his back against the cool glass. In a voice barely above a whisper, he asked, Then, what do we do now? Silence settled in the dimly lit chamber as each of them recalled the horrors they'd witnessed in the otherworldly battlefield. Tian remembered with grim clarity how he'd charged forward, claws blazing, the fabled dragon god's claws, the weapon he'd trusted to carve a path through any enemy. But the alien hordes hadn't even flinched. Every time he slaughtered one wave of soldiers, twice as many surged in to take their place. These creatures didn't fear death. To them, life and death were meaningless concepts. They killed with mechanical indifference, annihilating everything in their path. If raw power couldn't break their ranks, if death only served to replenish the enemy's numbers, what hope remained? The question echoed in Guyu's mind as he exchanged looks with Biji and Tian. They all sensed the same chilling truth. Their usual tactics would not defeat an army that neither feared death nor honored life. And so, in the quiet that followed, they began to search, desperately, for another way. The sheer thoughtlessness of this enemy, its lack of fear and reliance on only the most primal killing instinct, is what makes creatures from other worlds so terrifying. Guyu's body trembled as a chill ran down her spine. She sensed something profound and cast her solemn gaze on the still-beating heart of the fallen. Around them, the very air quivered, magical currents thrummed with thunderous resonance, and the earth beneath their feet shuddered in response. In that moment, dark silhouettes seeped out from Cheng Xiao's shadow. Nash, a yin, and Tai Tan knelt in unison, heads bowed low. "Welcome back, my king," they intoned. Even the mighty Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and the other soul beasts stood frozen in astonishment. From the center of Cheng Xiao's chest erupted a jet of black light, piercing the sky. High above, that malevolent energy swirled into a colossal tornado of pure terror magic. The once blue heavens drained of color, and the world was plunged into an oppressive darkness. "Overwhelming death force," Guyue gasped, every nerve alight with dread. Detian's voice cracked as he turned to his lord. "My king, what shall we do?" Silence answered them, broken only by the roar of gathering dread. No god in the divine realm wielded a power so absolute that life itself could be snuffed out with a single breath, at least none that Guyu had ever known. Yet the tendrils of black energy radiating from the Shadow King proved even the gods might tremble before him. In the next moment, Cheng Xiao, who had been collapsed on the ground, forced herself to her feet. A surge of magic swirled around her chest, each heartbeat weaving the fragments of her broken spirit into a new core of obsidian black resolve. "Noble king!" Nash cried, relief and joy flooding his tone as he snapped to attention. "Welcome back from the netherworld." Cheng Xiao offered a gentle bow. "Thank you all for your efforts," she said, letting her eyes sweep over the assembled soldiers. Their unwavering loyalty stirred a warmth in her heart she hadn't felt in ages. Standing nearby, Guyue's breath caught in her throat. Only now, in the Shadow King's presence, did she grasp the true magnitude of their foe. His command over death was godlike. Perhaps even the divine realm's deities would falter under such a force. As co-leader of the Soul Beast clan and a living fragment of the Dragon God's might, she had faced terrors beyond imagination. Yet this was something else entirely. Cheng Xiao turned to acknowledge two towering figures at her side. "Snow Emperor Zhen, Ice Emperor, I thank you both." Snow Emperor Zhen inclined his head, frost shimmering in his gaze, while the Ice Emperor offered a firm, respectful nod. The air around them crackled with power, and with the promise that together they might yet stand against the coming shadow. Cheng Xiao closed his eyes and let his magical senses unfurl across the planet, searching for any sign of the three departing kings. Although his awareness swept over entire continents in an instant, there was still nothing. From the way those kings cultivated, they must have slipped into a dimensional rift beyond his reach. "They've escaped into a dimensional gap," Ice Emperor observed, tilting her head. "Can't you detect them there?" Bound by their partnership pact, she had full access to his perceptions, and thus knew exactly what he was doing. Cheng Xiao shook his head with a small smile. "Not yet. They'll reappear in time, but for now they're concealed. While we wait, why not use this moment to strengthen your own cultivation?" Ice Emperor frowned in confusion. "Strengthen my cultivation? How would I do that?" "By tuning into your own energy," Cheng Xiao replied gently. "Close your eyes and just feel." Intrigued, she drew a deep breath and centered herself. As her awareness dove inward, a sudden surge of power erupted from her core, an expansive wave of raw energy that shimmered around her like starlight. Startled, she opened her eyes, realization dawning on her expression. She had tapped into a deeper layer of her magical essence, exactly what Cheng Xiao had hoped she'd discover. Now, with that foundation laid, she would be ready whenever the three kings returned from the dimensional gap. Because the partnership contract was complementary, once Cheng Xiao fully unlocked the Shadow King's seal, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor automatically shared in the reward. Their cultivation soared overnight. Without a moment's hesitation, the two emperors stepped forward and began to train in earnest before all the assembled soul beasts. Elsewhere in the valley, Tang San sat cross-legged on a weathered stone platform. He slowly opened his eyes and took in the sight of Tang Hao, unconscious but tightly bandaged so that his injuries would not worsen. Rising to his feet, Tang San felt the trident-shaped mark on his forehead burn with a brilliance he had never known before. He focused on the flood of memories racing through his mind, then murmured under his breath, barely audible even to himself. I never imagined I'd return to the Douluo Continent just to save Xiao Wu again, especially after traveling through time. He paused, letting the thought settle. Everything I've gone through in this dimension seems to have shifted away from the original timeline, but that doesn't matter now. With renewed resolve, he turned his gaze toward the path ahead. Now that I, Tang San, God King of the Heaven Du Empire, have returned to the Douluo Continent, the world's fate will be reshaped. As those words fell from his lips, the memory of her, soft, familiar, blossomed in his mind. Aged by longing, he stretched out his hand into the void and whispered, voice breaking, Xiao Wu, I've missed you so much. Chapter 251, Malice from Another World. Father, you're awake. Tang San's voice was soft as he knelt beside his father, relief and concern warring in his chest. Tang Hao's eyes fluttered open. Once one of the God Realm's mightiest, Lord of the Sea God and Shura God, he now lay weakened on the Douluo Continent, stripped of his divine power. Seeing him so vulnerable pained Tang San, yet he harbored no doubt. Once they returned to Sea God Island and he completed the 9 trials, he would ascend again as God King Tang San, sovereign above 10,000 souls. Ahem, Xiao San, Tang Hao croaked, his hoarse voice betraying both surprise and gratitude. As he tested the steady pulse of soul power stabilizing within him, he realized his son's hands had mended his wounds. Pride welled up. He was a God King, after all, but it mingled uncomfortably with resentment. To need Tang San's aid now felt like an insult. Originally, Tang Hao had ventured through the Stardew Great Forest to claim a 100,000-year soul ring and a matching soul bone for his son. Even if it fell short of perfection, it would have been a tremendous boon. Yet a sudden catastrophe had shattered those plans, leaving father and son stranded far from their goal, and at the mercy of unknown malice from another world. The creatures from the other world had dragged them into a fierce battle, and in the chaos, Tang Hao's old, hidden injuries had flared up worse than ever. His cultivation had fallen from Title Douluo back down to Soul Douluo. The 8th and 9th soul skills were beyond his reach now, and unless those deep-seated wounds could be healed, he would never reclaim his former power in this life. Father, let's go back to Haotian sect, Tang San said suddenly. Tang Hao froze. Surprise flickered across his face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it, his expression hardening. With a heavy sigh, he stared up at the sky and murmured, Xiao San, I'm a criminal in the eyes of Haotian sect. I can't return. Father, you're not the one at fault, Tang San replied steadily, stepping forward. He could see the pain etched into his father's features. It was the sect that betrayed you. Tang Hao shook his head, lips pressed into a thin line. Perhaps, but I cannot simply walk back into their halls. Tang San's gaze was unwavering. Tell me, was it wrong to protect Mother? Was that truly a crime? He reached out and placed a firm hand on his father's shoulder. No matter what the sect says, you did what any husband and father would do. You have nothing to be ashamed of. The spirit hall was out for blood, and it had set its sights squarely on the Haotian sect. In fact, even if no earlier conflict had occurred between them, the spirit hall would have seized any excuse to strike. Back when the Haotian sect stood at its peak, the Tianzong was an unassailable force. Had it allied with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, even the formidable Spirit Hall would have thought twice before making a move. Yet, at the critical moment, the sect chose to bow out rather than retaliate, prioritizing its own preservation over defending its reputation. This retreat only emboldened the Spirit Hall, allowing it to grow ever more arrogant and ruthless. If the Haotian sect had stood firm in those days, if it had backed you, Father, there would have been no need for the sect to go into hiding now. Instead, it languished in obscurity, its power ebbing away. Father, Tang San thought, his fist clenching at his side, it's time for you to return to the Haotian sect and lead us back into the Soul Master world. He could feel a fierce certainty rising in his chest. His father had never been wrong. It was the sect's own cowardice that had brought them low, and Tang San was determined to see them rise again. Tang Hao had faced this same moment before, yet seeing it replayed in front of him still sent a fresh wave of anger through his chest. He froze when Tang San spoke, a flare of rage igniting in his eyes. He opened his mouth to protest, but as memories of past failures flooded his mind, he found himself utterly silent. Deep down, he knew Tangsan was right. Taking a steadying breath, Tangsan looked up at his father. "Dad, if you return to the Haotian sect, I'm certain Uncle will show mercy and accept you back. What I need to do now is train harder, grow stronger, so I can prove everything for you." Tang Hao stared at him in stunned disbelief. Something in Tangsan's calm resolve felt almost alien. His instincts told him his son wouldn't speak so earnestly, at least not yet. He shook his head, forcing a bitter smile, and whispered, "Xiao-san, I'll do as you say. Right now, I'm useless anyway." "Even if I could hide it from them," Tangsan's father said gravely, "I couldn't protect you. With your power as a soul Douluo, the Spirit Hall won't hesitate to come after us. Father and son alike would be doomed." Tangsan gave a gentle shake of his head, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Don't worry, Dad. With me, Xiao-san, by your side, we'll handle whatever comes our way." In that moment, Tangsan's mind was already racing ahead. Convincing other powers was no longer the priority. They needed to reach Sea God Island and complete the God test with all possible speed. He didn't need the blessing of the Sea God Trident. He only needed to finish the trial and ascend to the 100th level of godhood. As a budding God King, Tangsan knew how dramatically the test could accelerate one's cultivation. If the Sea God consented, a single year of purification and training would suffice for him to claim divine rank. Once he achieved true godhood, every obstacle would crumble before him. Rescuing Xiao Wu, or even dismantling the Spirit Hall, would be nothing more than a formality. And above all else, having finally returned to the Douluo Continent, Tangsan yearned most to find Xiao Wu and stay by her side. This time, he would not let anything or anyone come between them. He had grown weary of life in the God realm. Endless duties and constant demands left him no time for anything or anyone else. He hadn't even realized that his wife, Xiao Wu, was suffering from lovesickness. Her health was failing for want of him. So he abandoned his divine office, forsaking the highest rank in the pantheon, and set out on a single-minded quest to find her again. Without Xiao Wu, all his power and glory felt utterly meaningless. That night, under a silvery full moon, Cheng Xiao climbed to the highest peak overlooking the Xingdou Great Forest. From this vantage point, the treetops stretched below him like waves of pale light. His shadow soldiers, granted a rare respite from duty, had dispersed to enjoy their brief freedom. A cluster of them gathered not far off. Nash spoke intently to Bingdi, the latter's curiosity piqued by the faint echo of the Ice Dragon King's soul still dwelling within him. Nearby sat Yin, serene and composed, while Fang, who had tended Cheng Xiao through his weakest hours, rested quietly at his feet. Beside her prowled the ghost leopard, its spectral pelt shimmering faintly. How it and the wolf had come to travel together remained a secret known only to fate. Nash's voice was low and serious as he addressed Bingdi. Perhaps it was the residual power of the Ice Dragon King that drew Bingdi's fascination. Here was a creature who wielded an even more potent cold than himself. But Nash yawned through the explanation, betraying no interest in the beast's icy might. Cheng Xiao watched them all in silence, the forest breeze stirring memories of home. He closed his eyes, willing himself to hear Xiao Wu's voice on the wind, hoping her fate would soon lead him back to her side. When Nash laid eyes on that scorpion, his expression twisted in outright disgust. He scarcely glanced at it again, however, when Gu Yue and Di Tian, the latter once an ancient dragon himself, arrived on the scene. After all, though of different lineages, they were still dragons, and dragons tended to stick together. But the mood shifted the moment Nash and Di Tian fell into low conversation. None of the shadow soldiers dared come closer. They hovered at the edge of the clearing, tension humming through the air. Even Cheng Xiao, Xuedi, and Gu Yu, who had been idly enjoying the evening breeze, turned their heads, curiosity lighting their eyes. It wasn't long before the source of their intrigue revealed itself. With a sudden, piercing roar, Ziji, Di Tian's mate, swept her head skyward and unleashed a towering column of violet flame. Di Tian watched her proudly, a confident smile on his lips. Nash, however, merely laughed. Then, to settle once and for all which dragon was mightiest, Nash melted back into the forest shadows, and almost instantly the ground shuddered as he shifted into his true form. His vast, scaled body stretched until it eclipsed the stars. Detian stood frozen, awe written across his face. With a thunderous roar, Nash hurled a torrent of fire from his cavernous maw. The red-gold inferno shot into the heavens, lighting the night sky like a second sun. All around them, the giant beastmen broke into whistles and cheers, their admiration echoing through the dark forest as Nash's flame blazed on. The raw power of the Legion commander had bolstered his troops' confidence, while Detian and the other fierce beasts slumped in defeat. Physically, they'd been utterly outclassed. ZG turned her face away, cheeks flaming with shame. She had never expected such a one-sided rout in what was supposed to be a simple competition. And after fusing the lingering souls of 2 Dragon Kings, you still wager on the outcome? ZG snapped. Isn't that a bit unsporting? Cheng Xiao let out an awkward laugh. Whether from guilt or embarrassment, no one could tell. Just then, Nash quietly shifted back into his human form and met Cheng Xiao's gaze. He scratched the nape of his neck and offered a sheepish grin, looking very much like a child caught in wrongdoing. Cheng Xiao's features softened. With a dismissive wave, he made it clear the slight was forgiven. Overcome with relief, Nash bowed deeply in thanks. In that unexpectedly peaceful moment, the once-dead soldiers reanimated by the Shadow King's might sensed something wholly new stirring within them. Under Cheng Xiao's unexpected mercy, they began to feel genuine emotion, an experience the king's killing machines had never known before. Your heart doesn't seem as peaceful as your face, an ethereal voice suddenly intoned. Cheng Xiao remained silent, tilting his head to study the sky. He could feel the other world drawing near, its borders dissolving into this land. Waves of regal power and dark intent assailed his senses. It was as if he stood at the edge of a dense fog, watching an inexorable figure emerge from the gloom, the very embodiment of destruction. War with the Dragon Emperor was inevitable. Cheng Xiao knew that even the gods of the divine realm might fall without altering what was to come. Every king who had challenged the Dragon Emperor before had found their strength stifled by the world itself. Now, the Dragon Emperor was harvesting the flesh, blood, and magic of those fallen monarchs to fortify the planet, preparing it for his return. What a terrible, unrelenting force. This was Cheng Xiao's verdict on the Dragon Emperor. The fact that Cheng Xiaoyu had once managed to slay him only proved his might. After all, even she had failed to defeat him in their first encounter. Thanks to the Cup of Samsara, he had spent 26 years in a timeless world, emerging all the stronger for it. Each upgrade had honed his power until he'd laid low every rival king in their armies, save one. Even in the final showdown against Cheng Xiaoyu, whose strength had grown by leaps and bounds, the Dragon Emperor still proved a formidable opponent. Cheng Xiao paused, narrowing his senses. A cold whisper of death grazed his awareness. Someone was falling. Has the spirit hall interfered? He murmured, extending his spirit perception across the entire continent. At once, he detected a desperate, life-or-death clash at the Seven Treasures glazed sect. 4 titled Douluo, Spirit Hall's most feared enforcers, were unleashing devastation upon the sect's defenders. Even more astonishing, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, counted among the top 3 sects, had only a single titled Douluo on the field, yet he faced down all 4 of the Spirit Hall's champions. Something's wrong, came a soft voice beside him. The Snow Queen sat silent until now, draped in pure white. Under the dim moonlight, she could have passed for an elf, her silver-blue eyes reflecting both calm and concern as she turned them on Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao straightened, a faint smile playing on his lips. Looks like someone's in trouble. Just the kind of opportunity we need to grow our army. He brushed dust off his robes, though there was none to be found. Need my help? Gu Yu regarded him coolly, her calculating eyes betraying nothing of her true strength. Finally, she gave a small nod. My lord. Detian and the other soul beasts approached, worry etched on their features. What are your orders? Cheng Xiao glanced at Gu Yue, then shrugged, leaving the decision to her. After a moment's thought, she spoke. All right. She closed her eyes briefly as she explained the situation in the Star Do Great Forest. The distress signals, the rival factions, the chance to recruit powerful allies. When she finished, the air before her shivered and bent under her will. Slowly, a circular rift, an instantaneous spatial gate, unfurled. Let's go, Guyue said, her voice calm and authoritative. She strode through the portal. Cheng Xiao and Shui Di followed at once. Bing Di hesitated only a second longer before slipping through as the gateway whooshed closed behind them. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, countless inky figures surged from the forest like a living tide, sweeping toward the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect's stronghold. High above them, a colossal bird wreathed in flickering flames soared through the night, its blazing plumage lighting the sky. Destruction. There's nothing more intoxicating, a cold voice purred from above. Beneath it stood a woman draped in a crimson feathered robe, her dark eyes glinting with amusement as she watched the assault unfold. She sneered. I still can't fathom the Pope's orders. He's dispatched the four of us, four titled Douluo, to spearhead a night raid against a mere auxiliary sect? Do they really think the Seven Treasures can withstand such power? Not far from her hovered the ghost leopard Douluo, shrouded in an unsettling half-darkness that obscured his features. Whenever he unleashed his soul abilities, dozens of the sect's disciples would fall, snuffed out as though by a shadowy wraith. Rumors swirled that only his specter, never his flesh, could truly be seen. A level 95 Douluo whose soul techniques reaped lives with chilling efficiency. Don't be so sure of yourself, came another voice, gruff, calculating. A middle-aged man in a similar crimson robe stepped forward, shading his eyes against the flickering light of the burning bird. Chen Xin and Gu Rong may be elders of an auxiliary sect, but they're hardly pushovers. Underestimating them could cost us dearly. The ghost leopard Douluo's eyes, glowing faintly from beneath his hood, tracked the distant silhouettes of the sect's guardians. Around them, the army of black shadows continued to pour forward, heralding a night the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect would never forget. Lingyuan Douluo, the demon bear of the Elder Hall, his power rated at 95, stood unmoving on a jagged cliff above the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Below him, battered disciples scrambled for shelter amid the ruins. Let's finish this quickly, he said softly, eyes cold. 8th soul skill, blood boil. The moment the words left his lips, the sky darkened with a hail of ember-tipped feathers. Each plume struck the ground like a firebomb, erupting in concussive blasts that shredded wood, stone, and anyone caught in their blast radius. In seconds, dozens of disciples were blown apart, their last cries lost in plumes of blood-tinged smoke. Lingyuan's 8th soul ring flared with renewed intensity. The fiery spirit kite at his feet let out a high, keening shriek, then beat its wings in a violent gust. Hundreds more flaming feathers lifted on the gale, spiraling toward the fortress ahead. The next wave of explosions rocked the courtyard. Majestic halls and watchtowers burst into roaring flames. Under the scorching heat, even the sturdiest beams cracked and collapsed, trapping terrified disciples inside. Those cowering beneath eaves or behind fractured walls had no chance. One moment they were alive, the next they were consumed by fire. A ragged voice rang out through the inferno. Who dares to invade the Seven Treasures glazed sect? Only Lingyuan Douluo's low, mirthless laugh answered, carried on the still smoldering wind. Chapter 252. The Future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. A thunderous roar split the air as a colossal sword, known as the Seven Killing Sword, descended from the heavens. Brilliant soul power surged outward, clashing head-on with Lingyuan Douluo's blazing feathered onslaught. In midair, Sword Douluo Chenshin plummeted slowly, gripping the Seven Killing Sword, which suddenly erupted in a pure white radiance that expanded in all directions. At the same moment, 6 streams of prismatic light shot from the Seven Treasure glazed tower in Ningfengji's hand and flowed into Chenshin's body. 5th soul skill, shocking all directions. Chenshin roared. Instantly, waves of sword energy unfurled from the Seven Killing Sword, rippling outward like an unbreakable barrier. Dozens of enraged soul masters from Wuhun Hall, who had just breached the Seven Treasure glazed sect's defenses, were caught in the blast and sent flying, their formations shattered and their ranks decimated. With Ningfengji's support, Chen Xin, normally a level 96 sword duo, felt his soul power surge to level 97. At this elevated strength, his assault became unstoppable. Those under the rank of title duo had no hope of resisting. Across the battlefield, stunned Wuhun Hall cultivators reeled at the sudden reversal. The Seven Treasure glazed sect, once teetering on the brink of defeat, now stood firm behind their two greatest champions. The future of the sect, and perhaps even the balance of power in the spirit world, rested upon this pivotal moment. Sword Douluo Chenshin planted his feet onto the scorched earth, eyes alight with fierce determination. Beside him, Ningfengji's calm gaze swept the battlefield. Together, their combined might had repelled the invaders, and in doing so charted a new course for the seven treasure-glazed sect's destiny. Even the Spirit Hall's elders found themselves helpless against level 97 Sword Douluo Chenshin. All they could do was stand by as Chenshin's razor-sharp sword Qi cut down their soul masters one after another. "It's the Spirit Hall's reinforcements," Bone Douluo Gurong muttered grimly, guarding Ningfengji as the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect fell around them. "At this rate, we'll all be wiped out." "Fengji, I'll carry you out," Chenshin said without hesitation. "As long as you live, there's still hope for the sect." Ningfengji's eyes flashed with rage. "Spirit Hall. Gurong, take Fengji and retreat. I'll cover your escape," Chenshin ordered. He hovered in midair, sword poised, facing the tide of black-clad enemies surging forward. While Fengji stands, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect endures. "Now move. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible." "Uncle Jian, Ningfengji began, but before he could finish, Gurong struck him across the temple with a hand knife. Darkness closed in as Fengji sank into unconsciousness. He lifted Ningfengji into his arms and prepared to flee toward the rear of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's fortress. But in that instant, dark clouds rolled in, swallowing the full moon and smothering the night sky. A suffocating blackness spread so thoroughly that not even a titled Douluo could orient himself. Everyone present found themselves plunging into utter darkness. "What's happening?" Gu Douluo, who had nearly carried Ningfengji to safety, froze in place, his face grim. At the same moment, Sword Douluo Chenshin descended from the sky, landing beside Bone Douluo. He drew the seven-killing sword, its blade erupting in searing white light. Yet even that brilliance was powerless against the all-encompassing gloom. Nearby, the four titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall converged in a ring of flashing soul energy. They unleashed wave after wave of power, desperately trying to pierce the darkness, but their efforts fizzled as the blackness held firm. "What the hell is this?" snarled the perpetually irritable demon bear Douluo. Soul power crackled around him, but no matter how fiercely he burned, his vision extended no farther than a single meter. None of them could see a thing. At that moment, a faint voice drifted through the darkness from every direction. "If you don't want to die, stay exactly where you are, and don't move." Three of the titled Douluo froze instantly, wary. They had no idea how strong this unseen opponent might be, so they chose patience over rash action. Only Demon Bear Douluo bristled at the warning. He stamped his foot and roared, "How arrogant! Hiding in the dark and barking orders. Do you really think I clawed my way up to titled Douluo by cowering?" "Silence," answered him. Demon Bear Douluo sneered, convinced he'd rattled his enemy. "You're nothing but a rat pretending to be a ghost. If you've got any guts, show yourself and face your demon bear grandpa." Then the disembodied voice spoke again. In the blink of an eye, a man cloaked in black stepped into view. A slender sword appeared in his hand, its blade glinting like frost under the moon. "Eighth soul skill. Flaming meteorite. Fall." Before the final word left his lips, a streak of cold light raced across the darkness toward Demon Bear Douluo, fast as a falling star and twice as deadly. A flash of searing pain, and Demon Bear Douluo staggered, staring in disbelief at the short sword embedded in his chest, its blade warping the very space around it. How is this possible? Were his last stunned thoughts. He fell without ever glimpsing his attacker. Just how powerful must this stranger be? A peerless Douluo, perhaps? Demon Bear's body plummeted from midair and slammed into the earth, carving out a deep crater. When the dust and shadows finally cleared, everyone present froze at the sight of the fallen Douluo, faces drained of color they dared not speak, especially the three titled Douluos of Spirit Hall, who trembled in silent, grave horror. Above them all, Cheng Xiao hovered, feet suspended over the void. He had fully unleashed the might of the Shadow King's spirit, and now commanded flight as easily as breathing. No one uttered a word, yet their racing hearts thundered in their ears. a shared testament to the fear and tension of facing an unknown enemy. After a tense silence, Ghost Leopard Douluo finally spoke up. "Sir, we are elders of the Spirit Hall. Please." "Did His Majesty ask you to speak?" A harsh voice cut him off. Nash strode from the shadows, eyes blazing as he glared down at the elder. Ghost Leopard Douluo faltered, then clenched his jaw and fell silent. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he'd never been treated so brazenly. Had he known the youth's true strength, he would have leapt at him without hesitation, yet here he was, forced into caution. Bone Spirit Douluo narrowed his eyes, studying the black-clad figure hovering above them. "Cheng Xiao, doesn't he look familiar to you?" Sword Spirit Douluo nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I feel it too. I'm almost certain I've seen him before." At that, Bone Spirit Douluo's frown deepened. They exchanged uneasy glances, each haunted by the same unsettling recognition and the questions it raised. Suddenly, he froze as if he'd remembered something important. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Cheng Xiao, could that boy really be the same kid trailing Dugubo?" Sword Douluo's heart skipped a beat. "You mean Cheng Xiao from 7-Star Academy?" Bone Douluo nodded grimly. "Yes, but when did he get so strong? That old fellow from Demon Bear, while not on our level, is still a 95th ranked titled Douluo, and he was wiped out in an instant. It's outrageous." Every Soul Master present thought the same thing. When did titled Douluo become so fragile? The greatest warriors in the world falling like ants, powerless to defend themselves. It was unthinkable. High above them all, Cheng Xiao hovered in midair, looking down with ice-cold contempt at the stunned figures gathered around Wuhun Hall. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying over the hushed crowd. "Your real enemy isn't the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. If you value your lives, you'd better return to the Wuhun Palace, now. I believe your Grand Minister will speak the truth." Ang Xiao's soft voice carried an almost spellbinding authority. The gathered Soul Masters froze in their tracks, exchanging uneasy glances before turning to the elders of Wuhun Palace. Doubt flickered in their eyes. "Elder, shouldn't we pull back?" one of them murmured. He could fell even Demon Bear Elder in an instant. Ghost Leopard Douluo stiffened. At his side, Lingyuan Douluo leaned in and quietly urged, "Elder Ghost Leopard, let's withdraw. This fight is futile. Only more of us will die." For a long moment, Ghost Leopard Douluo said nothing. He knew Lingyuan was right. Retreating meant certain punishment from the Soul Pope back at Wuhun Hall, but staying meant facing an even grimmer fate out here. Finally, he exhaled and gave the order. "All members of Wuhun Hall, fall back." At once, the Soul Masters of Wuhun Palace began their retreat from the grounds of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Leading the withdrawal were the 3 titled Douluo, Ghost Leopard at the head, followed by Spirit Kite Douluo, who bore the unconscious form of Demon Bear Douluo. He fell in step with the Wuhun Palace Soul Masters as they withdrew from the ruined valley. Pausing at the edge of the battlefield, Cheng Xiao surveyed the endless sea of dead bodies at his feet. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low, measured tone. "Rise." At once, inky shadows seeped across the corpses, coalescing into wailing shapes that writhed like devils loosed under a moonless sky. Though the Qibao Glazed sect had been all but wiped out in the fighting, and the Wuhun Palace Soul Masters themselves had bled heavily when Cheng Xiao intervened, none of the fallen would rest. With that single command, each lost soul was claimed by his Shadow Legion, reforged into soldiers for the true enemy that loomed on the horizon. When the last of the newly raised shadows had been absorbed into his ranks, Cheng Xiao stepped through empty space and reappeared in a blink before 2 familiar figures. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stood waiting, the latter cradling an unconscious Ning Fengji. Cheng Xiao inclined his head in greeting. "Long time no see, Senior Sword Douluo, Senior Bone Douluo." He allowed his gaze to flick toward Ning Fengji for just an instant, then shifted his attention back to his seniors. Sword Douluo Chen Xin responded with a slight bow, his hands forming the traditional salute of a titled Douluo. "Cheng Xiao," he said quietly, "we will not forget your kindness today." Bone Douluo's gaunt voice trembled as he finally spoke. "Thank you, little friend Cheng Xiao. If you hadn't arrived when you did, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect would have been wiped out. We owe you a debt we can never repay." Cheng Xiao merely inclined his head. Bone Douluo opened his mouth to ask about the fallen disciples, about the shadows he'd seen writhing from their corpses, but he couldn't bring himself to speak the question aloud. Those restless spirits deserved peace. Sword Douluo stepped forward, laying a broad hand on Bone Douluo's shoulder. "Let's give them a proper burial," he said softly. "None of our disciples ever ran away. They fought to the last." At those words, Bone Douluo's enormous frame shuddered. He fell silent, grief etched into every line of his face. Cheng Xiao looked from one solemn figure to the other. When Bone Douluo finally asked about his own dead, how to quiet those lingering shadows, Cheng Xiao could only shake his head. Most of his forces had been orcs, half-orcs, giant orcs, even soul beasts. Human shadow warriors were too few to matter. He had no answer to offer, and so stood in mute solidarity as they prepared to lay every disciple to rest. Chapter 15. After the battle. Dusk settled over the shattered battlefield. Cheng Xiao's heart panged with reluctance as he knelt beside the fallen bodies. He had never wanted to bind human souls into shadow soldiers, but with no reinforcements from the king's armies on the horizon, he had no choice. Every soldier they raised, even this grim way, might turn the tide if Wuhun Palace pressed its advantage further. With measured resolve, he traced a rune in the dirt, channeling his spirit power. Pale tendrils of energy wove around the corpses, lifting them upright. The newly forged shadow soldier's eyes glowed with an unholy light, ready to defend what remained of the Qibao glazed sect. Away from the front lines, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo led the surviving disciples in the solemn task of clearing the wreckage. They retrieved shattered weapons, collected usable supplies, and made makeshift coffins for the dead. Under a crimson sky, they laid their fallen comrades to rest, chanting prayers to soothe their spirits as they passed beyond. Inside what was once the grand meeting hall of the Qibao glazed sect, splintered beams and cracked pillars painted a scene of ruin. Only a fraction of the original disciples sat in ragged robes, the plush velvet cushions and gilded walls of old replaced by worn floor mats and bare stone, yet hope lingered in their eyes. Little friend Cheng Xiao, Elder Ming, broke the silence, his voice hoarse but earnest. He leaned heavily on his jade-topped staff, his robe stained with dust and blood. "I never imagined Wuhun Palace would dare to storm our walls, and so ruthlessly. If you hadn't come to our aid today, I fear the entire Qibao glazed sect would have been wiped out." Cheng Xiao bowed his head. "I only did what was necessary, Elder Ming. Your disciples' lives and the legacy of this sect matter more than any pride I could hold." Elder Ming nodded, pain flickering across his lined face as he recovered his strength. "You honored our sect today. Rest now, we will rebuild." Outside, the newly animated shadow soldiers stood guard, spectral silhouettes against the dying light. Though their form was uncomfortably close to that of the fallen, their presence promised the sect's fragile safety. Within the battered hall, disciples found renewed determination in Cheng Xiao's selfless bravery. Thus, in the aftermath of destruction, a battered sect drew its first breath of hope and vowed to rise again. After Luo Xiang had finished recounting every detail, Ning Fengji, head of the Qibao glazed sect, learned that it was Cheng Xiao who had driven off the Wuhun Palace invaders. Gratitude shone in his eyes as he turned to the young man. "Sectmaster Cheng, I am deeply in your debt," he said earnestly. "If not for your timely intervention, our sect would have been wiped out." Cheng Xiao offered a modest smile, then spoke with calm assurance. "You overstate it, Sectmaster Ning. I was merely passing by. Still, you have now saved my sect from ruin, and for that I am grateful. As long as the Qibao glazed sect endures, whatever you ask, we will spare no effort to grant it." Moved by his generosity, Ning Fengji rose and bowed deeply, his expression solemn. In response, Cheng Xiao gave a small nod. With a single graceful gesture, a swirl of magic energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming a soft, glowing palm that gently lifted Sectmaster Ning into the air. "I appreciate your kind words," Cheng Xiao continued, voice warm but resolute. "But I have pressing matters elsewhere. Please permit me to take my leave without further ceremony." Ning Fengji inclined his head in understanding. He was about to dispatch an escort to see Cheng Xiao safely on his way, when a ripple of light appeared at the young man's side. A silver-haired woman stepped through a newly opened spatial portal, its edges shimmering like liquid moonlight, a silent invitation to journeys yet unseen. Cheng Xiao and Guyu exchanged their final farewells, then stepped through the spatial gate and vanished, leaving the crumbling hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect behind them. Once they were gone, Ningfengji sat motionless in the front seat, staring at the dilapidated chamber. A bitter smile twisted his lips. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, Wuhun Palace really will drive us out for good this time," he said softly. Sword Douluo, Uncle Jian, nodded grimly. Without Cheng Xiao's protection, the Qibao sect wouldn't have stood a chance. "Fengji," Bone Douluo Bone added, "what matters now is getting everyone to safety. If we linger here, Wuhun Palace's agents will strike again." Ning Fengji drew a deep breath, forcing himself calm. He closed his eyes for a moment, weighing their dwindling options. "You're right, we can't stay. We'll lead every surviving disciple out immediately. Our only hope lies in Tiando City." Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged a look, then bowed in agreement. "So be it," Sword Douluo said. "By my order, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is disbanded. Every disciple is to disperse at once. Live your lives. For the sect to have any future, we must survive today." As the two elder Douluos rose to carry out the grim decree, Ning Fengji stood and looked once more at the battered hall. In that moment, he vowed that, no matter the cost, the true heart of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would endure, hidden, scattered, but unbroken, until the day they could rise again. "No one may ever use the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect when they go out into the world," Ning Fengji announced, his voice steady. "If anyone disobeys and draws the Spirit Hall's ire, they will be marked for death." Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who had walked by his side through every trial, understood the gravity of his decree. It had taken immense courage to make such a decision, but there was no turning back now. They exchanged a solemn glance, their resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. "Yes, Sect Master," they replied in unison. A heavy silence settled over them as the weight of their oath hung in the air. Chapter 253, An Unassailable Creature. Tiando City, Qixing Academy, Dugubo sank into the sofa, his expression grave as he faced Cheng Xiao. "You're saying that, beyond the Spirit Hall, there are even stronger opponents lining up against us?" Cheng Xiao tapped the tabletop with measured fingers, his tone just as serious. "Yes, I believe it won't be long before the entire continent undergoes a major realignment of power." Dugubo's lip twitched at the thought of such upheaval. "That's unsettling," he muttered, waving his hand to dismiss the dark vision. "But let's put that aside for the moment. I heard the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect came under attack by the Spirit Hall?" "Indeed," Cheng Xiao confirmed with a nod. "I was passing through and couldn't stand by, so I gave them a hand." He leaned back and offered a small, confident smile. "By the way, Ning Fengji and the others should be arriving any minute now." Dean Dugubo sat at the head of the lacquered conference table, fingers steepled before him. "After all," he reminded the assembled elders, "my precious granddaughter is still studying at our academy." Just then, the door to his office slammed open. Duguyan burst in, breathless. "Grandpa, the emissaries from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect have arrived." She froze mid-sentence when her gaze landed on the young man lounging on the sofa. For a heartbeat, she stared in disbelief before hurrying over. "Cheng Xiao, is that really you? When did you return? Why didn't you tell us?" Dugubo pinched the bridge of his nose, a weary smile tugging at his lips. "Yan Yan, you know how he is. He just got back a short while ago, and the first thing on his mind is business." "Business?" Dugu Yan's eyes flicked suspiciously to her grandfather. She hesitated, then added, "All right, negotiate carefully, but don't forget why they're here in the first place." Dugubo waved her concern aside. "Rest assured, I haven't forgotten." Dugu Yan darted from the room to greet the sect's envoys. Cheng Xiao rose gracefully from the sofa, smoothing his robes. "Shall we go, old poison?" His tone was mild, but his eyes glinted with amusement. "I'd like to see what schemes that old fox Ning Fengji has cooked up this time." Dugubo nodded, standing. "Yes. Let's see which tricks he's hiding under his sleeve." 10 minutes later, Dugubo sent for Ning Rongrong. A major incident had rocked the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect the night before, and he felt it was best to bring his daughter along. Ning Rongrong didn't ask any questions, though she had no idea what her father might need her for. A gnawing unease told her something bad had happened, almost certainly linked to the sect. Soon they arrived at the reception hall of the Seven Stars Academy. The moment she stepped inside, Ning Rongrong caught sight of her father's drawn, exhausted face. Covering her mouth in shock, she hurried forward, her voice trembling. "Father, what's wrong?" She turned to the two elder patriarchs standing nearby, Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Jian, whose robes were rumpled and eyes sunken with fatigue. "And you, Grandfather Bone, Grandfather Jian, you both look terrible. Has something happened?" Their disheveled appearance and haunted expressions confirmed her worst fears. This was no ordinary matter. Whatever it was, it involved the sect, and it was serious enough to bring all three of them here together. Ning Fengji sank onto a low stool, his shoulders slumped and his face drawn with grief. "Rongrong, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has been destroyed." The words struck Ning Rongrong like a physical blow. She stared at her father, speechless. Beside them, Douluo leaned in, concern etched on his features. "Master Ning," he said gently, "I only heard rumors from Cheng Xiao. What happened, and what will you do next?" Ning Fengji closed his eyes, a wave of shame and sorrow sweeping over him. The Spirit Hall launched a surprise attack. In one night, more than 2/3 of our disciples fell. As their sect master, all I can do now is arrange their burials. Tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around her father in a fierce embrace. "Father, how could this happen? Weren't Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu still leading the sect? What force is powerful enough to wipe us out so completely?" Jian Douluo knelt beside her and gently brushed away her tears. "Shh, don't cry, Rongrong." A tense hush fell over the clearing. One of the onlookers broke the silence, voice low but curious. "Even though the Seven Treasures glazed sect has been disbanded, aren't Patriarch Jian and Patriarch Gu still here?" Gu Douluo's reply rumbled like distant thunder. "Damn Wuhun Hall, you slaughtered more than 2,000 of my disciples in a single night. From this moment on, the Seven Treasures glazed sect and Bibidong are sworn enemies." Douluo felt that blow keenly. 2/3 of their disciples, wiped out overnight. If any other sect had suffered such losses, it would have been wiped from the map entirely. He swallowed hard, the words caught in his throat. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Douluo's shadow, an odd, stirring noise. Jian Douluo's sharp gaze locked onto the movement. Before anyone could intervene, a swirl of black mist burst forth and solidified into a young man standing at the center of the clearing. "Greetings, Sect Master Ning," the stranger said calmly. As the last wisps of mist drifted away, Cheng Xiao's familiar face appeared. Ning Fengji, taken aback for only a moment, sprang to his feet and offered his hand. "Cheng Xiao, thank you for saving my life last night." Cheng Xiao inclined his head, a faint smile touching his lips, and clasped Ning Fengji's hand. "Master Ning, there's no need for thanks. Helping you was payment enough." Ning Fengji bowed his head in resignation. "You knew why I came today. I need your help." Cheng Xiao let out a soft chuckle. "I've always had a knack for reading people." He studied Ning Fengji's weary expression. "Your Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is a shell of its former self. You won't deny that. Yesterday I shut down the Spirit Hall's operation here, but who knows what trouble lies ahead." Ning Fengji's shoulders slumped. "Exactly. That's why I—" Cheng Xiao held up a hand. "Master Ning, if you're asking to join the Seven Stars Academy, I have to be honest. Titles and power hold little allure for me. If that's your plan, you're free to pursue it." Hearing those words, Ning Fengji's heart sank. He leaned closer, voice barely above a whisper. "Cheng Xiao, you once warned me that creatures from other worlds are watching our land. If the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect were to make a real contribution to your cause, wouldn't that help you stand against them?" Cheng Xiao shook his head slowly. "I understand your intentions, Master Ning. Here's what we can do. Speak with Old Poison, Douluo. If he agrees to your proposal, then consider it accepted. Does that satisfy you?" Ning Fengji's face lit with relief. "Thank you, it's a deal." Before he could say more, his senior disciple Gudo stepped forward, eyes wide with concern. "Fengji, remember, Douluo is an old fox. Be cautious in that conversation." Ning Fengji offered a grateful nod. "I will. Thank you, Gudo." As the two men fell silent, the weight of their decision hung in the air. The fate of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and perhaps the entire realm, now depended on a frail alliance with one of the Academy's most enigmatic masters. Douluo's voice rang out across the silent hall. Master Gu, he said urgently, if we truly join the Seven Stars Academy, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect will disappear forever. Douluo's face tightened. He knew the boy spoke the truth. Their once proud sect had already fallen into ruin, its temples and halls reclaimed by time. Only a handful of Douluo descendants remained, and if they declined the Academy's offer, the Spirit Hall, ever eager to snuff out rivals, would soon destroy the last vestiges of their bloodline with its dark arts. Douluo opened his mouth, but no words came. Douluo's logic was unassailable. At last, the older man bowed his head. You've convinced me, Douluo. A soft chuckle drew their attention to the throne. Emperor Douluo leaned forward, amber eyes glinting. Master Ning, he called to the dignified figure standing beside him, Ning Fengji, Dean of the Seven Stars Academy. I have only one condition. Welcome the survivors of the glazed tile sect into your academy. But when real danger comes, I expect them to stand and fight, not turn tail and run. Ning Fengji inclined his head in solemn agreement. Your Majesty Dugu, you have my word. If that day truly comes and the Seven Treasures glazed sect fights to the last, none of its people will escape unscathed. I, Ning Fengji, will stand by my word. A low chuckle rose from Douluo. Very well. Before he could say more, Douluo's gaze snapped to Cheng Xiao. As a level 96 titled Douluo, he still couldn't gauge the young man's true strength. Ning Fengji noticed his uncle's scrutiny and asked, What is it, Uncle Jian? Douluo fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a calm, measured tone. Cheng Xiao, may I ask your current soul power level? Cheng Xiao paused, then met the elder's eyes without hesitation. In that instant, Douluo's pupils constricted. Almost reflexively, he summoned his martial soul, and the 7 killing swords erupted into being. A crackling pulse of blade chi rippled through the hall, setting the columns shuddering, and just as suddenly, the sword energy vanished. Relief softened Douluo's expression. Moments ago, it seemed he'd slipped into another realm, a void of unending darkness that swallowed all light. Yet now, he was firmly back in the grand hall, his calm restored. Chapter 10. Douluo drew in a slow breath. I understand. With that, he let the matter drop. Around him, the others exchanged puzzled glances. None of them knew what had transpired between him and the masked stranger. Only Ning Fengji and Douluo regarded Douluo thoughtfully. They both knew his fiery temper and immense strength, and suspected there was far more to the story. Martial Soul City, Pope's Palace. A hush fell over the marble hall as a trembling cardinal knelt before Pope Bibi Dong. Tall columns spiraled upward, their carved motifs shimmering in the torchlight. At the far end stood Bibi Dong on her dais, her crimson robes brushing the polished floor. Your Holiness, the cardinal began, voice quavering, in our recent soul-hunting operation against the Seven Treasures glazed sect, we suffered heavy losses. Though we eventually routed their forces, at the very last moment, Elder Ju's disciple, Cheng Xiao, intervened. He halted the assault, then slew Elder Demon Bear with a single, devastating strike. Afterward, he instructed us to return here and consult the chief priest. He said only the chief priest truly understands what must be done. Bibi Dong's eyes snapped open, her gaze icy. What did he say precisely? She demanded. Swallowing nervously, the cardinal repeated, He told us to ask the chief priest upon our return, asserting that the chief priest knows. The words struck like a blow. Bibi Dong's lips curled in rage. That insolent upstart! She thundered. Does he intend to defy me? To incite rebellion against the church itself? A low rumble echoed through the palace as torches flickered. The assembled cardinals shrank back, hearts pounding, keenly aware that their pope's fury could shape the fate of Martial Soul City and the balance of power across the entire spirit continent. Bibi Dong's gaze burned with barely contained fury. If it weren't for his bond with that 100,000-year soul beast, she snarled, how could I ever have allowed it to slip away from Wuhan City? She swung her eyes across the assembled Douluos and Soul Masters. You call yourselves the best we have, 4 titled Douluo, over 10,000 Soul Masters, and yet you couldn't fully crush the 7 Treasures glazed sect. What use are you? The cardinal trembled, but forced himself to speak. We sent 8,000 Soul Masters to strike the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. They were caught completely off guard. Every last member was wiped out. Our own losses did not exceed 3,000, though the ninth elder, Yu Yuanjun, fell in battle. His remains have been recovered. Bibi Dong's eyes glittered like frost. That old dragon Yu Yuanjun was no lightweight, she said, her voice cold as steel. He fought to the bitter end, trading his life to delay our enemy and save one of our titled Douluo. A noble sacrifice, one we cannot forget, but one I deem necessary. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over the silent assembly. Take your victories and your failures and learn from them. I will not tolerate another lapse. 2 of the 3 rival sects have already fallen. Next on our list is the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with determination as she stood in the chamber's center. Across from her, Hulina lingered respectfully by the entrance. Only days had passed since the 2 elders had brought Lina back for healing, yet now she stood fully recovered and diligently studying under Bibi Dong's guidance. Teacher, there's no need for undue haste, Lina said, bowing her head. With 2 sects eliminated, our greatest obstacles are out of the way. The Spirit Hall has certainly taken losses, but nothing we can't overcome. If we follow the original plan, unifying the continent should be only a matter of time. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She folded her arms, pacing slowly. You don't realize how precarious things have become, Lina. Elder Ju's disciple Cheng Xiao was meant to play a crucial role in our strategy, but that part of the plan can't go forward now. Lina fell silent, her brows knitting in concern. Never mind, Bibi Dong said with a dismissive wave. Forget I even mentioned it. Instead, go speak with Elder Gui and Elder Ju. With their backing, you won't face obstacles at every turn within the Spirit Hall. Believe me, the waters there are far deeper than you imagine. I understand, teacher. With a polite nod, Hulina bowed deeply and withdrew, leaving Bibi Dong alone with her thoughts as the fate of the Haotian sect and the entire continent hung in the balance. I want to see what kind of medicine you're selling in that gourd, Qian Daoliu. Bibi Dong's words cut through the air like a blade, her eyes, sharp and cold, fixed on him with unflinching intensity. Inside the Douluo Hall, Qian Renshui knelt motionless before the towering 6-winged statue, her forehead pressed to the polished stone floor. Hours had slipped by in silent devotion. Since Qian Daoliu had been gravely wounded, she had set aside her alias of Shui Qinghe and reclaimed her true name and full authority. Every thread of the Tiando Empire's affairs had been quietly woven to her design. A decoy, Shui Qinghe now managed the public duties, rarely venturing beyond the compound, lest her facade be broken, while Qian Renshui directed the true course of events through trusted acolytes. Beyond the ornate screen, Qian Daoliu watched her with a mix of reverence and sorrow pooling in his eyes. He felt life slipping from him like grains of sand. Only one hope remained, that Qian Renshui would soon undergo the divine examination and rise as the god of angels. Xiaoshui, he thought, using the private name that bound them, if you can claim divinity, then even if I must risk everything, what is there left to fear? Before his heart could settle on the thought, a malignant aura seeped through the hall's threshold, dark, corrupt, and laden with ill intent. Silence shattered. The moment of reckoning had come. Qian Daoliu held out his right hand, and a warm, golden barrier shimmered into being around Qian Renshui, shielding her from the lingering evil aura. At the same moment, luminescent light danced across his own robes as he stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before the gates of Douluo Palace. From the high marble steps, Bibi Dong regarded Mem with a mocking smile. Qian Daoliu, she called, her voice cool and taunting. It seems you truly are on your last legs. She swept an imperious glance over his calm, unbowed posture. The mighty high worshipper you once were is reduced now to an old man clinging to life. That creature that struck you, it must be formidable indeed. Qian Daoliu's brow tightened. What are you getting at, Bibi Dong? She stepped closer, folding her arms. Tell me what you know. What exactly are those creatures from other worlds? His expression darkened, and his voice dropped to a low rumble. You'll find out soon enough. If you've come only to ask questions, I suggest you return to the Jade Hall. She arched an eyebrow. Is that a threat? He inclined his head once. Consider it a warning. Do not provoke them until you have fully ascended to godhood. Their power far exceeds anything you have faced. Without another word, Douluo turned and strode away toward the palace's grand entrance. Bibi Dong watched him go, the echo of his final caution ringing in her ears. Standing alone on the marble steps, she found herself unsettled, haunted by the promise of an enemy more terrible than she had ever imagined. Chapter 254, Senior Poseidon, I must ask you to restart the 9 trials elsewhere. In the shifting mists of another dimension, the Dragon Emperor stood motionless. His human-like form shimmered with pale blue energy as he surveyed the endless void. The Shadow King is not so easily killed, he said in a calm, measured voice. But this time, only one of us will remain. Not long ago, the Beast Kings rejoiced. They were certain they had finally slain the Shadow King once and for all. Their triumphant celebration, however, was cut short by an urgent report from the Fantasy King. The news had sent shivers through their ranks, but the Dragon Emperor's unruffled composure put them at ease again. Fantasy King, the Dragon Emperor's voice echoed through the darkness. When do you propose we strike? A respectful hush fell before the Fantasy King replied. Your Majesty, now is the perfect moment. From my long-range scans, I see the Shadow King's second-generation elite forces are fully occupied, trying to reopen the dimensional channel to our realm. His heir is tied up on the front lines against the Absolutes in another universe. Excellent, the Dragon Emperor said, inclining his head. I will deal with the heir myself. Your task, and that of the other kings, is to crush the remainder of his forces. As you command, the Fantasy King answered, bowing low. But be warned, each of those elites matches a king in power. This battle will test us all. In the obsidian throne room of the Castle of Destruction, the air trembled with dark power as the Dragon Emperor fixed his crimson gaze on his lieutenants. King of Fantasy World, he spoke first, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. Your task is simple. Hold them back. With the armies of the King of Monsters and the King of Beasts in their current state, they will be powerless to stop our enemies. Yes, great Dragon Emperor, replied the King of Fantasy World, bowing deeply. The King of Beasts, his leonine features etched with sudden concern, stepped forward. Dragon Emperor, then the King of Monsters and I shall unleash open war across this realm? The Dragon Emperor's wings rustled like a gathering storm. Beasts belong to the forest, so your domain is the wilds. King of Monsters, you will lead your legions against the human cities. King of Beasts, you will scour the woods and purge every creature standing in our way. He leaned forward, his red eyes flickering with assured triumph. And when every inch of this planet is saturated with raw magic, I will unleash my Legion of Desolation. Then, and only then, will our conquest be absolute, until nothing remains. We understand, Dragon Emperor, both kings intoned, bowing once more. With that, the King of Monsters and the King of Beasts withdrew from the castle. Soon, they would marshal their forces, 2 prongs of devastation poised to tear this world apart, just as their master commanded. The Dragon Emperor stood alone in the vast, empty expanse that had once been the Castle of Destruction. The King of the Fantasy World had lingered here just long enough to assign every mission. Once his orders were set, he departed, leaving the Dragon Emperor to his solitary vigil. Silence pressed in from all sides. Without enemies to conquer, without realms to ravage, the Dragon Emperor felt his power draining away. He was, after all, the King of Destruction, a supreme being born in the depths of darkness, resurrected by the Absolute's power in distant dimensions. Yet when the Absolute itself had fallen, the Dragon Emperor had fled in panic across the multiverse, seeking new worlds to lay waste. But here, this null dimension offered nothing to destroy. For him and his army, existence without conflict was indistinguishable from oblivion. His very essence was war. To be denied the clash of steel and roar of fallen legions was to be shackled. A cold fury kindled in his obsidian eyes. Shadow King Cheng Xiao, he snarled to the empty air. Mark my words, the next time our paths cross, I will rend you and your army limb from limb, just as I tore the Absolute to pieces before I arrived here. With that vow hanging in the stillness, the Dragon Emperor turned toward the yawning darkness beyond the castle walls. Raising one clawed hand, he summoned the swirling shadows around him. Soldiers, he thundered, prepare for war. At his command, a legion of dark phantoms coalesced, sharpening their blades of void and readying their armor of night. Though the realm around them remained silent and void, The Dragon Emperor's voice roused them to life. Soon, the Castle of Destruction would echo once more with the drumbeat of an army poised to unleash devastation across the dimensions. This time, we will utterly destroy everything. A tide of darkness rippled across the sky as dozens of ancient dragons, hundreds of worms, and tens of thousands of drakes emerged, their scales wreathed in shadow. Their eyes glowed a fierce scarlet, and in a single, thunderous roar, they vowed to lay waste to all creation for their sovereign, the Dragon Emperor. High above the mortal plains lay the God Realm, where drifting clouds of divine mist swirled like living spirits. Wisps of immortal essence danced in the air, refracting light into shifting, nine-hued halos. At the center of this celestial expanse rose the Golden Radiance Palace, its spires shimmering softly beneath the realm's sacred aura. Within the palace's grand hall, the God Realm Committee convened. This council, the ultimate authority on divine law, oversaw the fates of gods and mortals alike, maintaining cosmic order. Around a vast round table sat 5 majestic figures. At the head occupied a warrior clad in blood-red armor. His matching eyes burned with restrained power, as though he fought a constant inner battle. Beside him, enshrouded in a voluminous purple hood, sat the god of destruction, silent but ominous. Together, they and their peers prepared to judge a threat that might unmake them all. A chill darkness filled the vaulted chamber, broken only by 2 flickering orbs of violet light nestled within the folds of Ashura's cloak. No face was visible beneath that hood, just the ever-present aura of annihilation, pulsing like a heartbeat. From the shadows came a low, resonant voice. "Why have you summoned us, Ashura?" The god of destruction spoke from beneath his own dark cloak, his twin purple motes dancing in the gloom as he rose to face his counterpart. Ashura, the god of Shura, settled onto the central dais, his posture calm but alert. "I sensed a grave disturbance at the heart of the divine realm," he began. "Since then, calamities have racked the Douluo Continent with alarming frequency. A cataclysm approaches." A slender figure drifted forward, the god of evil, his eyes glinting like polished obsidian. "These are the deeds of creatures from another world," he mused. "I endeavored to reach them, yet they offered no reply." Ashura inclined his head. "Their power is astonishing, even by our standards, and yet it seems restrained by some invisible barrier. They cannot unleash their full strength." The god of destruction's grin was a slash of shadow. "Then tell me, Shura, how potent must they be in their own realm, unbound by this limitation? At what level do they stand, that they inspire such havoc even here?" Ashura's violet gaze held a flicker of concern. "At least supreme among the supernal. If they can stand against us when shackled, what might they achieve when truly unleashed?" The cavern fell silent as the 3 deities contemplated an enemy beyond imagination and the storm it threatened to bring. The god of evil shook his head gravely. "I'm not certain," he admitted. "The energy emanating from that world is nothing like ours. Still, by my estimate, those beings must be at least first-tier gods, perhaps even stronger." A deep, resonant voice answered him. "Terrifying," said God Shura. "And yet, relative to the very foundation of our god realm, they're still far behind." "Shura, don't get ahead of yourself," the god of evil warned. "I agree. Let's set this aside for now," said the god of Nedness, gently laying a hand on the evil god's arm. "What we really need to consider is this. If Douluo Continent continues evolving unchecked, could it eventually pose a threat to our realm?" The god of destruction's voice was icy. "Do you mean we should send agents to Douluo Continent to eliminate any potential danger?" The god of kindness shook his head, his tone softening. "No, I'm suggesting the opposite. What if we opened a line of communication, invited them to join the god realm, instead of waging war?" "Whether they join our ranks or not," the god of kindness began, his tone gentle but firm, "we must not allow them to become enemies of the god realm." At his words, God Shura's lips curled in a wry half-smile. "Kindness, you never tire of playing the peacemaker. If it were that simple to solve, we wouldn't still be arguing." "I'm merely offering a suggestion," the god of kindness replied calmly, folding his hands. He had no wish to prolong the dispute. The goddess of life, seated beside the god of destruction, leaned forward. Her eyes flicked from Shura to the others. "Shura, your stance is far too extreme. The god of evil himself said these 8 newcomers might be only first-level gods, harmless apprentices, essentially. But what if they are already god kings? Shura's gaze hardened. If even one of them truly wields the power of a god king, allowing them to linger among us is asking for ruin. We cannot gamble with the safety of the god realm. The goddess of life shook her head. By refusing them audience, we're forging new enemies before ever giving them a chance to explain. Is that prudent? She pressed her fingertips together, her voice dropping to a whisper. And there's another matter. Just recently, a fresh aura of divine soul was detected in the lower realm. A hush fell over the Celestial Council. The question lingered in the charged air. Would they open the gates to potential allies or guard them jealously against unknown powers? Compared to those visitors from other worlds, we must pay closer attention to this divine soul's aura. The Asura god fell silent. He sensed that aura, but he held his ground. Two familiar forces pulsed within it, the power of the Asura god and the power of the sea god. 1 month later, on the Douluo Continent, Tang San arrived at Sea God Island as effortlessly as a dolphin cutting through the waves. Drawing on memories from his previous life and his burgeoning mastery of the sea, he wielded the sea god trident to command every sea creature he encountered. Their terror at his presence ensured he faced no impediment on his journey. Originally, Tang San had intended to seek out Xiao Wu. But the timeline of this world had been radically altered, and he needed to restore his strength as quickly as possible. After a brief farewell to his father, Tang Hao, he sailed straight for Sea God Island. He knew that by undertaking the Sea God's 9 trials, he would earn the right to face the Sea God himself, gaining direct instruction, a surge in soul power, and the soul rings necessary to ascend to new heights. Tang San smiled to himself. This shortcut meant he didn't have to endure the tedious god-level trials. He could shave off endless time and become a deity almost immediately. Simple enough. The moment he set foot on Sea God Island, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He remembered how hard he'd worked to reach this place the first time around. Now, a panorama of lush green stretched before him, just as he recalled. Standing here felt both familiar and foreign, like being back on the Douluo Continent, yet the dense foliage and the hint of salt in the breeze reminded him that he was still on an island surrounded by the sea. Tang San inhaled deeply, letting the mingled scents of vegetation and ocean fill his lungs. He had missed this more than he'd realized. After all, 10,000 years later, this island had become nothing less than the backyard of Shrek Academy. You can bask in memories later, he chided himself quietly. He hadn't come for nostalgia. Xiao Wu's situation remained urgent. He needed to ascend as the sea god swiftly, just as he'd once toppled the spirit hall to restore peace. As Tang San began to steady his thoughts, planning how best to approach the current sea god, a crisp voice called out from the forest's edge. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on Sea God Island? Before Tang San could react, 7 or 8 figures burst from the trees, hemming him in. Their faces varied, but each wore the same yellow robe, an unmistakable uniform of the Sea God Island's soul masters. Tang San raised his hands in a placating gesture. He recognized their insignia immediately. There was no point in skirmishing over a misunderstanding. I come on behalf of the Haotian sect, he said evenly. My grandfather, Tang Chen, is a close friend of your high priest, Senior Poseidon. Please allow me to see him. The oldest-looking man, his stern features creased in a scowl, folded his arms. The Haotian sect? Here? Tang San gave a courteous nod. Yes, my grandfather's name carries great weight throughout the Soul Master world, even among sea Soul Masters. I only seek a private audience with Senior Poseidon. The yellow-robed guards exchanged uneasy glances. Tang Chen's reputation was legendary, and yet they knew of no official ties between their high priest and the famed grandmaster of the Haotian sect. Their hesitation spoke volumes. This sudden claim, if true, could change everything. Though inwardly puzzled, the yellow-robed soul master studied Tang San's unshakable confidence and bowed respectfully. Very well, he said. Please follow me. With that, he and the other sea soul masters turned into the forest, Tang San falling in step behind them. If circumstances allowed, he would have sprinted ahead. He knew every hidden path on Sea God Island, but for now he held back, matching their pace. After winding through tall pines and shadowed glades, they emerged at a secluded pond ringed by dense woods. At its center rose a triangular islet, accessible by a narrow stone causeway. On that islet stood a single, towering monolith, its surface covered in strange statues and intricate, swirling patterns. Seated before the pillar with his back to it was a man clad entirely in black. His eyes were closed, as though lost in deep meditation. The black robes marked him as the Soul Master second only to High Priest Bo-Saixi. As the group halted at the water's edge, the yellow-robed master's demeanor shifted, his earlier ease replaced by solemn deference. He nodded once toward the silent figure before them, then stepped aside to let Tang San approach. The messenger leaned in close and whispered, "I need to report to Lord Haima. A land soul master has arrived, claiming to represent the Haodian sect. He insists his grandfather and our high priest shared a deep bond. We dared not ignore him, so we brought him straight here. Please relay this to the high priest at once." At this, the black-robed soul master seated beneath the sacred pillar opened his eyes. His gaze swept over Tang San and the messenger, then settled back on them as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Very well. I understand. You may withdraw." He turned deliberately toward the towering stone pillar behind him and pressed his palm to its cool surface. Immediately, the pillar ignited in a soft blue glow. A column of light shot upward, then bent in a graceful arc across the sky toward Poseidon Temple on the summit of Poseidon Island. As the beam faded into the distance, a voice drifted back on the wind, distant but unmistakable. "Is there someone from the Haoqian sect?" No sooner had the words reached Tang San's ears than a red flare appeared on the horizon. The air around it rippled and warped, and through that shimmering distortion, a solitary figure materialized in midair. The messenger and Tang San stood frozen, watching as the newcomer descended toward the sacred pillar, the promise of revelations and challenges yet to come hanging in the charged silence. A woman waited ahead, draped in robes of brilliant crimson. Her blue hair tumbled around her shoulders, and in one hand she held a scepter carved with arcane runes. Even at a glance, she was unmistakably a rare beauty, every movement suffused with an otherworldly grace. Yet the most striking feature was her eyes, so clear and fathomless they felt like gazing into the very heart of the ocean. "Make way for the High Priestess," Seahorse Douluo announced with a low bow as she approached. "You needn't be so formal." The woman replied with a gentle smile. Her gaze shifted to Tang San. "And who might you be?" Tang San stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I am Tang San, honored to meet you, Senior Bo-Saixi, my great-grandfather. His name was but a single word." Bo-Saixi's eyebrows rose in curiosity. "Oh, you've seen me before?" "I have," Tang San answered evenly, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Inwardly, he reminded himself, "It's been many years, Senior Bo-Saixi, but now I must draw upon your power to trigger the 9th Poseidon trial." With that thought lingering between them, the chapter drew to a close. Chapter 255, Super Large Transmission Portal. Tang Chen's great-grandson? Bo-Saixi's eyes brightened with surprise, as if she were recalling something long buried. "Is your great-grandfather all right?" Tang San paused, then shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid he hasn't returned to the Haoqian sect in a very long time, Senior Bo-Saixi, but I'm certain he still thinks of you fondly." A flicker of confusion rippled across Bo-Saixi's deep sea-green eyes. She gazed out at the rolling waves, lost in her own memories. After a moment's silence, she turned back to Tang San and whispered, "Then why have you come to Poseidon Island?" Tang San met her steady gaze. "Senior, I've come to undertake Poseidon's trial. I must grow stronger, strong enough to bring an end to the war ravaging our mainland. I also ask Senior to allow me to conduct the assessment test. War has unexpectedly broken out on the mainland again." Bo-Saixi's voice was calm as she approached the seahorse sacred pillar. She ran her fingers over the intricate carvings that spiraled up its surface, then folded her hands in solemn reverence. "Tang San, great-grandfather, today I will personally preside over your assessment ceremony." Tang San inclined his head. Having already experienced this test, he knew exactly what to do. Without another word from Bo-Saixi, he stepped forward and stood before the pillar, waiting for the trial to begin. Bo-Saixi raised her hands deliberately, her face a mask of devout concentration. As Poseidon's most fervent believer, the spirit power within her stirred to life. First a faint red glow in her palms, then a surge of light that blossomed outward. The entire seahorse sacred pillar was bathed in crimson radiance. A moment later, a flash of energy crackled at its base, and the assessment ceremony commenced. Suddenly, a scarlet glow raced along the runic lines of the seahorse holy pillar, shooting almost to its summit in the blink of an eye. Bo Saixi pivoted to face Tang San, raised his right hand, and in that instant a beam of sapphire light descended from the heavens, engulfing Tang San's body. As the azure radiance wrapped around him, its hue began to cycle, white, yellow, purple, in a dizzying flash so swift it felt unreal. The assessment color is still shifting. Could this be the top-rank evaluation? Bo Saixi murmured, his ancient eyes gleaming with curiosity. At the very moment the light around Tang San transformed, the ebony sigils spiraling up the seahorse holy pillar flowed onward, 2/3 of the pillar already covered in inky darkness. Then that darkness bled into a vivid crimson. With a sudden surge of power, the blood-red runes leapt from the 2/3 mark straight to the very top of the holy pillar in the space of a heartbeat. A low, mournful hum, like the sea itself crying out, resounded from the seahorse sacred pillar. In an instant, a vast shaft of blood-red light shot into the sky, its color deep and vivid as fresh wound. The sea within the sea churned violently beneath it, towering waves nearly 100 meters high, erupting as though the ocean itself sought release. On Poseidon Island, every eye snapped toward the seahorse pillar. The 6 elders in black robes, each standing sentinel before a different ancient stone column, froze in stunned silence at the sight of the crimson beam. Yet the spectacle was far from over. The island trembled under the pulsing glow, and then, one by one, 6 more blood-red light pillars ascended until 7 converged at a single point above. Suddenly, the scarlet radiance dissolved, replaced by an eruption of dazzling golden light that cascaded from the heavens. It wrapped around Tang San in a molten halo, and for a heartbeat, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The moment the golden radiance ignited, every corner of Poseidon Island, from the 7 sacred pillars to the deep forest, rolling hills, and the vast sea itself, was bathed in a pale, shimmering light. Even the sea spirit masters standing guard were overlaid with a soft, auric glow. All that brilliance converged on Tang San, settling around him like liquid gold, and then crystallized into a trident-shaped brand upon his brow. Unlike the faint mark he'd borne before, this one blazed with dazzling intensity. Poseidon's 9 trials, Bo Saixi whispered, her clear blue eyes widening in astonishment. She had studied every legend of the island, but had never witnessed this sight, nor truly believed it possible. Stepping forward, she addressed Tang San in a voice that trembled with both awe and warmth. "Tang San," she said, "I have awaited your coming for over 100 years, and at last, in this Rottenwood year, our paths converge." Turning to Seahorse Douluo at her side, she spoke with regal authority. "Ouya, carry out my decree. Until Tang San has completed Lord Poseidon's trials, he shall be treated as an honored guest of this island." The assembled sea spirit masters bowed in unison, and the golden glow around Tang San pulsed softly, as though welcoming him into the ancient legacy of Poseidon. "Remember," Poseidon Douluo Bo Saixi's voice rang out across the marble hall, "no one is to neglect or offend Tang San. Aside from his examination, you will see to every one of his requirements, and summon the other 6 to the Temple of Poseidon at once for further discussion." Seahorse Douluo Oya bowed deeply. "Yes, Lord Poseidon," he replied with unwavering deference. Only when Ouya had departed did Bo Saixi turn his serene blue gaze back to Tang San. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" he inquired, an inscrutable smile touching his lips. Tang San forced his composure, though his heart hammered in his chest. If he stayed too calm, Bo Saixi might grow suspicious, but he also dared not appear overly eager. He cleared his throat. "Senior, may I ask about the 9th Poseidon test? And what happens if someone fails the assessment?" At once, Bo Saixi's expression darkened. The kindness that had filled his eyes melted away, replaced by an almost predatory coldness. The air around Tang San seemed to constrict, pressing in so tightly he struggled to draw breath. "Tang San," Bo Saixi said softly, each syllable laced with icy warning, "do not ever allow the idea of failure into your mind. If you fail this test, the consequences you face will extend far beyond a mere death sentence." A brilliant scarlet light flared before Tang San's eyes. In the next instant, the imposing figure of Poseidon Douluo was gone, leaving nothing but empty space and a lingering sense of dread in the stunned young man's soul. As Bosaishi walked away, Tangsan thought to himself, Senior Bosaishi really hasn't changed, still as overbearing as ever. He tightened his fists. From now on, he would spare no effort to reach Poseidon's attention. Only by completing the 9 trials of Poseidon as quickly as possible could he claim the title of Poseidon and ascend to godhood. Under the regular pace of the 9th trial, even the fastest candidate would need at least 8 more years to finish. Worse still, Tangsan's situation here was far more precarious than when he first set foot on Poseidon Island. His blue-silver emperor bloodline remained dormant. He hadn't even awakened its full form, and despite Xiao Wu's sacrifice of a 100,000-year-old soul ring, he hadn't managed to refine a single stalk of fairy grass. What mishap in this timeline had left his cultivation so pitiful? Thankfully, his divine soul still ranked at God King level. Relying on the 9 trials, he was confident he could claw his way back to the summit sooner rather than later. Clenching his fists, Tangsan's thoughts turned dark as he recalled the havoc the Wuhun Palace had wreaked on his family. Determined beyond doubt, he vowed to accelerate his trials, secure the Poseidon seat, and regain everything he'd lost. Even if he had to start all over again, he would never let Wuhun Palace, or anyone who had harmed his family, get away with it. Xiao Wu, he vowed, wait for me. I'll come for you soon, I promise. Star Forest lay silent beneath its own shadowy canopy, towering trunks grew so close together here that not a sliver of sky or sunlight pierced the gloom. At the very heart of the woods spread a vast, mirror-smooth lake, nearly 100 meters across. Its still surface reflected the green world around it like polished jade. By the water's edge, a girl in a crystalline pink gown leaned back against an ancient tree. She sat cross-legged, her breathing slow and even, her soul energy rippling in soft waves around her. She had already ascended to the rank of 6-ring Soul Emperor. Behind her lay an orangutan the size of a small mountain. Its fur was patterned with perfectly regular bands of golden yellow, and its lantern-like eyes gleamed with topaz fire. Every sinew and muscle on its colossal frame bulged with terrifying strength, far surpassing even the legendary hardness of Huanggang rock. Yet beside that titanic beast, the girl looked almost delicate. Since her return to the Star Doe Forest, Xiao Wu's cultivation had skyrocketed. Though she had once been only a transformed soul beast, she now commanded power on par with the highest soul emperors. Xiao Wu had thrown herself into training so obsessively that her speed now far outstripped that of an ordinary soul master. She cut into her sleep and even skipped meals, all in the hope of advancing quickly enough to aid Cheng Xiao. Behind her, the Titan ape, Ming, had been lying motionless on the forest floor. Suddenly it stirred and rose to its feet, its gaze fixed on the distant treetops. There, looming above the canopy, hovered a massive teleportation gate. The ape remembered all too well the horrors that gateway had once unleashed, and instinctive caution flashed in its eyes. A sudden splash broke the stillness. From the center of the placid lake, a bull's head the size of a small rock formation, and at least 4 meters across, emerged. Its enormous eyes glowed like twin lanterns in the dusk. "Second brother, what's wrong?" Ming's deep voice trembled slightly. The cerulean python, the sleek sky-green serpent coiled beside Xiao Wu, offered a single, cool glance toward her. "Don't disturb her," it cautioned. "Sister Xiao Wu is deep in cultivation. Let her concentrate." Ming scratched his shaggy head and looked back at the water. "I can't shake this ominous feeling." From the lake's depths came the azure bull python's sonorous reply. "Ming, this is beyond our concern. Let us leave it to her. All we need to do is keep Sister Xiao Wu safe. Lord Ditzian will handle the rest." "That's right." The Titan ape nodded readily. Xiao Wu, still deep in cultivation, suddenly snapped her eyes open. "How strange," she murmured. "It feels like the world's soul power just surged. No, that can't be right." Shaking off the sensation, she was about to resume her meditation when the sky above split open with a deafening roar. A colossal portal yawned overhead, unleashing a torrent of arcane energy that washed across the land. In an instant, dark clouds swallowed the blue sky, the earth trembled, and the surrounding forest quivered under a magical hurricane, as though it might be torn from its roots. "What's happening?" The azure bull python growled as he and the titan ape sprang forward, bracing themselves against the gale. Their massive forms curved protectively around Xiaowu. "Second brother, get Sister Xiaowu out of here," the python urged. "I'll hold them off." Titan ape bounded alongside the azure bull python's fading trail, shouting, "Brother, let me go with you." The python's scales shimmered green as he turned back just long enough to growl, "Don't be a fool. Take Sister Xiaowu to find Lord Diqian, quickly." Then, in a flash, he dove into the portal. Titan Ape's heart lurched as it snapped shut. He glanced at Xiaowu in his arms. She looked so fragile, her hair plastered to her cheeks and her shoulders trembling at every gust of wind. Still, he had no choice. Cradling her gently, he veered away from the portal and charged deeper into the Douluo forest. "Erming, what will happen to Daming if we leave him behind?" Xiaowu's voice, he caught on a sob. The Titan ape amplified his pace, clearing fallen logs and vaulting over mossy rocks as if they were nothing. "Sister Xiaowu, trust me, your brother will be safe," he panted, determination burning in his dark eyes. "We need to reach the human realm. Once we find Lord Diqian, or even a co-master of the Soul Beast clan, they'll know how to help him." Branches snapped like twigs underfoot, and the forest seemed to part before their relentless charge. Nothing could stand in the way of his mission, saving Daming at all costs. Far to the south lay Tiando City, the glittering imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. It was the most prosperous metropolis on the continent, and yet today an unusual heaviness hung in the air. Even the famed spires of Seven Stars Academy, which soared toward the heavens as a testament to human knowledge and power, seemed muted beneath overcast skies. Rumors swirled, and students and instructors alike spoke in hushed tones. Something was coming, something that even the Academy's greatest minds might struggle to contain. And somewhere within those grand halls, an old ally awaited word of the titanic beasts racing through Stardew Forest. Chapter text: The Gathering Storm. In the span of an hour, the sky had transformed from its usual azure clarity to a foreboding shroud of coal-black clouds. The sun vanished entirely, smothered by the gathering gloom, and a heavy silence settled over the land, as if the world itself were holding its breath before an apocalypse. "What's happening?" Douluo blurted out, his voice cracking with disbelief as he stared at the darkened heavens. Cheng Xiao remained perfectly calm. "The king's army," he said evenly. "Old Poison, send word to every student at Seven Star Academy. Assemble in the main courtyard. They'll reach us soon enough." "Right away!" Douluo snapped to attention, bowed, and hurried off to carry out the order. Cheng Xiao remained behind, his gaze fixed on the swirling clouds. With the spatial magic granted to a world king, he could summon legions anywhere, anytime. There was no need to hunt down the approaching forces. He would let them come to him, right here within the fortified walls of Seven Star Academy. His Shadow Legion, though freshly reinforced, numbered just over 5,000, a far cry from its former strength after the last savage clash with the kings. A breathless messenger rounded the corner and dropped to one knee. "Your Highness," he panted, "the Tiando royal family's imperial guards have also been dispatched. They're on their way." Cheng Xiao inclined his head once. "Excellent. Prepare the defenses and let them come." He turned back to the horizon, the electric tension in the air matching the storm clouds overhead. In a matter of moments, the fate of kingdoms would be decided beneath that darkened sky. Ning Fengji and the two Douluos, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, fell into step beside Cheng Xiao. "Emperor Shuye is treating this matter with the utmost seriousness," Ning Fengji said quietly. Cheng Xiao nodded, about to reply, when the sky above Tiando City tore open. In an instant, a colossal portal, dark and cavernous, ripped through the clouds. A torrential surge of magic poured from its gaping mouth, bathing the streets below in an otherworldly glow. Shouts and gasps echoed through the city. Merchants and commoners halted mid-step, stunned into silence. The portal's immense presence seemed to stretch wide enough to swallow Tiando City whole. Panic blossomed in every quarter, and even the royal guards dispatched by the Tiando royal household drew their breath short, fingers tightening on their spears. "Oh my God, what is that?" one guard muttered, fear cracking his voice. Around him, his companions exchanged terrified glances, silently questioning whether they could stand against such power. Not even Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, veterans of the 7-Star Academy, could mask their shock. Bone Douluo blinked twice, then wiped his eyes as though he hadn't quite believed what he saw. This is truly a spectacle to open one's eyes, he murmured, voice low with awe and dread. Could this be a form of spatial soul skill? Sword Douluo wondered aloud, eyes fixed on the crackling rift before them. He fell silent for a moment, studying the faint energy ripples emanating from the tier in space. Even these residual fluxes have already sent low-rank soul masters fleeing in terror. I shudder to think what kind of creatures might crawl out of here. Don't worry, Douluo said, rejoining the group after delivering his earlier message. He offered a calm smile. We still have Cheng Xiao. At those words, Bone Douluo's skeletal grin soured. A titled Douluo should stand at the forefront, never be overshadowed by a junior. Letting Cheng Xiao take point? Absolutely mortifying. Chapter 256, Dawn of War, the Tiando Battlefield. Wuhun City, Papal Palace. Pope Bibidong sat upon his elevated throne in the grand hall of the Papal Palace. Behind him stood Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, ever vigilant, while the assembled bishops and senior officials of the Wuhun Palace filled the chamber before them. A platinum bishop stepped forward, his voice steady but urgent. Your Holiness, our spies inside Tiando City report that it is on the verge of erupting into a full-scale clash between soul masters and otherworldly beings. Shall we seize this moment, unleash those forces against our rivals, and thus strike down both the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire at once? 3 days had passed since the colossal teleportation gate appeared on Tiando's horizon. As word spread of the calamity poised to engulf the empire, factions within Wuhun Palace quietly prepared for war. What once demanded caution in the face of both Tiando's legions and the Star Luo military now promised an opportunity. Drive the two powers to annihilate each other and claim victory for Wuhun. Tiando Empire, Star Luo Empire, Bibidong's eyes hardened. Originally, I had intended to exploit the crippling blows dealt to the 3 great sects and immediately convene the election for the new 7 sects in one decisive sweep, she began, her voice low and steady. But it seems even beings from other worlds are now conspiring against us. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over the assembled soul masters. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, once one of the 3, has been utterly destroyed. The Qibao glazed sect teeters on the brink of annihilation, and the Haoqian sect, the sole survivor, has been reduced to a pitiful shadow of its former glory. Raising her hand, Bibidong declared, In light of these developments, I hereby proclaim that Wuhun Palace shall henceforth be known as the Wuhun Empire. Effective immediately, all branches of Wuhun Palace across both empires are disbanded. Soul Masters are to return at once to Wuhun City. We will use this moment of weakness among our rivals to strike decisively, rooting out any force that dares threaten the newborn Wuhun Empire. A roar of approval swept through the hall. Every senior Soul Master present bowed deeply, their faces alight with triumph. Long live the Pope, they cried in unison, pledging unwavering loyalty to the rise of the Wuhun Empire. Once the Wuhun Empire completes its unification of the continent, its rulers will be remembered as the very founders of a new world order. A senior official bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what shall we do about the Haoqian sect? Bibidong laughed, a cruel spark in her eyes. The Haoqian sect? They're nothing more than a frightened turtle with its head drawn in. Our spirit empire alone has more than enough titled Douluo to crush them. A sect that can't even muster 5 titled Douluo. How dare they call themselves the world's #1? She stood and swept her cloak aside. We'll set the date after this meeting, dispatch our tribute to the enshrinement hall. I find it hard to believe that even a dozen titled Douluo couldn't overpower that pitiful sect. With that, all the senior leaders and bishops, except Ju Douluo and the mysterious Ghost Douluo, bowed and departed the Pope's palace. Only Ghost Douluo remained, his voice echoing like distant thunder. Your Majesty, forgive my forwardness, but in this assault on the Haoqian sect, given your devout nature, I fear. He fell silent, yet Bibidong understood perfectly what he was warning against. Saint Sovereign Bibidong leaned back on her throne, a knowing smile curling at her lips. Ghost, she said, nodding toward Ghost Douluo. He's a man who honors his promises. This time, he'll be on our side without question. Lord Spirit Douluo Yue exchanged a quick glance with Ghost Douluo, then stepped forward, lowering his voice. Your Majesty, there's something I need to discuss about my disciple. Before he could finish, Bibi Dong raised a hand, her tone icy. Yuguan, let it go. I'm already aware of his connection to the enshrinement hall. What I didn't expect was my own daughter's involvement in the matter. She swept her gaze over them, every word deliberate. I will not interfere in his affairs further. But hear this. Anyone who stands against the interests of the Spirit Empire will be dealt with mercilessly. Douluo Yu bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I understand. The light in Bibi Dong's eyes darkened. With a dismissive wave, she continued, This operation is of the utmost importance. Do not return until it is completed flawlessly. Should you fail, there will be no welcome home. Douluo Yu and Ghost Douluo exchanged a firm nod. In the next instant, the air around them rippled, and they were gone. The grand Douluo Hall fell silent once more as Bibi Dong swept in, her every footstep sounding on the marble floor. She paused at the threshold, frowning in open disgust. As the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, she recoiled at the angel god's sanctified aura, but necessity had driven her here. Without Chandalu's consent, any assault on the Haoqian sect would be doomed to fail. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than a figure robed in golden light materialized before her. It was Chandalu, the great priest, his presence radiating calm authority. What brings you to the Douluo Hall? He asked, voice steady yet sharp. I've come for the worshippers of the consecration hall. Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Her words were cold, precise. While the Tiando Empire is entangled with the Wuhan Empire, I intend to crush the Haoqian sect once and for all. I need their faith and power at my disposal. A palpable wave of malice pulsed from her, dark and unrelenting. Chandalu's eyes narrowed as he sensed the covert stirrings of the Rakshasa god's chi entwined with her own. I already swore those worshippers to Tang Chen's cause, he said calmly. Their sacred duty is to preserve the balance of our world, not to further your vendetta. For their sake and for the greater good, I cannot and will not grant your request. Before I've defeated him, I won't lay a finger on the Haoqian sect, Chandalu said firmly, shaking his head. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with impatience. Chandalu, you're hopeless, she retorted, stepping forward until her usual serenity gave way to steel. If you don't crush the Haoqian sect, the Spirit Empire will never truly rise, he frowned. Do you honestly believe Tang Chen will honor his promise? He may well be dead already. A darker resolve settled over Bibi Dong's features as she delivered the next words with chilling calm. Once the Wuhan Empire has unified the Douluo Continent, I will hand the throne to Xiao Shui. She is, and always will be, my daughter, whether you accept it or not. With that, she turned on her heel and left without looking back. Chandalu stood in stunned silence. Only after a long moment did he force himself to move, casting his gaze toward the Douluo Hall. There, Qian Renshui knelt before the angel statue, her figure bathed in a gentle golden glow. As memories of Bo Saishi and Tang Chen surged through his mind, he understood at last. He had been waiting for this promise far longer than he realized. So long, in fact, that he could no longer recall when he first made it. Chandalu stood alone beneath the vast cloud-choked sky, a wry smile twisting his lips. I'm going to die anyway, he murmured to himself. Why should I keep fretting? The future belongs to the young. When I grow old, it's time to step aside. From deep within Douluo Hall, several resonant voices answered in unison. Golden Crocodile, Qingluan. The Wuhan Empire moves to unify the continent. As disciples of the Hall, you are called to aid in this great endeavor. A moment later, two clear replies drifted down the marble staircases. Yes, honored masters, we accept your command. Tiando City, 7-star academy at night. The air was heavy and still. Since the massive teleportation gate had rippled into existence, sunlight had all but vanished. Opaque black clouds perpetually veiled the sky, casting the city into a dull gloom by day and an absolute darkness at night. Inside the Academy's War Council chamber, every high-ranking combatant had gathered. Ranks of the Empire's finest, swordsmen, spirit masters, and tactical officers, sat hunched over long tables. None dared close their eyes, but regardless of how alert they tried to remain, the weight of the coming conflict pressed on their spirits like a leaden cloak. Cheng Xiao leaned forward, studying the battle maps spread before him. Across the table, Xiao Wu lowered her gaze. At last, she cleared her throat and offered a quiet apology. Cheng Xiao, I'm sorry to trouble you at such a critical hour, but there's more. He looked up, concern flickering in his dark eyes. Xiao Wu inhaled. The teleportation gate in the Douluo Forest. It's drawn the Titan giant apes straight to Tiando City. It's already tracked down Ditian and Gu Yue, who are currently here. A heavy silence followed her words. Outside, the wind whispered through the towers of Seven Star Academy, as if warning them all. The storm was coming, and none could afford hesitation. After Ditian finished briefing everyone, he and Gu Yue set out at once for the Douluo Forest. To keep Xiao Wu safe, the Titan giant ape left her behind at Seven Star Academy instead of bringing her along. Although Xiao Wu had wanted to follow, her strength was far too low, so Ditian told her to remain at the academy until they'd settled the matter, then return home under its protection. Now back in Tiando City, the small group gathered in a quiet courtyard just inside the western gate. Cheng Xiao glanced around, then waved dismissively at a junior officer who'd been fretting over earlier mistakes. There's no need to apologize, Cheng Xiao said. Judging by what we've learned, the Tiando Empire's warlords will split their forces soon enough. We'll hold this city and deal with their army in one fell swoop. Dugubo, known to his friends as Old Poison, nodded in agreement. They may field tens of thousands of soldiers, but their true strength is thinly scattered. Once we break through here, the Empire's hold on the region will vanish. Douluo frowned, stepping forward. Old Poison, Cheng Xiao, you've both emphasized how dangerous these Imperial troops are. Yet 3 days have passed without a single attack. What's their play? Even if war is coming, Dugubo said calmly, glancing at Douluo, it won't begin with an all-out assault. Ningfengji offered a slight smile. He's right. Armies need time to mobilize. A sudden strike would only slaughter the civilians. Luckily, Dugubo continued, the teleportation gate allowed us to evacuate every last non-combatant from Tiando City. Now we have hundreds of thousands of Tiando troops garrisoned here. I wonder if the Douluo Empire managed the same. Before anyone could reply, a deep rhythmic rumble sounded beneath their feet. Dong, 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 as though some gigantic force was stamping the earth. The ground trembled and buildings shook. Dozens of heads turned toward the teleportation gate, just in time to see a colossal behemoth lumber out of the shimmering portal. Towering above the guards who stood at attention, it paid them no mind. Its footfalls continued to reverberate through the plaza, each one shaking the stones as if heralding the true beginning of hostilities. The colossal teleporter folded open above Tiando City like the jaws of some ancient leviathan, and everything beneath it suddenly seemed toy-small. Even the Ice Emperor, a soul beast whose reputation eclipsed most creatures on Douluo Continent, paused in stunned admiration. It was hard to believe such a monument of stone and metal could emerge through that shimmering gateway. Douluo blinked against the glare, unable to make sense of the sight. He'd faced soul beasts older than 100,000 years, yet never anything on this scale. Who, or what, could need to stoop so low to step into their world? Could it be a vanguard from some other universe bent on Tiandu Empire's annihilation? Without waiting for answers, the monstrosities began their rampage. Towering above the city walls, the foremost giant lifted its chin and surveyed the scene. Tiny figures swarmed below, soldiers, citizens, banners fluttering in the wind, yet in this monster's eyes, they might as well have been ants. With a deafening crash, it swung a massive arm and shattered a cluster of buildings in a single motion. The ground trembled as roofs caved, streets buckled, and stone columns toppled like toothpicks. One boom followed another, each blast sending shockwaves through the heart of Tiando Imperial City. From the highest ramparts to the farthest gate, panic rippled through the defenders. Elite battalions once revered across the empire now wavered at the sight. How could human valor withstand such godlike force? Hope drained away with every quake. In the face of these towering giants, the resolve of Tiandu's finest soldiers crumbled entirely. The sheer size difference sent a wave of despair rippling through the elite troops. Spirit beasts, 100,000 years old, were fearsome enough, but this monster giant could trample them like insects. Such a behemoth surpassed any creature ever recorded on the Douluo Continent. Cheng Xiao's gaze hardened as he watched the colossal figure lay waste to the city. He'd assumed that once King Taizu fell, his army would collapse, but these giants remained. He'd clearly underestimated the power wielded by the kings. What do we do? Dugubo's voice trembled. His face had gone ashen. Even unleashing his seventh soul skill, the Wuhun avatar, would barely elevate him to the giants' calves. The chasm in their sizes was paralyzing. At that moment, Nash slipped from the shadows, dropping into a half-kneel before Cheng Xiao. "My king," he said quietly, "allow me to slay that giant." Cheng Xiao inclined his head solemnly. "Nash, go, and be careful." "Rest assured, your majesty, I will bring its corpse to you myself." Nash offered a crisp bow, then shot forward in a blur. Without hesitation, he shed his human guise. Scales rippled across his skin as he assumed his true draconic form, wings unfurling and claws gleaming in the light. In an instant, he was gone, an arrow of living wrath streaking toward the rampaging giant. The towering monster giant glared at Nash, who, to its surprise, was actually a few inches taller, and bared its fangs. It sensed that Nash's magical aura far outstripped its own, so rather than charging in recklessly, it hung back and watched him warily. Behind them, the portal flared again, this time unleashing an even more dreadful horde. Half-orcs and spider-men skittered onto the field, along with deformed abominations and ragtag soldiers of every conceivable shape. Their bloodthirsty roars echoed across the plain as they surged toward the Tiando Empire's ranks. "By the heavens, what are these creatures?" one terrified foot soldier screamed. Even the soul beasts weren't this terrifying. The Empire's forces, already struggling against the king's cavalry, began to break under the unexpected onslaught. Just as panic threatened to topple their lines, a resonant roar cut through the chaos. Nash, 6 soul skill, 10,000 swords, returned to the origin. In an instant, the sky darkened. Countless shimmering blades materialized and cascaded down like a silver rain, slicing through enemy ranks and shifting the battle's tide in a single breathtaking moment. In an instant, the enemy's formation shattered and many of their soldiers fell, cut down by the sudden onslaught. "Can't take on the big one? Then let the little guys have a go," came a frigid shout from above. In a swirl of green mist, a figure materialized beside Douluo, exhaling a poisonous fog that billowed outward to engulf the charging aliens. The first to scream was a half-orc. He raised his battle axe to strike, but froze as his hands turned a sickly green. Panic welled up in him. At that moment, a surge of energy pulsed from the transmission port, cascading over the ranks of the Iron horde. Their eyes glowed crimson, and with inhuman shrieks, they smashed into the Tiando Empire's soldiers like a living battering ram. "What's happening?" Dugubo's voice trembled with confusion. He had released the poison mist. Why was it useless against these creatures? Giandolo's expression darkened. "It must be the new power we tapped into. They've been strengthened." Across the street, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor unleashed their most devastating techniques, each desperately striving to finish the battle. A colossal bone dragon, summoned by the Bone Douluo, loomed between them and their foes, drawing a hail of attacks away from the two rulers. Nearby, Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong were channeling their powers into the 7-Star Academy's soul masters, including Yu Tianheng. If they could only bolster a handful of titled Douluo, countless ordinary soul masters would be cut down in this war. All around them, creatures from other worlds poured onto the field. Soldiers, or what remained of them, emerged through crackling teleportation gates, but without fail, they were intercepted and slaughtered by the Shadow Legion, lying in patient ambush. Cheng Xiao watched 2 titans clash in the central square. Nash had the monster giant pinned beneath him, hammering at its skull with savage precision. At Nash's current level of power, even a king-class beast was in grave danger. A playful voice then drifted up from behind Cheng Xiao. "Shadow King, I've been itching to end you. I betrayed the Dragon Emperor just so I could do it personally." With a casual bow, the newcomer revealed himself. "Allow me to reintroduce. I am King Kong, the Transformer King." It looks like only the closing line of the chapter was included. "Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like rewritten? Once I have the complete passage, I can transform it into polished, idiomatic English for you." Chapter 257, Fear from Soldiers. The king of monsters loomed over the prone king of shadows, his massive sword gleaming with anticipation. Having finally recovered his full strength, he intended to personally sever the Shadow King's head, an atonement for the costly mistake that had nearly undone him. From the fringes of the clearing, Cheng Xiao frowned. He swept his gaze across the battlefield, searching in vain for the king of beasts. Where was his ally? Was the monster king truly willing to face him alone? The king of beasts is nowhere to be found, the monster king taunted, as if plucking Cheng Xiao's doubts straight from his mind. I don't need a coward hiding at my back. Cheng Xiao let out a soft sigh. Arrogance never sat well with him. He drew a deep breath, bent his knees, and braced himself. Instantly, a surge of raw power flooded his thighs and calves. Magic crackled around him, splitting the earth beneath his feet in a spiderweb of jagged fissures. With a thunderous roar, Cheng Xiao rocketed forward, his body a blur of motion, his intent razor-sharp. He struck the ground like a living cannonball, zeroing in on the Monster King's exposed flank. The King of Monsters stiffened as the wild, surging magic closed the distance between them. End of chapter 257. He was even stronger than before. A slow grin spread across the Monster King's lips. Now this is interesting, he rumbled, licking his fangs. A duel of kings isn't a child's game. Cheng Xiao's eyes glinted with fierce light. Without warning, he curled his fingers into a fist, channeling a swirl of black energy around his arm. With a thunderous roar, he drove his punch straight at the Monster King's skull. Bang! The blow landed dead center, but it barely staggered the Monster King. As soon as Cheng Xiao's fist neared him, the monarch had poured a layer of magic around his head to soften the impact. Ancient kingly wisdom that no ordinary war creature could possess. In this realm, the kings dominate their summoned armies, not the other way around. Against a true sovereign, even a titled Douluo-ranked warrior would be nothing more than a noisy insect. Soul masters might reign supreme over lesser foes, but they have no advantage against another king. Seeing his strike neutralized, Cheng Xiao swiftly withdrew his arm and summoned the Demon King's longsword into his grasp. He steadied his stance, resolve burning in his eyes. If this battle was to be worthy of two kings, he was ready to meet it head-on. Cheng Xiao stood firm, the Demon King's longsword, once wielded by Balan, the Hundred Flames King, in his right hand. A king-class weapon, it was the perfect tool with which to confront the King of Monsters. His left hand traced the ancient gesture of command, Hand of the Ruler. Without warning, invisible force erupted from Cheng Xiao's palm. At such close quarters, the King of Monsters had no time to react. A muffled crack echoed through the ruin as the great beast hurtled backward like a kite with its string cut loose. But Cheng Xiao wasn't finished. He thrust out his hand again and drew in a fresh surge of magic. Dominator power. Gravity itself bent to his will. An unseen hand seized the Demon King's hulking form, yanking him to a standstill. In the same instant, Cheng Xiao brought the Demon King's long sword down in a thunderous arc. Electricity danced along the blade's edge as it sliced through the air, primed to cleave the monster in two. Cheng Xiao gripped the two short swords, each one forged with the Shadow King's own power, and activated his skill, Godspeed. This enhanced dash, a perfected form of sprinting powered by the Shadow King's essence, sent him streaking across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was hovering over the Monster King, blades poised to strike. A cold dread froze the Monster King's blood. He knew now that underestimating Cheng Xiao would cost him everything. With a roar, he unleashed his own ability. His eyes flared ruby red as every muscle in his body ballooned, thick blue veins crawling over bulging sinews. He hefted his greatsword in a crushing overhead swing while his form rapidly doubled in size. Clang! The Monster King froze. His massive blade, once capable of cleaving mountains in two, lay shattered against an unseen barrier. How is this possible? He snarled, disbelief roaring in his throat. But that broken sword was only the beginning. What happened next sent his fury soaring to new heights. Cheng Xiao's form blurred as he accelerated, twin shadow daggers whirling around him like a living vortex. Drawing on his magic to stabilize his spinning body, he grew faster and faster, each revolution carving fresh scars into the Monster King's impenetrable hide. The beast reeled, unable to raise so much as a single claw in defense. Cheng Xiao's speed was beyond mortal sight. His blades were little more than streaks of darkness. Without pausing to draw breath, he unleashed his signature skill, Random Knife. In a rapid cascade, swish, 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 each strike found its mark. Holes opened in the Monster King's chest, and blood spurted forth in geysers of crimson-tainted magic. Ah! With a final ear-splitting roar, the Monster King collapsed, his massive form slamming against the earth. Not a single patch of flesh remained unbroken. Dark, magic-infused blood seeped from every wound as he lay gasping in agony. Cheng Xiao landed silently before him, two blades still dripping with foul ichor. The world fell into an eerie stillness, broken only by the monster's ragged breathing. He crouched, staring down at his vanquished foe. "It's over," he whispered, voice calm and unwavering. The victory had been decided long before the first spark of battle. The Shadow King and the Destruction King were two of the 9 sovereigns, and they towered above the rest. In a contest between a being superior to the kings and an ordinary king, victory was never in doubt. As if detecting a shift in Cheng Xiao's resolve, the Monster King stirred. He tried to rise, but his injuries were catastrophic. His magic, his only hope of rapid healing, was draining away faster than it could mend him. And yet, after falling to the Shadow King, his expression softened into something almost like relief. "It is an honor," he whispered, voice ragged, "to die by the hand of glory's greatest fragment." His pupils dimmed. Magic seeped from his flesh. Where once he had stood, only a wavering, insubstantial silhouette remained. Cheng Xiao watched him fade without a flicker of remorse. At his side, Nash, fresh from slaying the towering demon giant, returned with a grunt. Battles always ended this way. The king died, and then his soldiers scattered like lost dogs with no home to return to. Cheng Xiao would not squander such an opportunity. He drew upon the shadows at his core, letting them spread outward in a living nightmare that seeped into every blade of grass and gust of wind. The very earth trembled under the weight of his power, and he could taste death on the breeze. Lifting his head, Cheng Xiao let the dark energies swirl around him, coalescing into a crown of shadow above his brow. Then his voice cut through the charged air. "Now the throne of the 9 sovereigns belongs to me. Stand up." The command barely left Cheng Xiao's lips when the shredded remains of insects, orcs, and monstrous giants stirred. One by one, they rose into the air, their broken bodies reassembling as perfect shadow soldiers. In earlier battles, his phantoms had been mere husks, weak echoes of the dead, constrained by his incomplete mastery of the Shadow King's power. But now, having ascended to his true form, he unleashed the full extent of his might. Black mist roiled around each wraith-like warrior, their hollow eyes glinting with deadly intent. The stronger a creature had been in life, the more formidable its shadow in death. These stolen essences, once poised to obliterate the world, now served under Cheng Xiao's iron will, a testament to his dominion over life, death, and everything in between. A low, triumphant chuckle rumbled in his throat as he ignored the crumbling remains of the defeated demon lord. Its spirit, shattered, blew away in ashes, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Cheng Xiao turned to the freshly summoned shadow soldiers, their spirits burning bright, and gave his first order with a single, cool command: "Have fun." At once, the phantom ranks surged forward, crashing into the Tiando Empire's lines. The imperial army simply stood, mouths agape. Even the titled Douluo, battle-scarred veterans at the edge of exhaustion, could only stare in disbelief. Jian Douluo, rubbing his weary eyes, muttered through clenched teeth, "Let the dead fight for you. What a terrifying ability." All around Tiando City lay the bodies of over 1,000 fallen warriors, yet each corpse now rose in service to Cheng Xiao, turning death itself into an ever-growing force at his command. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xiao stooped to pick up the magic crystal that had fallen from the Demon King's remains. He closed his eyes, channeling its immense arcane power into himself, and in an instant he was fully restored. Rejuvenated and resolute, Cheng Xiao led the Shadow Army back into the thick of battle. With a single bound, he leapt past the towering monster giants in the enemy's ranks and landed among the Orcish front line. Panic rippled through the orcs, and the shadow beasts intermingled with them as they lunged at him in wild desperation. Each strike fizzled against Cheng Xiao's defenses. None could harm him. Cheng Xiao moved through the chaos like a shadow, effortlessly sidestepping every desperate strike from the mixed world soldiers. Then, with a single sweeping arc of the Demon King's longsword, he unleashed a roar of crackling blue lightning. The blade cleaved through orcs and any who rushed to their aid, each thunderbolt tearing foes apart as though they were paper. It was a truly kingly assault. The orcs, already demoralized by the fall of their leaders, never stood a chance. One by one, they collapsed before they could even cry out. Their shattered bodies shimmered, reformed as silent shadow soldiers, and bowed to their new monarch without hesitation. Suddenly, Cheng Xiao felt a great shadow spreading overhead. He tilted his head back and beheld a colossal predator looming in the sky, its features obscured by darkness. In its massive hand, it gripped an axe as long as its own arm. Having witnessed its king's swift defeat, the beast now readied to counterattack. Cheng Xiao's eyes narrowed. He would allow no second chance. Cheng Xiao considered no other monarch a true threat, save for the Dragon Emperor. The Demon King, after all, had fallen to him with unsettling ease just minutes ago. Now, as a massive giant raised its axe to strike, Cheng Xiao sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he vaulted onto the creature's broad shoulder and summoned the Shadow Sickle, its obsidian blade humming with the king's power. With a sickening crunch, the weapon bit deep into the giant's thick neck, ripping away slabs of muscle and cartilage. Not wasting a moment, Cheng Xiao drew his shadow dagger. In a single, fluid motion, he sliced through the giant's throat, a wave of inky wind trailing the dagger's arc severed head from body. A guttural roar echoed across the battlefield as the giant's head tumbled away. Its immense form lost balance and crashed backward, flattening the insectoid soldiers massed behind it. Many were crushed beneath its weight, while the rolling head cleaved through others in its path. With the giants dispatched, Cheng Xiao turned his gaze to the next wave of foes, the insectoid horde commanded by the now-deceased Plague King. Without a master, the fallen would have been wiped out by rival kings long ago. But now these insectoid soldiers had been reduced to nothing more than expendable cannon fodder. Nash, transformed into a colossal dragon, unleashed a torrent of searing flame that swept across the battlefield. Entire squadrons of insectoid troops were engulfed in fire. They had no defense against the Legion commander's draconic assault, and were consumed so completely that not even ash remained. At the sight of this overwhelming display, Cheng Xiao's voice rang out, "Rise!" In the next heartbeat, the dead insectoid warriors, and even the colossal giants, stirred where they lay. Shadowy figures crawled free of their ruined shells, reborn to serve in the Shadow Army. But this time, their target was not the Shadow King. It was their former comrades. Without warning, hundreds more monsters surged forward, swelling the ranks of the Shadow Legion. The mere sight of them sent the enemy quaking. One hulking shadow giant pressed through the chaos, ignoring friend or foe, and grasped the massive great axe he had wielded in life. In this new, unholy form, his first act was to reclaim his own weapon, and with it, to turn on those who had once fought by his side. The immense soldier proved indispensable on the battlefield. Each time its massive axe swept through the air, it was like a grim reaper's scythe, harvesting souls. Volley after volley of Hunshi warriors poured out of the teleportation gate, and each time, the golem's blade cleaved them in two. It swung with such savage precision and unrestrained force that one could almost sense its regret at every missed stroke in its former life, as if it strove to make up for lost time. Raising its arm high, the giant soldier brought the axe down in a single, thunderous arc that rent the air itself. Only then did the Hunshi soldiers fully grasp the nature of the enemy they faced. Not merely a strong warrior, but a living siege engine that shrugged off ranks of men as though they were nothing more than chaff. Worse still, these same soldiers had once fought shoulder to shoulder with this colossal ally. Now they scattered, abandoning the field in droves. Cheng Xiao watched the flight of his former comrades, feeling their panic wash over the plain like a sudden frost. He waited until the retreating line had faltered, then spoke in a calm, authoritative tone that brooked no disobedience. "What are you so afraid of?" His words carried across the battlefield, a challenge and a promise both. This counterattack had only just begun, and it was far too soon to yield to fear. Cheng Xiao's eyes shone with determination, He would rally every one of the kings who had turned against him and drag them back into line, by force if he had to. Chapter 258, Intuition from the Beast. After a day of relentless fighting, Tiando City lay in smoldering ruin. The once bustling thoroughfares were reduced to crumbled stone and scorched earth. The proud walls bore gaping breaches where siege weapons had struck. The royal guards of the Tiando Empire had paid dearly to defend their capital. 2/3 of their number lay dead or incapacitated. By the time the dust settled, the Empire's frontline forces were all but spent. In contrast, the Seven Stars Academy emerged with relatively light casualties. At Douluo's direction, the Academy had deployed only its most powerful protectors, 7 titled Douluo and a cadre of auxiliary soulmasters, to hold the gates. Every other soulmaster whose soul power did not exceed level 40 was ordered to withdraw at the first sign of danger, ensuring that students remained far from the bloodshed. Though the Academy's pupils possessed promise, they were still in training, and Douluo refused to risk their lives in a war that could swallow them whole. The faculty fully endorsed his plan. Thanks to that decision, Seven Stars Academy had preserved nearly its entire staff and student body. While Tiando's streets smoked and trembled under the echoes of retreating armies, within the Academy's walls there was calm and the grim satisfaction of having protected the next generation of soulmasters from the brutal cost of this battle. Chapter 6. Dawn After Darkness. Douluo climbed to the highest vantage point on the battlefield, scanning the horizon as the final storm clouds veered away and shafts of dawn light broke through. He closed his eyes, exhaling at last. It's over. Below him, General Gu Douluo wiped a smear of blood from his forehead. He turned up to Douluo and managed a weary grin. Yes, it's finally done. My old bones feel like they're about to shatter. If Shui Di and the Shadow Legion hadn't arrived when they did, I'd have been buried alive under their onslaught. Isn't that the truth, Chen Xin? Gu Douluo glanced across the field at Jian Douluo, better known as Chen Xin, still standing tall in a white robe streaked with blood and grime. All day and night, Jian Douluo had wielded his martial spirit with power equal to the clear sky hammer, cutting down monsters side by side with the Legion. Jian Douluo flexed his weary shoulders. Not bad for an old man, he admitted, but without Feng Zhi's reinforcement, I'd have crumbled long before now. Indeed, the conflict had raged unbroken for 24 hours. After Cheng Xiao defeated the monstrous king and sealed the gargantuan portal, the allied forces surged forward in a final, frenzied purge. Now the earth lay littered with the fallen, flesh and steel intermingled in grim testament to the carnage that had passed. Douluo raised his spear in quiet salute. Around him, exhausted warriors leaned on their weapons, breathing deep the first morning air in weeks. The war had ended, and though every one of them bore scars, some visible, some hidden, they had prevailed. At last, the long night of battle gave way to the promise of a true new day. As the last abomination stumbled out of the portal, the Shadow Legion's soldiers struck with unrelenting fury. One by one, the creatures fell beneath a barrage of shadow-forged blades, their shrieks cut short by wrathful steel. When at last the portal's maw fell silent, not a single monster remained alive. Despite this victory, Cheng Xiao had already ordered the disbanding of the Empire's old shadow battalions. He would not, if he could help it, turn any more living souls into servants of darkness. No matter how formidable an army of shadows might be, he refused to compromise his humanity. Your Majesty, Nash reported from just behind him, voice low but earnest. The operation is complete. Every intruder is neutralized. Cheng Xiao turned, offering a small, appreciative smile. Excellent work, Nash. Nash dipped his head in a respectful bow. It was our duty. Your command is our honor. Before Cheng Xiao could reply, a soft yet weary voice footed across the chamber. Cheng Xiao, Emperor Shuiye requests your presence in the throne room. He looked up to see Ning Fengji approaching, his steps measured but sluggish. A night spent recovering and channeling his inner strength had left him visibly drained. Dark circles under his eyes, shoulders stooped with fatigue, yet beneath the wariness burned a fierce resolve. Ning Fengji's gaze held the memory of the sect's near annihilation. He would not allow the halls of Seven Stars Academy to fill with ashes again. Cheng Xiao inclined his head. Lead the way, he said quietly. Side by side, King and Martial moved toward the throne room, each driven by the same unspoken promise. Nothing would threaten their world while they still drew breath. Emperor Shuiye? Cheng Xiao arched an eyebrow. At his signal, Nash slipped back into the Emperor's shadow, standing silently at attention. Yes, Ning Fengji said. Tiandou Imperial City is the heart of the Tiandou Empire, and you saved it. You must be presented to Emperor Shuiye in person. Frankly, the Empire's fate may hinge on your meeting. Cheng Xiao nodded. He hadn't come here out of loyalty to the Empire, but the Seven Stars Academy was based in Tiandou City. Helping was only natural. Still, he had little interest in courtly politics. More urgently, he needed to depart for the Qingdou Great Forest, where a fierce battle awaited him. He could already sense the Fang King's presence. The fact that the Fang King had not allied with the Monster King suggested he had his own designs. With Tiandou City secured, Cheng Xiao intended to press on and deal with the Beast King once and for all. The memory of their last brutal clash was still fresh in his pain-racked body. Uncle Ning, Cheng Xiao said, I have other matters to attend. Please, find a way to send word to Emperor Shuiye that I'm unavailable. Ning Fengji froze in his tracks, voice barely a whisper. That's the Dragon Emperor, Shuiye. Before he could say more, Cheng Xiao held up a hand. Enough talk, let's move. As soon as he spoke, Cheng Xiao flared his awareness, tuning into every pulse of mana around them. With each dead soldier they passed, the ambient magic thickened, coalescing into a heavy haze. It didn't take long for Cheng Xiao to piece it together. These troops had been nothing more than sacrificial lambs, sent by the Dragon Emperor to feed the battlefield with their dying life force. He was no ordinary monarch. His power could lay waste to entire kingdoms, even flood the Douluo Continent with a single command. No other ruler Cheng Xiao had ever faced wielded even half that strength. Eyes narrowed, Cheng Xiao traced the strongest currents of residual mana drifting through the ruins. A faint glow marked the direction of their true quarry. He exchanged a look with Ning Fengji, then pressed forward. Whatever lay ahead, they had to reach it first. The world that once knew no magic is now overflowing with it, an inevitable consequence of the Dragon Emperor's drive to strengthen this realm. It's no wonder he remains undefeated. Given his temperament, if he had the chance, he'd probably lay waste to the entire Douluo Continent himself. Cheng Xiao. Ning Fengji's voice cut through the charged air. He found Cheng Xiao standing calmly with his eyes closed, utterly unshaken. Ning Fengji was speechless. Who in their right mind would dare to decline Emperor Shuiye's personal invitation? Shuiye was, after all, the sovereign of the Tiandou Empire. And yet here was Cheng Xiao, refusing him. Then a thought struck Ning Fengji like lightning. He stared at Cheng Xiao, disbelief etched on his face. The soldiers called you king. Could it be true? Thump, thump. The crackling aura of raw magic around him quickened Cheng Xiao's pulse. Now, for the first time, he would wield a new facet of the ruler's power, space jumping. He whispered a quiet thanks to the Shadow King, then let his formidable spirit energy flow out, awakening the latent magic in the surroundings. In an instant, the atmosphere rippled and convulsed. A roaring storm of arcane force swept over him, and the very fabric of space began to twist around Cheng Xiao's form. Ning Fengji stood a short distance away, unable to look away from the cataclysmic swirl of magical energy before him. There you are, Cheng Xiao said, a triumphant smile curving his lips as he locked onto the Fang King's distinctive aura. In the next instant, his form dissolved into the shifting shadows at his feet. From that moment on, the Fang King's fate was sealed. Inside the grand hall of the Haochen sect, over 150 disciples had gathered, most lingering along the walls. At the massive stone table in the center sat sect leader Tang Xiao, flanked by 5 white-haired elders. Though each elder appeared to be at least 80 years old, their vigor was unmistakable, their cheeks flushed with vitality. One of them leaned forward, addressing Tang Xiao with grave intensity, every word laced with unspoken threats. The other 4 elders shot murderous glances at the disheveled man in tattered black robes standing beside Tang Xiao, their eyes blazing as if they longed to tear him apart on the spot. Tang Xiao slammed his hand down on the stone table so hard that the entire hall seemed to shake. "Enough!" he roared, his voice echoing off the pillars. "Am I the sect leader here, or are you?" He leveled a glare at the second elder and seventh elder. Brother Hao has already chosen to return to the Haoxian sect, so why can't you let go of old grudges? The Martial Soul Hall has long held a grievance against us. Our clashes were nearly constant back then. Are you really hoping Brother Hao will fall by the Spirit Hall's hand? A tense silence followed. Then Tang Xiao's tone grew quieter, but no less forceful. Don't forget, Tang Hao is our sect's once-in-a-century prodigy, the only disciple ever to earn the title Haotian Douluo. Are we going to let infighting destroy the very foundation of the Haotian sect? The seventh elder sprang to his feet, eyes wild with anger. Sectmaster, if we refuse to send Tang Hao to the Wuhun Palace, how else can we honor our traditions? We need his death to count as the ultimate sacrifice. Only then will he prove his loyalty. At those words, Tang Xiao's face went pale. His voice shook as he answered, My son died at the Wuhun Palace. My own boy perished at the hands of that so-called Spirit Hall beast, and now you want to hand another life over to them? The seventh elder's expression twisted with grief and fury. If it weren't for Tang Hao and that monstrous spirit beast, my son would still be alive, ready to uphold the Haotian sect's legacy. For a heartbeat, the two men stood locked in each other's gaze, the weight of loss and betrayal pressing down on the hall like a storm cloud. No one dared speak, and even the air seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next eruption of pain and pride in the Haotian sect's war-torn halls. Everything was his fault. The seventh elder jabbed a finger toward Tang Hao. The evil soul beast you brought back has wreaked havoc on the Haotian sect, and I paid the price. I lost my only son because of you, Tang Hao. I will never forgive you for that. The chief elder's eyes narrowed. Seventh elder, be careful. Tang Hao is the old sect leader's son, no matter what has happened. At the words, evil soul beast, Tang Hao's expression went ice cold. He accepted that the sect had suffered for his actions, but he wouldn't stand by while anyone insulted the woman he loved. He'd endure any blame himself, but to hear her honor besmirched was intolerable. After all, she had already left him, and old wounds now kept him from even using his 100,000-year soul ring. A dark, murderous aura coiled around Tang Hao. The air crackled with his barely contained fury. Tang Hao, came a calm, commanding voice. Tang Xiao, his eldest brother, stepped between him and the seventh elder. Hands clasped behind his back, he spoke softly but firmly. Enough, Hao. Don't let this consume you. Tang Hao's fists trembled, and his breathing slowed as he fixed his gaze on Tang Xiao. He remembered the three of them traveling together years ago, the laughter, the trials, the bond they'd forged under starry skies. Those memories were his anchor. He drew a steadying breath. The dark energy around him subsided, leaving only the echo of his simmering resolve. I accept responsibility for my mistakes, Tang Hao said quietly, but I won't allow anyone to defame someone dear to me. Tang Xiao inclined his head. Good. And you, he added to the seventh elder, never speak her name again. The seventh elder dipped into an uneasy bow. As you wish, young Lord Hao. Tang Hao offered a curt nod. Beside him, Tang Xiao exhaled a soft sigh of relief. Though the immediate crisis had passed, the hall remained heavy with tension, and the memory of how close they'd come to violence lingered in every heart. Douluo Continent was spiraling into chaos. Though Haotian sect had withdrawn from the world stage, its intelligence networks still hummed quietly behind the scenes. Reports filtered in about Wuhun Palace's recent provocations and the upheaval surrounding the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. By now, everyone knew the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the second of the three great sects were already wiped out. In the grand hall of Haotian sect's hidden sanctuary, tension crackled like lightning. Several elders glared at Tang Hao, their voices low but laced with accusation. Only Tang Xiao, standing between them, dared to speak up. Elder 7, Tang Xiao said evenly, his tone firm yet measured. I understand your anger, but pushing Brother Hao too far won't solve anything. We can't ignore that Wuhun Palace is gearing up for a full-scale assault. Their threat is the real problem right now. He paused, letting his words sink in. The assembled elders exchanged uneasy glances. Haotian sect prides itself on being the strongest force on Douluo Continent, Tang Xiao continued. But if we can't protect our name, or shield our own from Wuhun Palace's aggression, what good is our reputation? We must unite, or risk falling before our greatest enemy. Silence fell as the gravity of his words settled over the chamber. At last, Elder Seven exhaled and nodded once, sharply. The path ahead would be dangerous, but for the first time, the sect was moving forward together. The sect leader is right, Elder Lu said quietly, casting a concerned glance at Elder Shen. Old Shen, please, you must calm yourself. How can I calm myself? Elder Shen's voice cracked as his eyes reddened. He died in my arms. As a father, how could I possibly stay calm? Before Elder Lu could reply, the hall's grand doors burst open. A young disciple of the Haoqian sect stumbled in, breathless with alarm. Sect Master, urgent news from down the mountain. Invasion forces from Wuhun Palace are advancing this way. A stunned silence fell over the assembly. Then Cheng Xiao rose from his seat, his powerful voice rolling through the chamber like distant thunder. All Haoqian sect disciples, heed my orders. Form defensive formations at once. Prepare to repel the enemy. Deep within the Star Forest, the Beast King reigned supreme. His lithe form melted into the shadows of the ancient trees, granting him an unrivaled advantage in the jungle's tangled depths. Around him, wild beasts, tigers, wolves, and bears, fell in line, awaiting his command. Not far from this silent tableau lay two of his most trusted generals, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Both creatures were grievously wounded, their bodies marred by hundreds of fresh scars. These injuries had not come in open battle, but from the forest's own feral inhabitants, the Beast King's loyal subordinates cut down by a rampaging horde of wild beasts. The Beast King surveyed the scene with a steely gaze. Even as his friends lay broken, he felt no fear, only the cold knowledge that a new threat was stirring in the heart of Star Forest, one that would test his dominion like never before. These towering, magic-infused creatures formed the Beast King's elite guard, far more formidable than the countless throngs of lesser beasts. Mere cannon fodder, they moved with a fierce grace. At the king's outstretched hand, even their savage visages softened. The beasts leaned into his palm like loyal pets, eyes half closed as they savored his touch. I never expected the dragons of this world to be so fragile, the Beast King murmured, his voice a rumble that set the beast's fur to bristling. He continued to pet them, as one might soothe treasured hounds, before turning his amber gaze on Guyue, who cowered behind Daitian's protection. A predatory smile curved the king's lips. He let his gaze linger on his own razor-sharp fangs, then sneered, "Is he even worthy of the title king?" A low chuckle followed. "It's a pity I have no interest in the Dragon Clan, but I am most curious to send you to the Dragon Emperor." He flicked a clawed finger dismissively, taunting, "By human standards, you'd be a sensation in their world, quite popular, I'd wager." Guyo remained silent, pressed close to Ditian. Her soul energy was nearly depleted, her recent wounds raw and throbbing. Ditian fared no better, his reserves drained, his defenses on the brink of collapse, yet he stood firm, determined to shield her from the Beast King's wrath. The Beast King's dragon god claws were undoubtedly formidable, yet even their power seemed slight against the endless tide of feral beasts before him. But that wasn't the real reason for his confidence. Each member of his personal guard was a paragon of strength. Next to these titans, the savage creatures of the Stardew Forest were nothing more than untrained recruits. Lacking true cultivation, they shattered in an instant whenever his lieutenant struck. Not even the arrogant Mr. Xiang could withstand the onslaught. The Beast King had personally dispatched him as though swatting away a common thug. Just as he prepared to summon the Fantasy King for reinforcements, a cold premonition slithered through his mind. His sixth sense screamed danger. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end. His subordinates stiffened, their eyes wide with unspoken dread. The very air seemed to still around them. The Beast King's golden gaze narrowed to slits as he spotted the anomaly. The shadow cast by a distant tree trunk, dozens of paces away, quivered with a life of its own, though it should not have moved. In that suspended moment, the forest fell eerily silent. Every creature held its breath, waiting for the threat brave enough to challenge the Beast King's dominion. End of chapter. Chapter 259, Premonition of Destruction. A cold, fetid stench of death slithered through the air, curling around the Beast King's massive form, and he could barely contain his rising terror. With a deafening roar, he scanned the distance. Could it be him? A wavering shadow coalesced on the horizon, its shape quivering with barely restrained power. The Beast King's heart pounded. He could not yet identify the figure, but the unmistakable aura of death that radiated from it sent ice through his veins. It was the same murderous presence he'd felt when that human had slain him before. An existence potent enough to crush his bones to ash without breaking a sweat. How could anyone wield such power so quickly? He thought, his voice catching in his throat. He had fought and felled that human with the might of his own kingly authority, yet here it was again, the chilling might of the Shadow King manifest in another form. The realization shook him to his core. Then, as if stepping from legend into flesh, Cheng Xiao appeared in the open plain, standing unwavering and calm in the face of such dread. Hululu. With a guttural growl, the Beast King lunged forward, baring his fangs in a vicious snarl. He threw himself between his master and the unknown threat, ready to strike at whoever dared approach Cheng Xiao. A beast unlike any ordinary creature lumbered toward him, towering over a spirit beast in both size and menace, with 3 glowing red eyes set in its massive skull. In the world's armies, a king's personal guard is no mere soldier. Each of these monsters stands on par with a legion commander, wielding destructive power few dare to face. Now, that power manifested in the creature's gaping maw, dozens of dagger-sharp teeth glinting with icy intent. Yet Cheng Xiao met the charge with complete indifference. He could feel the raw magical aura radiating from the beast, a force equal to the legendary Snow Emperor's own. Not long ago, Cheng Xiao would have instinctively dropped into battle stance, preparing to parry or strike. But now, aside from the Dragon Emperor himself, no monster or ruler posed the slightest threat to him. As he calmly weighed his options, a frantic roar shattered the moment. "Kill it! Kill it!" The Beast King's command rang out, steeped in madness, as he unleashed the Shadow King's power and urged his guards to slaughter the lone intruder. At the master's command, the 3-eyed guards surged forward, their eyes ablaze with bloodlust. Yet Cheng Xiao's attention wasn't on them, it was on the Beast King. He could feel a strange fluctuation in the creature's magic aura, a pulse of energy powerful enough to tear open a teleportation gate. The Beast King was preparing to flee. Cheng Xiao's breath caught. He'd seen this before. In their last encounter, the Beast King had abandoned his own troops in a vain attempt to deceive the Shadow King, and failed. The Shadow King, contemptuous of any leader who slaughtered his soldiers, had personally slain the Beast King for his cowardice. Now, knowing his fate, the Beast King hoped to escape again. If he could only return to the Dragon Emperor's side, perhaps he would be spared. Such delusions irritated Cheng Xiao. He still remembered the agony of his ambush death, the pain so fierce he could barely breathe. Escape was no simple fantasy. A snarling guard lunged at him. Cheng Xiao's eyes narrowed. With a graceful, deadly motion, he thrust out his palm and unleashed his trump card. Hand of the Dominator. A concussive wave of force exploded from his hand, smashing into the charging beasts and hurling them backward. The ground trembled as magic and might collided in a single devastating blow. In an instant, a raw, crushing power, far beyond what the surrounding monsters could endure, shattered them to fragments. There was no struggle, no cry of defiance. They simply ceased to exist. With that threat obliterated, Cheng Xiao's gaze settled on the Beast King. Before the great creature could even think to respond, Cheng Xiao unleashed the Dominator power. Magic in the Ria bent irresistibly to Cheng Xiao's will, draining the Beast King's reserves and freezing its teleportation portal mid-spell. The once roaring portal flickered and died for lack of energy. Panic lit the Beast King's eyes as it realized the grim truth. It stood face to face with the true Shadow King's authority, an absolute dominion none could defy. All pretense of arrogance vanished. The gargantuan beast lowered itself onto one knee, bowing its head in utter submission. A trembling voice rumbled from its throat, echoing across the silent battleground. "Shadow King, I beg your forgiveness for my crude savagery. Every action I took was at the Dragon Emperor's command. I was but his pawn. Spare me your wrath, I implore you." Instinct and fear warred within the creature. It could feel death's cold breath sweeping over this land. Yet now, at least, it was willing to kneel. The Beast King didn't even dare raise his head. Since Cheng Xiao's arrival, every soldier in his army had been cut down by the Shadow Legion. no armor left to clatter on the ground. With no chance to fight back or flee, he dropped to his knees and pressed his forehead into the dirt, admitting his guilt and begging for mercy. Stripped of all dignity and pride, he cast aside his royal instincts and clung to the only hope he had left. "Soon," he choked out, "the Dragon Emperor will arrive with his legions. When he does, the world will be consumed by the fires of war. Shadow King, I implore you, show me mercy. My beast host and I will serve you faithfully when the time comes." But to Cheng Xiao, the Beast King was already as good as dead. His once mighty army lay slaughtered at his feet, their bodies a crimson testament to the Shadow Legion's prowess. Even the nearby soul beasts, Gu Yue, Di Tian, and the others, recoiled, unable to stomach the metallic stench of so much blood. Nash stepped forward, unclenching his claws from the Beast King's corpse. The blades hissed softly as he drew them free, then flicked the crimson droplets onto the earth and wiped his hands clean on his cloak. "All is taken care of, Your Majesty," he reported, bowing his head. Cheng Xiao watched with quiet pride as Nash delivered the finishing blow. "Well done, Nash," he thought to himself, then turned his attention to the Beast King cowering at their feet, tail limp with fear. A slow smile curled Cheng Xiao's lips. "I think it's wise for us to join forces against the Dragon Emperor's army," he declared aloud. The man who now wielded the Shadow King's power inclined his head in agreement. "An enemy of my enemy is my friend. I trust even you, Beast King, understand how valuable this alliance can be." A hollow laugh echoed in the Beast King's chest, though he forced it down behind a polite, if strained, grin. This so-called Shadow King was nothing more than a mortal in borrowed glory. If the true Shadow King stood before him, there would be no forgiveness for a betrayal so deep. But this impostor, lacked the real king's strength and cunning. Fragile human flesh and an uninformed mind could never sustain such power. It would take only a moment's effort to end this sham once and for all, and the Beast King could hardly wait to see it done. The Beast King flared his nostrils, savoring the sharp tang of human blood, mingled with the faint, smoky trace of the Shadow King's magic. A deep, rumbling laugh escaped him. If that were the true Shadow King, even a mere second-generation successor, he would never bend the knee, and certainly not to some impostor. But soon the Dragon Emperor will arrive, and then... His voice dropped to a predator's whisper. "I'll strike without warning. I'll tear this false king limb from limb, feast on his flesh, and steal every scrap of his magic for myself." He lifted his head, baring jagged teeth in a savage grin. "Of course, until that glorious hour arrives, I'll pretend to be perfectly loyal." The words had barely left his lips when the Shadow King's gaze snapped to him, cold, merciless, as if forged from ice. The Beast King's grin faltered. Panic flared in his eyes, and with a single bound he recoiled, crashing through the underbrush. Moments later, he skidded to a halt some 40 meters away, chest heaving, his arrogance shattered by that frozen stare. Cheng Xiao faced the pale, motionless form of the Beast King at the far end of the battlefield. Slowly, he tilted his head until his vertebrae clicked, an almost casual gesture that sent a chill through the air. "Before we go any further," he said softly, "let's settle the debts between us." The Beast King's gaunt features drew taut with disbelief. He swallowed, voice trembling with anger and confusion. You slew the Monster King? Yet it was the Dragon Emperor who commanded him to destroy the human city." Without a word, Cheng Xiao lifted his hand. From the swirling black mist and shadows that gathered around his palm, the shadow scythe materialized, a cruel, curved blade that seemed to drink in the light. With his free hand, he pressed against the center of his chest, just below his collarbone. "Your claws pierced me here," he said, his tone eerily calm. "You crushed my heart from behind. That wound killed me once, and I still feel every shred of agony." He paused, allowing the Beast King a moment to absorb his words. Then Cheng Xiao raised the shadow scythe in a deliberate invitation. He wasn't asking for mercy. He was demanding reckoning. The Beast King would face the same blade that had once felled the Monster King and pay the price for what he had done. Cheng Xiao advanced without haste, the edge of his sickle gleaming coldly in the fading light. "As long as you can withstand 5 strikes from this sickle," he said evenly, "I will let you live. Fail." He paused, letting the threat hang in the air, and I'll send what's left of you to join the other kings." A shiver ran through the Beast King at those words. The tone was identical to the ultimatum once issued by the second-generation Shadow King. This human had never intended mercy. He was toying with him from the start. Rage and despair contorted the king's leonine features as he bared his fangs. "You dare to mock the king of beasts?" Cheng Xiao's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. "King of beasts? I see no sovereign here, only a cornered animal with its tail between its legs, howling as it awaits death." At that, the Beast King let loose a thunderous roar. He summoned his spirit power in a furious burst, and in a flash of crackling energy transformed into a titanic wolf. Thanks to the Dragon Emperor's hidden schemes, the Douluo Continent now hummed with magic strong enough to contain a king's full might. And this Beast King's spirit form was even more formidable than those of the ancient dead kings. The earth trembled as the massive wolf advanced, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Cheng Xiao met that gaze unwaveringly, tightening his grip on the sickle's shaft. The challenge had been issued, and now the true battle would begin. Previously, in a world without magic, the power of kings was severely limited. But that constraint has vanished. The Beast King, now spiritualized, wields enough force to lay waste to the entire realm, a power Cheng Xiao himself witnessed when the transformation first occurred. Furious, the Beast King reared back and unleashed a thunderous roar at Cheng Xiao. Trapped with no clear path of escape, the beast thought, "If I'm to die here, I'll drag you down with me. None shall leave this forest alive. I am the sovereign of all beasts." The roar's magical shockwave rippled through the clearing, billowing Cheng Xiao's hair and robes like a storm-driven banner. Behind him, Guyu and Ditian stood rooted in place, stunned by the raw energy of the beast's might. As a former member of the God Realm, Guyu knew that even the God King could not dismiss such power. If this display terrified them so, what must Cheng Xiao's true strength be, he who remained unshaken? Guyu's clear violet eyes locked onto the unmoving figure of Cheng Xiao, whose garments still fluttered in the aftershock. Then, in the next heartbeat, Cheng Xiao struck. The Beast King, now towering in its colossal wolf form, flinched as a cool wind whispered past its massive muzzle. Before the Beast King could even react, a searing pain exploded across his cheek. A cold voice whispered in his ear, "So this is what it feels like." He spun around in shock to find Cheng Xiao standing just behind him, the shadow scythe gripped tightly in one hand. Dark tendrils of inky power billowed from Cheng Xiao's form, proof that he had indeed mastered the full strength of the Shadow King. To the Beast King's eyes, it was as if the Shadow King himself had taken corporeal form, every inch as lethal as the legendary second-generation heir. A lump rose in the Beast King's throat, and he swallowed hard. Then came a sickening click, as though something had snapped free. His body shuddered, and he glanced down to discover the horror. One of his own wolf ears lay severed on the ground, blood pouring from the wound like a crimson waterfall. Pain flared through his skull, his vision swam, and his red eyes blazed with furious agony. With every ounce of willpower, he lifted his head and met the cold, merciless gaze of the Shadow King incarnate. In Cheng Xiao's hands, the sickle had silently split into a pair of daggers. She gripped the shadowy blade wreathed in a black halo and spoke in a low, even tone, "There are 3 attempts left." At the foot of Haoqian Sect Mountain, the soul masters of the Wuhun Empire surged forward like a dark tide, falling into precise ranks. Once a quiet, poverty-stricken settlement, the hamlet now lay in smoldering ruins from the Spirit Empire's onslaught. All who wielded the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit, every sect soulmaster, had fallen beneath the Wuhun Empire's blades, reduced to lifeless husks. Only unspirited civilians and a few masters unaligned with the Clear Sky sect remained. For this campaign, the Wuhun Empire had called upon its full might. Qian Daliu himself led the charge, accompanied by the sect's elders and their devout followers. A solemn hush fell over the assembled troops as Pope Bibidong stepped forward, flanked by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The moment she appeared, every soul master snapped to attention. Their unified cry, "Pope!" shook the valley, echoing long after the sound had died away. Bibidong lifted her hand, and a vast wave of spirit power swept upward, gently hoisting every kneeling soul master to their feet. Her troops stood cold and majestic behind her as she spoke, her voice carrying clearly across the assembly. There's no need for ceremony. Today, the Haotian sect falls. With the full backing of the Spirit Empire and Wuhun Palace, we will settle this feud once and for all. At her left stood the second worship attendant, Golden Crocodile Douluo, accompanied by several fellow worship attendants. To her right, a circle of the palace's eldest elders. This formidable lineup underlined Bibi Dong's unwavering resolve. She turned her steely gaze toward the jagged peaks looming overhead, the very summit where the Haotian sect, renowned as the world's greatest, made its stronghold. In peace, our realm can only endure when the Haotian sect is vanquished, she declared, drawing a steady breath. Soldiers of Wuhun Palace, advance with me. Today we set foot on Haotian land and crush this arrogant sect forever. A thunderous roar rose in response. For the glory of the Spirit Empire. We will prevail. We will prevail. We will prevail. Chapter 260. The Haotian Sect's Doom. The moment Bibi Dong's decree rang out, every soul within the Wuhun Empire's ranks ignited with fierce determination. Thousands of soul masters, marshaled under the banners of several Douluo rank commanders, surged toward the Haotian sect like a dragon charging downriver. Leading the vanguard were the Empire's plant-type soul masters. With their vine-weaving and root-binding techniques, they wove a living staircase up the craggy mountainside, thorned handholds and leafy footholds rising underfoot, so that even the most numerous assault force could scale the heights. The Haotian sect's approach path was notorious for its sheer drops and jagged rocks. Only those born into the sect ever dared tread it. Yet the Wuhun Empire came fully prepared, and not a single jagged ledge or switchback slowed their advance. Above this green surge, the skyborn contingent formed in disciplined ranks behind Qingluan Douluo, the third worshipper. With a wordless invocation of his soul technique, he transformed his very body into a titanic azure Qilin phoenix, wings aflame with spiritual energy. Poised atop that sweeping back was Guangling Douluo, the fifth worshipper, gripping his famed Guangling longbow. From this lofty perch, he commanded the aerial host with cold precision. Those flying alongside the phoenix beast held their breath, coiling their power for the decisive moment. No arrows would fly until their leaders signaled the strike that would shatter the Haotian sect's defenses and seal its fate forever. They waited in tense silence for the unified command. Haotian sect had long stood unchallenged in the Soul Master world, its reputation and power forged over centuries. Now, with Wuhun Hall determined to wipe Haotian sect from the map, every move had to be calculated and precise. Second brother, let me be the first to face them, urged the seventh worshipper, Jiangmo Douluo, gripping his panlong staff with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Only days ago, he and Qianjun Douluo had led a squad of Elder Hall Douluos on a soul-hunting raid that annihilated the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Jing Crocodile Douluo, the second worshipper, nodded. Sixth brother, go with him. Understood, second brother. Qianjun Douluo's voice was calm and measured, a quiet counterpoint to Jiangmo's brash confidence. He cast a steely glance at his younger sibling. No one dares threaten Haotian sect without paying the price. Before anyone could answer, a roar of fury echoed from the mountain peak. A surge of soul power rolled down like a shockwave, rattling every soul master assembled in the Wuhun Empire. Bibi Dong's single wave was all it took. A roaring tide of soul energy burst from her palm, sweeping over the Wuhun Empire's ranks and snuffing out their battle cry in an instant. She felt the surging power was no trivial display, yet she offered only a cold, mocking smile. Infused with her spirit force, her voice drifted over the battlefield. Haotian sect, you've truly fallen on hard times. A mere Realm 97 daredevil dares to swagger out here? With a thunderous boom, her aura rattled the very mountain beneath the sect. No sooner had the echo died than Wuhun's worship masters and elders tore into the sky, their sights fixed on the sect's peak. From below, the Empire's spirit masters bellowed in response, vaulting onto the long, vine-woven bridge crafted by the plant spiritists and surging upward in a single tidal wave. Within moments, hundreds of spirit cultivators flooded the valley, their spirit rings blazing like molten fire. Yet Haotian sect's disciples stood their ground. Somehow, even in the face of such overwhelming force, they raised their soul weapons, ignited their techniques, and prepared to turn back the Wuhun onslaught. From his lofty vantage point, Guangling Douluo drew back his longbow, the azure glow of his spirit ring flaring at the string. In an instant, the countless ice arrows suspended in midair shattered into a cascade of glittering shards that rained down like freezing droplets. Egg, Hiath spirit skill, Frost's terminus, he announced. No one in the Haotian sect could withstand an assault of a 96th level titled Douluo's ultimate move. Their spirit, the massive Haotian hammer, proved utterly powerless. Without a sound, the invisible hail of ice struck each disciple, freezing them solid in an instant. One moment they stood poised for battle, the next they were grotesque ice statues, cracking apart into glittering shards. Sect leader Cheng Xiao's face twisted with rage as he watched his disciples shatter. They were the future of the Haotian sect, and now they lay broken and lifeless. With a roar, he summoned his martial soul, the mighty Haotian hammer, and prepared to charge Guangling Douluo. However, before he could move, two veteran titled Douluo from the Wuhun Empire stepped forward in perfect synchrony, blocking his path. Their precise timing confirmed the worst. This had been a trap all along. Cheng Xiao, leader of the Haotian sect, frowned as two Spirit Hall Douluos stepped forward to challenge him. The demon subduing Douluo's soul ring at his feet glowed brightly, and crimson light pulsed along the panlong stick he gripped. Beside him, Qianjun Douluo raised his own panlong stick, equally determined. Leader Cheng Xiao, the demon-subduing Douluo called, voice ringing with cold confidence. We won't pretend we can beat you one-on-one, but this isn't a one-on-one fight anymore. Cheng Xiao's expression darkened as he watched them. He tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, prepared for the clash. In the rear, the seventh elder's eyes blazed with fury. When he had arrived, he'd found several Haotian clansmen slaughtered by Spirit Hall soulmasters. Rage boiled up inside him. He thrust two clear sky hammers into his hands and charged forward. I'm sick of these Spirit Hall scoundrels, he roared, smashing into the enemy ranks. At his side, the other elders brandished their own clear sky hammers and surged forward to support him. But the Spirit Hall had deployed too many titled Douluos, dozens of level 91 and level 92 masters, each more than a match for the Haotian weapons. Even with their strongest hammers, the elders found their blows repelled or absorbed. As the two elite Douluos from Spirit Hall and Cheng Xiao squared off, and as the seventh elder waded into the mass of Spirit Hall soulmasters, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The Haotian sect, though fierce and determined, suddenly realized just how formidable this coordinated assault truly was. They had counted on the Clear Sky sect's formation to turn the tide, but the Spirit Empire's elders saw through it and tore their ranks apart. On one flank, the level 97 Lion Douluo squared off against the Spirit Empire's level 92 second elder. A 5-level gap in soul power was simply too wide to bridge. Across the field, Ghost Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Spirit Kite Douluo pressed their advantage relentlessly, felling Haotian sect disciples by the score and cutting off every channel of communication between Haotian's elders. In midair, Light-Wing Douluo swooped through the restrained disciples, while the Spirit Empire's titled Douluo moved to isolate the sect's senior masters. The proud Haotian formation, once the envy of the continent, never had a chance to coalesce. Even Cheng Xiao, normally a whirlwind of unpredictable power, found himself locked down by Zhang Mo and Qianjun. Their combined might suppressed every technique he tried to unleash, and when Tang Hao, freshly returned to the sect, raced onto the field, he saw his family's banner tumbling toward defeat. His heart hammered with the instinct to dive in, but a dozen Spirit Empire Douluo closed around him in an instant, forcing him back. They had noticed the change in him. Tang Hao's soul power had plummeted since his last battle. The storied Haotian Douluo, who once inspired fear across Spirit Continent, was gone. Stripped of his former glory, he now stood surrounded and powerless to defend the people he cherished. Tang Hao found himself suddenly stripped of his 8th and 9th soul skills, his last lines of defense rendered useless. With the Haotian hammer and the killing god domain firmly in Bibi Dong's grasp, there was no mercy coming his way. The instant Golden Crocodile Douluo, the sect's second worshipper, stepped onto the battlefield, he sealed off every escape route. Ignoring his own safety, Tang Hao hurled himself forward in a desperate offensive, dropping his guard entirely. Seizing the moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo unleashed a brutal surge of soul energy. A sickening crack sounded as Cheng Xiao took the full brunt of the attack, spraying blood from his mouth before crashing into the massive gates of the Haoqian sect. "Brother Hao!" Cheng Xiao's roar of rage cut through the air as he raced to his brother's side. Clutching the haft of his Haoqian hammer, he felt his 9 soul rings blaze to life. In an instant, the hammer's head swelled to colossal proportions. "By the 9 ultimates of Haoqian, combined as one, unbeatable, perish!" Cheng Xiao cried. With that shout, the 9 finalities, void, seal, pierce, penetrate, entangle, shock, shatter, halt, and collapse, merged into a single earth-shattering strike. It was the Haoqian sect's most devastating killing move, unleashed at last. Cheng Xiao braced himself, Haoqian hammer gripped tightly in both hands. With a single furious spin, he unleashed a sudden gale that whipped the gravel at his feet into a swirling vortex. Across the dusty arena, the demon-subduing Douluo and Chanjun Douluo exchanged a steady glance. Both bore 8 gleaming soul rings, each signifying over a century of battle experience. As brothers in arms, they knew that only by combining their strength could they hope to withstand Cheng Xiao's wrath. Without hesitation, the demon-subduing Douluo launched his panlong stick into a cyclonic spin. The golden dragon carved along its shaft seemed to awaken, its roars echoing on the wind as a massive ring of dragon energy coalesced and hurtled toward Cheng Xiao. 8th soul skill, demon-subduing panlong ring, he bellowed, voice rolling like thunder. At that very moment, Chanjun Douluo sprang upward from behind. His panlong stick swelled to colossal proportions, catching the light as it soared into the sky. Then, with flawless timing, he brought it crashing down in perfect unison with his brother's golden ring. One strike from below, one from above, 2 forces of nature converging to crush the young warrior caught at the storm's eye. Chanjun Douluo's voice rang out across the Haoqian sect's courtyard. 8th soul skill, 1,000-shot throw. A roaring tide of soul power surged into the panlong staff as he lifted it high. In the next instant, he drove it earthward with bone-shaking force. Cheng Xiao's body quivered under the impact. He met the blow head-on, bracing his clear sky hammer against the descending staff. For a breath's length, they were locked in a titanic struggle. Then a cataclysmic boom shattered the silence. A vast shockwave rippled outward, gouging a deep crater into the plaza. Spidery fractures raced across the ground, threatening to split the entire mountain of the Haoqian sect in 2. A cold, triumphant laugh cut through the chaos. "With the 2 of us united," the demon-subduing Douluo proclaimed, "not even the great priests would dare challenge us. You stand no chance." His arrogant declaration sent a shiver through the gathered disciples and elders. Nearby, Cheng Xiao, still dazed from the golden crocodile Douluo's strike, stared toward his brother in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes. Before Cheng Xiao could recover, the fractured earth beneath him heaved once more, sending gravel and dust skittering in every direction. He still gripped the Haoqian hammer, standing rigid as stone, but everyone could see how barely he clung to consciousness. Facing the combined onslaught of the 2 brothers, demon-subduing and Tianjin, even the legendary Haoqian 9 absolutes had failed him. Blood spurted from the corner of Cheng Xiao's mouth as he coughed violently, his face draining of color. The once elding aura he wore like armor had vanished, replaced by pallor and exhaustion. Behind him, the 5 elders of the Haoqian sect writhed under the spirit hall's relentless assault. Within moments, they too would be broken. Ahem! Cheng Xiao forced out a hacking breath. Through the haze of pain, he saw the spirit master who'd spoken before, taunting, sneering. "Cheng Xiao, the Haoqian sect's destiny is sealed. Why not yield now?" Then Bibi Dong appeared, her golden scepter glinting in the waning light. Each deliberate step she took seemed to drain strength from his limbs. With every echo of her footfall, Cheng Xiao's face paled further. And in that suspended second, a cold clarity struck him. This was no mere vanguard assault. The spirit hall's might now surpassed the Haoqian sects by far. They had grown too powerful, and he had underestimated them. Clenching the hammer tight, blood and sweat mingling on his palm, Cheng Xiao squared his shoulders. If surrender was what they wanted, they'd have to take it from him. The spirit hall's titled Douluo, who had come this time, were all spirit masters above level 95. In stark contrast, the Haoqian sect's cultivators, apart from Cheng Xiao, were barely stepping over the threshold of titled Douluo status. The disparity in both power and numbers was overwhelming. From the outset, this battle had been a lost cause. Cheng Xiao forced a bitter smile and lifted his chin defiantly. "Surrender?" he growled. "Even if I die, I'll make the Wuhun Hall pay the same price in blood." A frigid light sparkled in Bibi Dong's eyes as 9 soul rings materialized and revolved around her feet. With effortless strength, she seized Cheng Xiao by the throat and hoisted him off the ground. Her voice was cold as winter steel. "Then let's see how your Haotian sect intends to pay the blood price owed to the Wuhun Empire." Straightening to her full height, she addressed the assembled crowd of elders, worshippers, and spirit masters. "Elders of the Wuhun Empire, worshippers, all soul masters, hear my command: annihilate the Haotian sect, leave no one alive." 1,000 voices thundered their assent in a unanimous roar. "Yes, Your Holiness the Pope." Sea God Island. The raging waves, one of the island's famed wonders, is notorious for its savage currents and towering surf. Even the demon soul great white shark dares not venture here lightly. This was the exact location where Tang San was destined to undertake his 3rd test. Tang San's body was locked fast against the sinking silver pillar, plunged into the ocean's darkest depths. Around him, the sea itself seemed alive with hostile intent, each wave charged with potent soul power that battered him without mercy. He remained impassive, bearing the onslaught as though entrenched behind an invisible shield. He vaguely remembered how, on his first assessment here, the trials had tormented him both physically and mentally, yet that earlier ordeal paled beside his resolve now. Relentless wave after wave, each a concentrated strike of spiritual force, crashed over him, engulfing his entire form. In the past hour alone, Tang San had weathered nearly 100 such assaults. His muscles screamed in protest, his body numbed by the ceaseless pressure, but his spirit remained as keen as ever. This pace is still too slow, he reflected. If the 3rd trial really takes a full year between challenges, the mainland will have changed beyond recognition long before I finish. He realized, too, that any attempt to contact Poseidon directly was impossible unless he unleashed the full power of the god's trident, and even then, he'd risk breaking cosmic law and provoking disaster. There was only one solution. He must complete the 9th Poseidon trial as swiftly as possible, claim the divine throne by right of inheritance, ascend to level 100, and become a god himself. With that singular goal in mind, he shut out every sensation but determination, steeling himself for whatever the sea's baptism would bring next. Just as Tang San weighed his options, an unexpected surge of emotion welled up inside him, and before he realized it, tears were streaming down his face. "What's happening?" he whispered, shaken. In the darkness he felt an acute emptiness, the deep-seated bond of his bloodline slipping away. "Martial Soul Hall, I will kill you!" he roared, his voice thick with grief and rage. A tide of killing intent swept through him, igniting his eyes in a fierce, blood-red glow. In that instant, the realm of the god of death, once familiar to him, returned with full force. He hadn't reclaimed the god of killing realm in this life, but how could he, who had once stood as a dual god, abandon the long-held power of Shura? Without a second thought, Tang San poured every ounce of his will into the sea spirit pearl, summoning the great Poseidon trident. Sacred golden light bloomed around him as the trident embedded in the temple of Poseidon Island began to shudder. Then, with a thunderous crack, it unleashed a blinding surge of divine radiance. The darkness that usually enveloped Sea Cucumber Point was suddenly banished by a surge of golden radiance. The platform of Poseidon shook violently beneath Tang San's feet, and that tremor spread outward, shaking the ancient temple of Poseidon and rocking the very foundations of Poseidon Island itself. High Priestess Bosaikshi stared, transfixed, as the brilliance coalesced into the unmistakable shape of the trident of Poseidon, its 3 prongs emblazoned across Tang San's forehead. Her voice trembled with shock as she whispered, "How can this be? He's only a 3rd-level spirit master, barely begun his 3rd trial, and yet he's awakened the Poseidon trident's reaction." She drew a sharp breath, eyes wide with awe and disbelief. Is it possible? But the golden light answered for him. Glowing ever brighter as the island quaked around them,